Hello and welcome to the live tonight. It's great to have everybody here. If you wouldn't mind, can you like, share? Today we're going to be talking about, can you tell when your reality shifts? We're going to have a great night tonight, I hope. We also share stories here about the paranormal, the spiritual, and the extraterrestrial kinds. So you're welcome to come up, share your story. And today's topic's gonna be about, can you tell when your reality shifts? Just waiting for people to show up in here. Thank you for coming. I hope everybody likes the beautiful setup that I made. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about those topics tonight. We usually get a few people in here who share their stories and their experiences that we all learn from. This is a spiritual live. We talk about spiritual things. We don't talk about the political. Yeah. So we're just waiting for more people to show up in here. If you wouldn't mind hitting like and share, that'd be great. Much appreciated. It helps support the live and the message we're trying to bring, like peace and love to humanity and a spiritual level. And with today's events of stuff going on, sometimes you often wonder if you're in another reality, or you just may be dreaming. Some people think that, but we'll see what other people have to share when they come up and share their experiences about the love and light, about spiritual, paranormal, and other stuff. And the people in here, can anybody hear me? Because I don't know if I'm talking to myself. I don't know. Waiting for someone of my mods to show up in here so I can get somebody in the box so I could see how the headphones are working, because this is like the first time I'm starting a live with these brand new headphones I have gotten from TikTok here. They're very good headphones. So I figured I would talk about those for a little bit. They got the Transformer headphones. I'm going to be doing lives up on them soon. But yeah, today we're going to be talking about spirituality and stuff like that. So if you're interested, hey, stay around. We're talking about spirituality, paranormal, spiritual, and extraterrestrial stuff. Waiting for people to show up. Who knows? And some people say they hear things on my live. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. So, there, Suki, can you hear me? I don't know if my headphones are working. Yeah, I don't know if my headphones are working or not. I might have to fix them, I'm not sure. Hello, River. I'll have some of you come up here. Maybe you can help me out here for a minute.
You don't know if your new
Can you
is
talk?
working?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Well, I got these headphones. I'm trying these headphones out that I posted the video about,
Yeah,
and they're really good.
yeah, I
I just
saw.
wanted to see. I mean, I wish people would buy them, you know?
I have some almost identical to that, except mine isn't in one of the ball cases. Mine are in a flat case, but then they just
Mm-hmm.
pop in there magnetically, and I can't stand earbuds in my ears, so
Yeah.
this kind I like because they go over your ear. I think my ear holes are small, and it just hurts to wear
Yeah.
earbuds for very long at all.
Well, when I had the earbuds, I had the problem of them falling out of my freaking ear. It's either and then when I have to wear them, I have to push them really deep in there, and it hurts.
Yeah, it hurts. I don't like them.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So I looked at these, and I was needing a pair of headphones, and so I picked up those Transformer ones, and they work really well. I'm surprised. I've went and bought, like an $89 pair of headphones, and they suck. And
Yeah,
like like in my video when I was talking about, I got that long speaker, that monster speaker
yeah.
for that monster Bluetooth floating one. That was like $150 when it first came out. I've only had that like less than 2 years. The thing doesn't even work on my phone anymore.
Aw.
Yeah, it doesn't work, so it's a waste. And then I bought another one, that little Sony Square one. That one does nothing either. It won't hitch up to the phone for some reason. It's like they changed the whole Bluetooth thing or something,
Oh.
but it's useless. So, yeah.
I have, let me look and see what brand my little thing is I have
Hello, Cal.
pets and I don't use
Welcome.
them that much. Let's see what my,
Okay, I got a new setup. I added more to my setup, see?
yeah. Oh, Anker. Anker. Some people say anchor. I say anchor. I always have. I don't know why. But that's my Bluetooth speaker that I really like. And
Hello, Tamara.
everything I've owned made by them has been really good. Like external battery packs have been really good and lasted for years. Anyway, I like Anker stuff really well.
Yeah, well, those headphones, I'm going to do a live about them. And if you want, anybody wants to look at these headphones, uh, I don't like promoting. Usually, I don't like promoting this kind of stuff on my live. But if you want those headphones, you go into my videos and you'll see that these in there. Click the link in it, and you will find these. They're very good. Um, they're very good headphones. Like I was saying before, that they're waterproof. I've done all kinds of tests with them. And as you see, let me show you here. When you want, you just they snap right in, and they go right to charge. When you want to take them out, you just go like that, and see how it's all nice and soft here. It's not that hard plastic. It rests right on your ear, so you don't have no. It doesn't go right in your ear, and it just lays there and it rests. And the coolest thing about those is that the coolest thing about these is I got a big earlobe, so it can hang there, and I could do all kinds of activities with it. I've been running, jumping. I did jumping jacks with them, you know, and I've been kind of doing some exercises, jogging, walking outside, moving some furniture, and they stayed on my head the entire time. Which, you know, a lot of stuff pops out of my ear like that. And, you know, it was very compatible. It was easy to get it going on my phone. And I noticed that a lot of my headphones did not work with TikTok. A lot of them are not doing that. They work for your phone, but they won't work with TikTok anymore.
Hmm.
Because I got a speaker and a headphone, and every time I come on TikTok with it on, it says TikTok does not support this device,
That's weird.
and it boots me right off. And I don't know how it's even a thing. Why is my headphones got to do with TikTok? You know, but apparently there's something with it because some of the earbuds I paid $89 for some earbuds, some buds, and they would not come on they would not allow me to listen to TikTok. Everything else it would, but not TikTok.
Will you do me a favor? Will you pan to the right on your table so I can see what's over there? Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, I normally have a bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to adjust this camera right, but for some reason my view on my camera, it's not the way I want it. I want to get everything in there, but tonight's topic's going to be about, can you tell when your reality shifts? That's what tonight's topic's going to be.
I saw that.
And I woke up late, and I really didn't get a chance to think of what I was going to do. And I was half asleep and half awake. I was in the twilight, and I looked at my guys and said, "Well, what should I do for my life?" Because I really didn't make a video. I didn't do nothing, and all I heard is, "When can you tell when your reality shifts?" I heard one of the voices in my head say, so I was like, you know what? Maybe that should be it. So I went with it.
Right on.
You know, I listened to the voice. Well, let's see what the voice gives me tonight. I had a pretty good day, and then the last 2 hours, I kind of I kind of lost my shit for a little bit.
I
You
got,
know, because of personal reasons, but
I had, I don't know. I lost time this week, and I think I figured it out last night because I was trying to figure out when I was, because of my autoimmune issue and blood clotting. I have 2 different blood clotting disorders, so I have to have blood work done frequently to make sure I have the right amount of blood thinner in my system. So,
right.
you know, and if I eat greens and green supplements tend to thin your blood. So anyway, I have to try to eat similarly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so today I was supposed to go do blood work, but actually it was supposed to have been done on the 30th. And I lost at least 2 days, maybe 3. But I've been participating in the days. I didn't take my medicine for 3 days. I missed going for my blood work when I was supposed to.
Yeah.
And today today I was going to go get the blood work, and I had a consultation appointment with a sleep doctor because I haven't been in so long. And so my doc just wanted me to, you know, go meet this new doctor that took over the practice, etc. And I got up, showered, dressed, got in my Jeep, and was backing out of the driveway, and I just got hit with a wave, and had to park and come in, and I've been in bed on and off ever since. I just got so sick trying to back out of the driveway, and so I just never left the house at all. Hi, Callie.
Hi.
Hi. Happy to see you.
You too. It's always good to see you.
I think that there was there was a shift or something because I knew Monday was here, and next thing I know, it's like Thursday, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, the weekend, everything, I don't know, it's just been off. It's I literally lost time. I don't know. But I don't know how I did that, because usually, I put my daily, because I take a lot of meds, which I really hate, but the it's I keep like a weekly pill thing, so that that's the only way I can remember if I've taken my meds or not.
And that goes back to what the beings told me. Remember when I told you I was on a mountain?
Yeah.
And they said this: when you sleep, your soul goes to source, and when it does, it downloads that previous day's events. If it was a significant change or an event had occurred, or knowledge was given on that day, you shift into another reality. That, and then on the last part of it, hold on, let me find it. It it says when you sleep in your soul and your essence goes to source, it comes back and it upgrades you. So you probably what probably happens to us, and I'm beginning to wonder if that is what happens. When we do these great lives and we have all these great conversations and you gain a lot of knowledge,
Yeah.
and it changes your vibration. And when you change your vibration and your frequency, I think when you go to sleep, you basically leave that dimension, that reality, right?
Yeah.
So when you go into source, it downloads all that information, and when it comes back, it's trying to find. It goes back to the energy that it left from. So it's going back to. It tries to find something close to it, and that's where you shift realities.
Yeah, that makes
You know what
sense.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that, like, because if we're a multiverse being and we're multidimensional, there's billions and that's funny because I don't know what happened yesterday. I didn't feel like doing anything, so I turned on the TV and I was clicking through movies, and it came to me what was really going on and what they meant, because I was sitting there and I was thinking about. I was like, man, time really shifted or something today. It's really weird. And I felt something was off, and I felt my energy was getting more powerful and more stronger. So I watched this, I happened to see this movie. I can't remember the name of it. And it was talking about this girl. They made then they were trying to find the different dimensions. And what she was saying was there was millions and millions and millions of dimensions, and it could change your reality by the slightest little thing. So, and that's where I came up to think, well, that's what the beings were telling me, that when your mind upgrades, you shift into another reality. You don't know it. You think you're still in the same reality, when in fact, you're in a different one altogether. So you really so you kind of caused your own Mandela effect too. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Amongst with them playing with CERN and open up vortexes and crap like that, but yeah, you're essentially creating your own Mandela effects and your own deja vu, because there's another being on the other side of the universe in another dimension or reality doing the same thing you're doing, but probably did it seconds before, and that's why you say, "Oh shoot, I remember doing that." That is your deja vu.
Yeah. You know, I haven't had a deja vu in a really long time, but I used to have them all the time. But I
Well,
don't have them like I used to. But, you know, maybe
I have
that's
a,
a difference in age too, and kind of activities. And, you know, when you're real young, you're changing so much faster than like when I was in my 20s, I changed a lot faster, and there were so many new ideas, and you know, more change more frequently, I would say, than there is now, just
and
based on where I am in my
I,
life.
I always thought too that now there was just one thing nobody else recognizes it, but I do, and it drives me batshit crazy. I know, I can't, I can't help it. It drives me crazy. Let me explain this one. Let me invite this person up here. What is the craziest part about this is I've watched since I was a little kid, like really, like in the 80s. I've watched almost every single Married with Children like 1,000 times. I could keep watching them because they're so funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, now when I turn on Married with Children, the theme song is totally wrong.
Oh,
I
really?
have mentioned that, and people have said, "No, it's the same." I'm like, "No, it's not. It is not the same because it goes it comes up with the opening. It says Married with Children. It shows the highway. It shows the cast members. It shows him sitting on a couch and him handing out money. And then it goes and shows the house. And then it goes, no, 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 no. And then it shows Married with Children, and it looks like it oozes green down. And the theme song is love and marriage, come together like a horse and carriage. This something doesn't brother. Can't have one without the
Uh-huh.
other. No, 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 no. But no, no, it's not that now. It's Love and Mary, and it goes through the whole theme song, and it goes, and then it goes on to some other something about I don't even know. It's a weird thing, and I'm like, am I losing my freaking mind? I am like, every time I freaking see it, I'm like, this is not the freaking theme song. Cut the crap, and I have to fast forward it because it drives me nuts. It's like two extra lines, and I have went through and tried to find it. I have went through YouTube, and it seems like everybody says it, but there's one YouTuber that stops it right at that part where I said, I'm like, that is the theme right there. But all the other YouTubers that have the Married with Children theme, it just goes on. And I'm like, in the last part of the song don't make a bit of damn sense. I'm like, what the hell does it even have to do with what is going on? And something about ask the neighbors and something about some damn word I've never even heard before. And I'm like, no, no, I am not in this reality. This is not my reality. So ever since I've seen that, I'm like, I know I'm not in that. I'm not in that reality I'm supposed to be in because that is not my Married with Children. I refuse to accept it. No, I'm not going to do it. And the reality I came from had a lot of Mandela effects because I have noticed so many changes. Like Curious George, I remember Curious George. I remember reading Curious George all like when I was a little kid, and I remember Curious George. There was a yellow man with a hat. Curious George was hanging from the tree with his tail, holding, eating a banana, and he was talking to the yellow hat man. And I remember that. Now you can't find that whatsoever. I'm like, he had a freaking tail. Like, no, no, that is not it. And then that whole Shazam thing. I remember seeing Shazam too. I don't care. I remember the entire movie. It was a, it started out where um the kids they moved to the town they moved to the town with their mom. The mom died. The mom had passed on, so they were really sad and heartbroken, and they wanted to help their father. So what they did is they went up in the attic because they kept hearing sounds. So they went up in the attic and they found this lamp. They rubbed it, and he goes Shazam, and he appears, and he was granting wishes to try to help the father. And then what the real message of the story was that you didn't need to look to the genie. That's why I liked the story, because the genie was like, you don't need my power, you can do this yourself. But he granted them their wishes anyway. And somebody tried to steal the lamp and all that crap. You know how that goes in the movies. But that was the general story of it, that they wanted to help their father move on from the passing of the mother. And because the father was so frustrated and he couldn't communicate with his kids, because he, when somebody passes, they go within themselves and they kind of lash out every once in a while. He loves his kids, yes, but he was kind of lashing out at them a little and not meaning to, but he was doing it, And at the end of the story, they found that they could, all they really had to do is talk to him and explain how they really felt. That was the moral of the story, that you didn't have to look to any magical beings and magical things to get your answer. The answer was inside of you. All you had to do is use your communication and use your voice to speak. That's why I love the story. And that's how I saw the movie. That's what was in my reality. But hey. And then I remember playing Monopoly, and the dude had a monocle,
Yeah, he did.
and so did Mr. Peanut.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
You did.
And when I remember Fruit Loops, I remember Fruit Loops saying spelling different.
Really?
I remember, yeah, because the Fruit Loops spelling is different on Fruit Loops, and this, and I remember the Energizer Bunny. Do you realize the Energizer Bunny was white?
Yes.
It was white. It was white in the beginning, but everybody says no, it was pink.
No.
I'm like, no, it was white. And I'm like, no. Because I remember the thing people used to get confused when the Easter Bunny and the Energizer Bunny came out, because that was the joke when I was younger. Oh, that's what the Easter Bunny's doing to make the money for the candies. He's working for the Energizer, the battery company. Yeah, and that's how it was spelled, like Fruit Loops. But yeah, they changed that all around. And then there was a lot of, like Ford logos, Chevy logos, GMC logos. They all were different. And I'm looking at them now and I'm like, that's not the logo. That's not the logo either. So I know I'm not from this reality. So I must have traveled a bunch, because this is not my reality whatsoever.
Well, if we're living all of our lifetimes concurrently, I mean, it seems like it would all bleed together more often than it does. Maybe that's why, like AK said, he had a lot more in his 20s than he does now. And me too. So maybe things are just, we're busier, more active, learning, just doing so many new things all the time. And
They even changed the gummy bears. Even the gummy bears were changed.
Heaven help us all.
They changed the Smurfs, the gummy bears, the snorkels. I remember all of them. And I remember, and the He-Man, that was the biggest thing too. I used to watch He-Man all the time. Oh, the power of Grayskull! I am He-Man! I have the power!
I like
Now it's,
Go Power Rangers.
yeah, and I've heard it so many times, so I know the theme to it. Now it's like, I am He-Man, master of the universe. I have the power. Blah blah blah. Like, wait a minute. He said, by the power of Grayskull, I have the power. What the hell's going on here?
Oh,
And then, the best one was, now I love the Highlander and Princes of the Universe goes, we are the champions. At the end of the song goes, we are the champions of the world. But
yeah.
now they don't say that.
What do they say now?
They don't say
Um,
anything.
Nothing. It just
It's just
stops.
of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Lost
that's
off
why I know
of the
I'm
world.
not. No. What?
Yeah, yeah, it's like of the world, and then it just stops.
Yep. And a lot of Michael Jackson songs it would change, and I'm like, it kind of drives me crazy sometimes because I'm wondering. I'm like, I see the changes, but it's like I mentioned, they were like, no, you're crazy. That's not what happened. You're losing your mind. I'm like, the fuck am I losing my mind? When it comes to stuff like that, I like and I know, you're not gonna tell me that it changed. No, you remembered wrong, and I'm like, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Now whatever. Like the biggest one was like I said in my last live. I was talking to my son's mother, and I'm trying to say, let's go to that park, you know. She's like, I don't remember going to the park. My son remembers going to the park, but she can't remember it. She can't remember it.
Hmm.
So figure that one. Yeah, and that's why I know I must be shifting like all the time. What do you guys do? What do you guys think? Any shifts in yours that you can recall?
I don't recognize any shifts in mine.
What'd
Yeah,
you say?
everything you were talking about, I've noticed.
I go from feeling really good to feeling really bad.
Me too.
Do you guys ever have that feeling like when you're sitting there and you look down sometimes and it looks like you can see another being on top of yours, like your hands like fading, and it's like two of you in one reality? It's kind of weird
Two with me and one reality. Not that I can recall.
because
I haven't done that.
it's like I can see my hand, but just above my hand is another hand that looks exactly like the one I have down here. It's like my original hand, and then up here it's all like faded. And when I move my hand, the hand above me moves. It's like really weird. It's like, oh,
Wow.
it it looks like a white hand that's above yours. I've noticed that. I've had that quite a bit with since January.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Cause it's weird and like I have things missing in my room too, and it's really crazy because I remember going to the store. I picked up 4 bottles of Pepsi, so I'm like, that's gonna last me at least 4 or 5 days. Well, I went the other day, yesterday. I'm like, I went to get a drink, and I'm like, what the hell? I don't have. They're all gone. I'm like, wait a minute. I know I opened one. And this is the same bottle because I remember peeling. I was sitting on the live and I was peeling the side of it. It was the same bottle, but the bottles are gone. The other
That's
three
weird.
bottles are gone. But I found the receipt, and my roommate didn't do it because he stayed in this room like a hermit for the last 2 days. Figure that one. And nobody else comes in my house.
Hmm.
And I've got like my keys were moved all the time, my glasses are moved all the time, and like I swear my house was a certain way, and I come back in and something's altered a little, little alterations here and there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it's like, am I in the same reality or did I shift to something else? Because I know I didn't put that there.
That would drive me
So
crazy.
I almost feel like I'm shifting consistently through realities It's like I feel like it almost, it's like I'm reality jumping. Like you ever seen that movie where the guy just jumps from realities and just keeps
Yeah.
going? That's
Yes.
what it feels like. That's what I'm
Oh,
doing
damn, that's gonna drive me crazy now.
because that's what I feel like I'm doing.
Quantum
It's like
Leap? Are you talking about Quantum Leap?
kind of, yeah.
I
Well,
loved that show.
kind of like Sliders.
Oh, I liked Quantum Leap better. Let's go to that soon.
Well, yeah, I've had them, and that to me that was kind of like a past life thing, and I feel like I do that. But the one I'm talking about is it's the same me, the same situation, the same thing. It's just different a little.
Huh.
Like I, like I'm consistently shifting from dimension to dimension or reality to reality.
Well, so
'Cause-
so you're aware of it and shifting at the same time.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
then you, at that point, then you pay closer attention to know to so that you can tell little specifics.
yeah. That's what I've been doing lately because ever since January, I've noticed that it's like I have to sit there and I before I go to sleep or during the day or something, I put something in the same spot and see if it certain things I remember, and I try to take a photographic memory picture of it in my mind, and I'm looking around and remembering, but then it's like so some things are altered and moved around, and I'm like, wait a minute, then something happened. Because here's another thing too that it's been happening. Now I get those canned salmon,
Yep.
and I usually eat them with crackers.
Yeah.
So and I lay in bed and I'm watching a movie or a TV show or wrestling and I'm having the salmon with the crackers, and I put the can when I'm done I put the can down and I put it next to my bed. So normally you probably see like 4 or 5 cans, and then I pick them up and throw them away. It all depends because I end up keeping them there a day or so, and then I get annoyed and then I pick it up. So you know how men are. So so this morning I got up and I noticed the can was moved, and I don't remember putting it there. And it's sitting in front of my PlayStation 5. I did not have my tuna fish. That I did not have that salmon can by the PlayStation. I don't know how it got over there, but it's sitting there. And this bowl right here, this bowl had stones in it earlier today, and I found it next to my TV with no stones in it. So I have no idea what to do with it. I, I don't know. It's like I'm consistently moving through realities.
And what happened to those stones?
I have no idea. I don't know. But it's like everything's like moved around or something's. I don't know. But that's how I deal with my shifting. I just go with the flow and see what happens.
With the shopping cart down on the corner, I think I've lost my mute button.
There's a shopping cart.
You have to go all the way into the multi-guest function and
Oh,
mute it.
Oh,
At
there
least I
it is.
do. 'Cause
Yep.
same.
I think it's because of the little shopping cart that we have. Because usually it's like right on the bar. I'm
Yeah,
eating
'cause
an apple. Is why I was looking for it. Because I don't want to be all crunchy and stuff.
Yeah, I've had weird experiences like that, and it's like I don't even know. I feel like I'm losing my. It makes me. This is why I say sometimes you say their abilities are a gift. Sometimes I feel they're a curse because of that. It's like I know I did this, or that was there. Why is this moved? Where did this come from? That kind of stuff. It's like it's consistently happening, and it's like, oh my, I feel like it's a curse sometimes. But yeah, I have that happen all the time.
Maybe
I
my
try to.
reality is not shifting. I'm not experiencing any of that. I don't know.
I don't know either. No, I'm not even gonna go with the whole video thing. That was an epic fail. We've tried that a couple times. I'm not even kidding. I was talking to somebody, and we were just on a call. I was talking to somebody, and she was filming me. And if you could tell, it kind of looked like there was two of me in the video.
Wow.
That's what she said. There was two of me in the video, and um, she's like, it was like two voices, one going over another. And I'm like, what? And then she tried to film it. She said she filmed it, and when she played it back, I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about. Are you crazy? And I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about. Then it kept happening, but she couldn't film it. But then when we looked on the Facebook, she said it didn't even say we were on a call when we were.
Wow.
It was really weird. So I'm consistent. I think I'm consistently shifting, and what might be true 20 minutes ago could be freaking false 40 minutes in the future. I don't even know anymore. It's like I'm shifting, consistently shifting realities, and it's like, oh man, I feel like I'm losing it sometimes. Yeah, it feels like an echo. And usually when I'm talking to, you actually hear a female voice in my background to top it all off. I have the Palladian talking to me through my background, and a lot of people have heard that.
Well, I hear you talking. I just assume there's somebody at your house because I've heard you talking. Uh, it sounded like a woman talking to you not very long ago.
And that's the thing. There's no women in this house. There's no women in this house. I have my roommate, and he never comes out of his room, and you can't hear him when I'm on my live. So
Okay, well, I just learned something. I'll let you know then when I hear it because I just figured that you have a lady friend that you don't introduce.
uh-uh. No, I've been single pretty much 16 years, and I haven't lived with a woman for about 3 or 4. So I've been living with my male roommate. He stays in this room, plays his video games. My son comes over on the weekends, and I do my lives then. I don't do no lives on the weekend when he comes over, so you can't hear his voice. And the only days that I do my lives is Tuesdays and Thursdays, and just me. And my roommate's probably most likely asleep like he is right now, or quiet in his room, so you really don't hear anything. But yeah,
I,
that's the kind of stuff that happens.
I thought I heard you whispering to somebody, not just within this live. I swear. So I'll just be more aware and tell you when I hear it.
Yeah, as you see, my door is shut, locked, and there's nobody else here. Hey, there's my room. Nobody's here. My TV's even off. I keep my TV off. Nothing's here. No sound. And I'm sitting right here.
Hi, Sean.
And hi, Sean.
I
And
came to
that's
your
what.
live earlier. It was good.
As you see, there's nobody in my room.
Just lots of dragons.
Yeah.
The reason I asked you to pan earlier was now, oh, you know, when I asked you, I was the only one up on the wall, and there was something. I don't know how to say it. I'll just not say it.
What?
That yellow dragon,
Right?
like, only part was visible. So, from what I could see, it looked like maybe an obscene bong or something.
He's like, pan to the right a little. Let me see if I'm seeing that.
It's right behind Sakura. So, like, if her box wasn't there, yeah, there it is. It's part of the dragon, apparently.
I don't have no bongs. I haven't had a bong in 30 years.
Callie sees it, right,
I
Callie?
see it. Yes, I do. That's why I'm laughing, because I can see it now.
Brim, I was like, hey, Brim, move your camera to the right a little bit. I just wanted to see what you got over there.
Right?
So, did you see it, Brim?
I see it now.
Okay.
I swear you guys were trying to mess with me the other night when you guys said you guys were seeing freaking faces in my freaking sphere. They're like, no,
again.
they're like, no, there's faces I'm seeing in the sphere. I'm like, no, you're not. I don't see nothing. They're like, I see this, I see that. I'm like, nah. Nope.
Sorry.
I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about. They're like, I see two hands meeting in the middle. I see a man. I see this. I'm like, I'm staring at the damn orb, and I'm like, I don't see any of that.
Well, I didn't see, I mean, you can convince yourself to see stuff. I know for sure.
Yeah.
If you don't be so
Especially
kind
when
to
they go,
like,
do you see that face? Do you see that face? And I was like, oh yeah, I can see it. And then they point like 5 inches to the right. And it was like, oh, well, I saw the face over there. You know, I mean,
if you all would be nice and so kind to like and share, donations are welcomed. It helps support the live in these videos that I have to make sometimes because these apps do cost money and to make these apps, and I haven't found one that could make it for free because you know they only give you a limited amount of this and a limited amount of that, but that's what I use my stuff for. So yeah.
I've been enjoying your preview videos.
The one with the dragon coming out.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Was that loud to you guys?
A little bit.
Oh, I heard it. Just like I just hopefully it's not enough to, because when people play music in my lives, apparently, I have a trouble posting it on YouTube. Oh my God! Thank you,
Yeah, that was big.
thank you. I love the galaxies.
I get so many pop-ups, and I was trying to close the pop-up, and apparently it was something to do with Taylor Swift, because then she was singing all of a sudden, and I was like,
Oh, thank you.
where's it coming from?
Well, thank you, AK. That was very kind of you. Now I'm gonna have to set up another one. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. That brings joy because it helps me, make you guys cool content with those videos because some of them are kind of a nuisance lately because like CapCut, I can't, and a lot of people use the CapCut on here, but the thing is, CapCut is a pain in the ass for me. I'm going to say it right now. It's a freaking pain in the ass for me because when I try to do the zooms, like what it does the same thing as TikTok. I put a picture on the CapCuts now, and what happens is the picture zooms in too much. You don't get the whole picture, and then when I go and I said, well, if I leave it like that, and I try to post it on TikTok, they go, oh, sorry, this video is not compatible with TikTok. It breaks the guidelines of TikTok. So, and it's like, dude, I just spent like 40 minutes making this freaking video, and now you ain't gonna let me. It's not gonna be on the FYP page, and sometimes they won't even let me post the damn thing because it breaks guidelines, and it gets to be a nuisance. And I'm like, or like a lot of times when I do the video, um, and you know how I have the graphics going on, and then I got words behind it. They don't allow that either apparently because they won't put on the FYP page. So I have to make it just enough to fit them now, and it's kind of a nuisance. It takes me a lot longer to make the videos. And then there's ones where I love these. I get content from in my email of different UFO pictures and stuff, and I post it, and I do some really cool things with it. I post it and on there, and they're like, "Oh no, sorry, we can't post this because they break community guidelines." I'm like, it's a ship in the sky, like that one with the fairy. Somebody sent me that fairy, the one with the fairy on the hand. That was a pain in the ass. I'm telling you, when to post that one, it took me 4 times to get that to stay online. They wouldn't let me do it.
Huh.
So I don't know what's going on with the algorithms, but it's getting really to be a bit much for making videos.
Oh.
Or it's unoriginal. Dude, I'm sitting and I'm talking on a video. It's unoriginal. Okay. Really. So that's what I'm getting. It's almost like somebody wants to play with it. Play with it. Thank you for the heart. Hello, Papa Smurf. How you doing, Cliff? How are you? And then I seen Honey's video today with that fairy thing behind her. I'm like, oh no.
I think it's a Bigfoot behind her. That's why she wanted to use that app. She's been feeling them out there around her pool
Yeah.
between Bigfoot and fairies.
I don't know what it is with that what do they call it? Filter? There's something with that filter that gives me a headache.
Mm.
It makes me nauseous. I don't know what it is. I can't. If it was just a still picture, it's fine. But I guess the movement affects me.
Hmm.
Which filter is
And
that?
the one that Fairy uses,
Delayed lighting.
oh, makes me want to toss my cookies because it's the lighting. And I was like, well, why can't I deal with it? But then I realized it's the the way she moves and the thing moving behind her, the lighting and it's flickering, and I'm like, I don't know. It gets to be too much for me. I think it's the lighting though. I think because I do remember when it comes up on when her video comes up on a preview or something, she makes a video and doing that. When it comes up, it says photogenic, warning, photogenic lights and blah 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 on. So that's probably what happens for me for that when she comes on.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I have to like not focus on it. If I'm watching her, I gotta like move my eyes around. I can't. And that's why I try to stay focused on her comments and not her, because when I look up there, I feel like I get dizzy and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
But I really think it's the lighting. Oh, it's like, whoo, it's like, yeehaw. But this kind of light doesn't bother me. It's that constant flickering. Because after that, I think one time I was watching a movie and then people went to there was a vampire movie or something, and I was watching and they were at a rave. You know how they had them big flashing lights on TV?
Yeah.
And that was a little bit much for me. I'm not doing good. Upset about what people are going through ahead about the hurricane. Yeah, I am really not happy with that because I've heard some things. You know, I don't know too much about it, but I heard a lot of people that were in that hurricane lost a lot of things, and the government told them to go online and you can get a $750 check and I'll send it to you when they can or something like that. That's all they're getting, but yet they could do $10,000 to an immigrant and send things over to different countries that are unneeded. Why did she? That's weird. Why did she do that to you? I thought you were one of her friends. That's weird.
There's a lot more to that story.
Okay.
Hey, so what's going on
Not much.
is I had 5 people texting me. Hello?
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 Hello? I can hear you.
You can? Okay. I've had 5 people texting me finding out why the information that we was given months ago has completely changed to why now we would be taken in our sleep and put on an ark. I have a lot of people upset about that. They asked me to try and find out why the information was changed. Because originally, we were being told that we had to do the work to fix our planet. They would help us and show us how to do it. But they weren't going to do the work. That was told us how many months? And then all of a sudden, the arcs are coming along and we're going to be sleeping. And when we wake up, everything is going to be done. She claims that there was no change in the story. But yet everybody else heard it. They're texting me. They're asking me to try to find out. She's basically was calling me a liar, that I'm calling them a liar because the stories aren't consistent with each other. And she got upset and she took me off the fairy team. She took me off as a moderator and she blocked me because she thinks I'm calling the space people a liar. I'm just trying to find out why this information has changed because I have 5 other people that's texting me, asking me to find out because they're too afraid to speak up. And that's all I was trying to do is find out for other people.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, River?
What I think about what?
What he said?
Um, well, I just saw that he made a post that some other people jumped in. You know, I'm not sure how comfortable I am talking about this. So, I mean, we
Okay.
know that this has to do with April, and we know that she has some people that would just soon she'd drop off TikTok for good. And so, as her friend, I suggested that maybe it'd be better for him to message her privately rather than call her out publicly for anybody else to jump on the bandwagon. Like if I disagreed with something you did in a live room, I would message you privately to talk to you about it rather than putting you on blast publicly. And that was my only thing. And Cliff wrote me a book and then blocked me. So, and I wasn't even trying to argue, but he told me how much I irritated him and he blocked me. I was like, okay, then I won't bother you anymore, obviously. It's just the way I feel friendship works. The people I choose
Well,
to
what
be
I
my
said
friends,
to
I
her,
hope they respect me enough.
everything I said to her was in a private message. And I still don't have the answer. You know, she said on her live that they would take us in our sleep and put us on the ark. Everybody heard it. Everybody was texting me. And when I asked about it, she said, I never said they were going to take you while you're sleeping. And I said, yes, you did, because I got 5 other people that heard you. So, you know, is this misleading or is it lies or what is it?
I have the answers to
I mean, how can
that,
we how can we all
but I get what you're saying. I do, and
I mean,
I can't.
we were told for how many we was told for
I do.
we was told for months that we had to do the work. Axar Command and the space people was not going to do it for us. We would be showed how to do it.
Yes,
And it
that
went from
was
that
what
to
was
we're not
told.
going to be doing nothing. We're going to be put on an ark and woke up after everything is done. That's totally opposite of what we were told. And we was told the opposite for how many months? And then all of a sudden it changed. And I tried to get the answer. Why did it change? Why is the stories different now? And she said, they're not stories. I said, well, the information. Why is the information different? And I said, because, you know, even the police department, when they question people, if something happens, they separate everybody and they get what everybody is saying about it and see if the stories are consistent or if they're different. If they're different, then they're being made up. And her stories are not consistent. They're not.
What were you gonna say, Brim?
I'm thinking of how to word this, cause I I I I I was told differently from my people the way it was going to be done, um, and I'm not going to be thrashing on anybody, but I'm just going to say that the information lies within what I had said on my previous lives and in my videos. And people can come to their own conclusion and their own how they perceive things, but I've noticed a change in stories that I've heard from 3 different people. That I've heard the stories from 3 different people, and I heard 3 different versions of the scenario with certain individuals. But that's why I have certain issues with certain commands, and like I said, I'm not going to bash anybody. But I think there's a lot of deception.
Hmm.
If you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I think is
No, I
deception.
don't. I don't know what you mean.
Uh,
But yes, River, you might not have been on tonight. She said that, but she did say, she said, we got the arcs. We're bringing them all over the world. They were bringing some to Japan that one night. And she said, you're simply going to go to sleep. You'll be taken to an ark. They know where everybody is. You'll be transported to an ark, and when you wake up, you'll think you just slept one night, and the whole world will be changed around to the new world. That's what she said basically. But she did say it in one of her live broadcasts, and that's the one that everybody is questioning. And I tried to get answers. And even if they don't take you while you're sleeping, the other two stories are still 360 degrees from each other. First, we went from working on the planet ourselves and being shown how to do stuff to being sleeping in an ark. Even those two stories, regardless of how they're going to take us to put us in an ark, the fact of going in an ark is completely opposite of what we was originally told. We were being told that we have to clean up our own mess, and they'll teach us how with some of their technology.
now, I can just tell you what my beings told me.
That's what I want to hear.
But yeah,
Um,
she said that during a live broadcast. Everybody heard it.
I can't agree or disagree with that because I don't want to be put on the spot here. There's, it's, oh, it's a mixture of things. I try to stay away from that part of it, but I know what my people told me, so I'm going with what my people told me. That's the best way I can approach the whole situation at this point. When I went up, I was told that there's going to be groups of seven going up, slow but surely, seven groups of seven, and maybe smaller groups of three. It was always 3 and 7 with them. And I work with the Celestial Council, the Divine Order, the Galactic Federation Alliance, and Emerald Order. And what I heard from them was groups of 7 or 3. Now, I don't know much about the Ashtars. I don't know what they do. I was told not to go on their ships permanently, not to be able to go on their ships.
Oh,
So, what I was told in March, and this was confirmed by other channelers and other people that get spiritual knowledge from the space people. They said that this is what has happened and what is going to happen. In March, they put out a pulse. It woke up the Cedar ships. The Cedar ships are deep inside of the earth. They were put there millions of years ago when they brought, like the animals here. They brought some of the animals here, and some of the beings came from them. The ships on them had some aliens that are sleeping in there. They're called the Cedars. And the Cedar ships, which are called arcs, are residing in the earth. They're the ones that brought the octopuses, the whales, for entertainment purposes only, because I'm not going to get in trouble for this. So, they brought the Cedar ships here, and it let the whales and some of the other weird creatures we got on this planet here, and some of the beings that were here, were brought here. Then they put the ships to sleep, and the people went into the cryogenic chamber and waited for the awakening. So they've been asleep this entire time. But they were inside the consciousness, which they got that consistent pulse of information. Well, it was then activated. They were then activated and woken up in late March, and this was confirmed by different people that the arcs and the beings on the ship, the Cedars, and the arcs were activated. Some of them have left Earth, but a lot of them are still here. So, when they're pulled onto, when the first ascension comes, the first ascension is going to go into the heavenly realm or heavenly dimension. That's the ones like the angels and the ones that believe in that kind of thing. They're going to be in the first ascension. Basically, the Christians and the angel kind of beings and all that fit in that category are going up then. Then the second wave. Now, the second wave of that is going to be the spatial beings, kind of like the Palladians and dragons, some of the Draconians, which are good. Not all of them are bad. And a lot of the spatial beings that are here on the planet are going to be taken up. And as for the human side of it, a lot of us are hybrids, or we have their souls inside of us. You're going to be pulled up on that ship on the second wave. Your duties on those ships, on those arcs, are going to restore Earth into its former glory, and you're also going to help others and teach others how the universe works, because that's why you're being taken on the second wave. You're going to help people, you're going to be awake, and you're going to stay awake, and you get a new body, and you get a new name. So when you go up there, you're going to have that same soul, you're just going to be different, and you won't age, because you get to stay that age, and time moves faster in space on those ships, and it's been a proven fact that it is doing that. So then there's going to be, when it's about ready, there's going to be the third wave. The third wave are people that are going to be on the crystalline ships. And the ones on the crystalline ships are going to be the ones with a higher vibration that stayed here until the last of the lost were pulled up. And then after all of the lost people, all the people you could save are pulled up, then the third wave happens, and you then go to your crystalline ship. And those crystalline ships have been brought here by the Celestial Council and the Divine Order, brought them ships here. And why crystalline ships? Well, simple. Because when humans evolve, they're going to become a crystalline being, and that's why you have the crystalline ships, because your DNA, your energy pattern is going to mix with that ship, and you're going to be one with your ship. You're going to control the ship with just a mere thought, kind of like what they do with some of the organic ships now. You just put your hand in there, and you say, or you just think it, I want the ship to go right, left, this, that. And that's what you're going to do. And that's what the ship does. Why do we have the ships? Well, those ships are going to be able to explore different galaxies, restore some of humanity, protect humanity, fight evil beings that are not supposed to be there, and cause mischief and mayhem. Basically, to bring out and to pass the message through different parts of the universe that still haven't reached it. That is why we're on the crystalline ships, and that's why the DNA and the being we are coded to those ships. We are the only ones that are going to be able to control them ships, because we are the higher ascended being, and we're the only kind of crystalline being out in the universe. So that is why we have the crystalline ships. And I was told also that that one of the groups of people were infiltrated by the reptilians. They were working with certain earthly groups to create a fear and a panic, and they brought things here. Basically, they call them arcs, but they're not really arcs at all. They're more of it's a giant thing. It's a giant ship. It reminds me of the Matrix. You know when Neo was inside that little thing he was using as a battery,
Yeah.
and what happens when the body breaks down? What do they use that for? If you catch what I'm saying, that's kind of what they're doing. Um, but I'm not going to step on anybody's toes. This is information I heard, so it could be a different part of that group, but that's what I heard. And also, many people, many channels will tell you that that command that everybody loves to talk about is run by a um, military-ish kind of group, and they don't speak to humans. But again,
Which command is that? Ashtar?
you would have to look at my profile because I don't want to call anybody out. Here's a video. And that came off somebody else's page because I knew this, and there's a lot of people saying that, and there's two groups that are lying to the human people, and just because a group calls themselves light, they're not really light at all. And it's kind of like the space beings told me, if somebody has to tack light at the end of their name, it's a psyop. It's a lie.
And this is what I've been picking up as an empath, that we were being tricked. I've been feeling this for like 4 months. And I tried to bring this to April's attention. She said, Ashtar Command has everything under control. And I said, but I'm picking up some negative, very, very negative energy, a lot of it. So much to where I can't shake it off no more. And that's exactly what you said is some of the people that's saying they're light isn't light.
Well, that one other group I'll point out, but I'm not pointing out the other one. A lot of people want to follow what these, the Galactic Federation of Light. No, that's a bunch of bullcrap. I'm telling you right now, it's a bunch of beings that just tack light on their name, and they're totally deceiving everybody. But the other one or two, I'm not naming because a lot of people are fans of them, and I'm not here to bash anybody or a certain group, but I was told not to affiliate with them, and I was I was reprimanded from them twice about going there. And once I was out of curiosity. The second time was an accident, but I really got a thorough lecture about going there the second time. So I kind of stay away from that.
You got lectured from your people, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it was a lecture and a half. I felt like I was there for a week listening to me and myself being lectured.
Wow.
You basically gave me confirmation of what I've been feeling tonight, and I thank you for that, because I have been feeling that we've been misled by some people.
I always said,
so this is coming,
and I'm always going to tell you, look within yourself. Your answers are there. Question everything. Look for the answer within inside yourself. You already know the answer. So there's no reason for me to give you the answer. Any divine being will tell you, we're here to assist you, not do it for you. We are here to guide, not to do it for you. Us as earth people have to do things ourselves. We don't have to look to the space or a galactic leader, a religious leader, a spiritual advisor, or a channeler to give you mystical powers and all that. It's always within inside of yourself. We all have those powers. You all have those abilities. When you look within inside yourself, you find them. It's plain and simple. And, that's just how it is. The answers are there. You want the answers, you look
Yeah.
within. Because when you look inside a mirror, who do you see? You see yourself. Look closely, and you can see everything in your eyes. I've done it. I have stared in the mirror, looked in my eyes, and I seen what I seen inside of me. When you do that and you get to that point, you raise your vibration to a high level, and then you look in the mirror and look at yourself, look in your eyes, you'll see a whole nother world of experiences, and you'll know the truth. And when you go look for the truth, don't think and use your mind, because your mind always leads you into trouble. You look with your heart, your feeling, and your soul. The 3 in 1. That's where your 369 comes into play, because you're the perfect 369. That's why you always hear those numbers. You need 3 parts for communication. You need 6 parts to live. You need 9 parts to be a human. There's your 369. You all are a part of the universe, and you all need to be your own unique selves, because some groups want to make you a carbon copy of them, which you're not going to fit in that puzzle piece in the universe. That's why you have to carve your way, listen to yourself, make and create yourself in your own image, in your own way that you see things. That's why we're here. We're unique. We're here to learn. And yes, you travel to other places and other places in the universe, because they're schools. You learn from them as they want to come here and learn from us. If that does that help anybody? Does that resonate?
It does.
Definitely. I have been able to look into the future and see things sometimes just 5 minutes, sometimes up to 2 weeks. And I've been doing this since I was in elementary school, and I have never, ever, not even once, been wrong. Whenever I say something's going to happen, it happens. And so I have the gift of prophecy in short term. I can only go 2 weeks. That's the furthest I can go to see what into the future. And then I have the empath. And both of these things is telling me that we were being misled. And when I tried to get answers, I got blocked. I think I was getting too close to the truth, is what I feel.
When I pick up in...
Because I was questioning. No one else.
I'm gonna...
No one else
I'm gonna
questions.
give you... yeah, nobody questions, because that some people know, they just don't want to say, and that's their choice. But I'm going to give you an example for a minute. When I do a reading and cards, I've gotten pretty good with cards and oracle cards, but I've always seen in the cards it says trust your intuition. What do you need to do? What do each of us need to do? Trust your intuition. And if you second guess yourself, then, it's not good at all. Usually your first intuition, your first feeling that you get is normally right.
That's the one you go by. Yep.
You don't listen to your mind, your mind will get you in trouble.
I even used that when I used to do paranormal investigation. If I got a gut feeling, don't go in there, I listened to it, because whenever I went against my gut feeling, something happened. Every single time.
Yeah, and that's done me when I did paranormal things. I I used to go ghost hunting. I traveled all over the world ghost hunting.
Yeah.
I've seen some crazy mad stuff.
Wow.
I had stuff happen to me that I can explain. I mean, I
Yeah.
was sitting in a chair in the middle of a friggin' forest. Nobody was around me, but I was slammed back 10 feet and I got my arm broke. Figure that one. How'd that happen?
Whoa.
I mean, I've had crazy stuff like that happen. And
We me and my wife did stuff, but because she was more sensitive, they usually went
Mhm.
after her. She's been pushed. She has been grabbed by the arm in a cemetery and tried to be drugged somewhere else. She was pushed downstairs in another house that we did in Bowling Green, Florida. Yeah, they never went after me though. I think my will is too strong.
And a
I can
lot of
sense
them,
them. I can feel them. I know when
hmm and I see a
I
lot
can
of
feel
these
them. We went to
beings.
a cemetery. Yeah, we went to a cemetery once, and I felt like
Okay.
something. You ever get the feeling like someone's looking over your shoulder when no one else
Yes,
is in
all
the
the
room?
time. Right?
Okay, well, that's the feeling. That's the feeling I got at this cemetery, and my wife was behind me. I said, "Take a picture." I said, "Something is behind me. I can feel it. It's over my right shoulder." So she took a picture. There were two orbs over my right shoulder, right behind me, looking over my shoulder. Because that we were, we were told as a paranormal. Sometimes they're curious to see what kind of instrument you're using in your hand or something. So they kind of watch,
Mm-hmm.
they're looking over your shoulder like someone else is. And that's what these were doing. I mean, they were right behind me, right over my shoulder, and that's where I felt them at. I could sense them, but I could not see them. They had to show up in the camera.
And see, it's okay to let them use a little part of your energy to manifest, but what a lot of people do to do these ghost huntings is, which I heard there was going to be a law against that, which I'm kind of glad because a lot of these ghost hunters they go into these houses and they kind of piss them off by saying like negative things,
Yeah,
and it's kind of disrespectful to them, I think, and it pisses them off and that infuriates them to do things. And I think there is a law against that now about doing that. But whenever a lot of these evil entities that are floating around the planet, that negative energy, it feeds off fear. And they want to get stronger. So they're going to
yeah, it
do
does.
things to make you have fear. And when you feed into that fear, you make them stronger. Then they start to do harmful things to you. And on the other side of the coin, I lived in a haunted house. I had a vision. I seen something when I woke up. I seen a whole scenario played out. I have two ghosts that follow me all over the place now. I call her Hayden. She's always there, and I think she plays tricks on me every once in a while because when I go, Hayden, are you here? And that's probably the voice you guys hear too behind me. You can hear Hayden sometimes, and I think you can hear the Palladian. And it also, sometimes you can hear a little kid, a little child, and I think that's a little boy that came with Hayden because what I seen, I helped him with. I helped him in that house because when I lived in this haunted house, I was down in a room. I have to tell you the story. Is when I was living on a place called Union Street, and it was a pretty good room, but I didn't like it because it was in the hood. So my son's mother asked me if I wanted to go live in this house. And it was in another. It was called in a town called Alta Vista. It was a big house. The house was built in like 1913 or something like that. So we stayed in the house, and she said, "Well, okay, I got this room up here, but you can have this room down here." I'm like, okay, so I'm like, yeah, cool. You know what? No problem. So when I went to sleep in that bed and I was sleeping, and for the first hour or two, it felt like the blanket was being tugged from me because it was kind of cold outside, It was kind of towards the fall and the winter,
Oh wow.
and it was kind of cold out. And so I had the blanket up. I pulled the blanket up. I like to have the blanket up over near my shoulder. And I felt the blanket. And we had cats and animals. And I know that I always like my doors shut because I don't like my doors open. I get freaked out. I don't know why. My doors have to be shut. So I had my doors shut. And I had my TV on low because I like the, the light and all that sometimes. Well, I keep them on and I go to sleep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and about an hour or so later, the TV, I heard the TV click off because I put on the sleeper. The TV was completely off. My room was not facing the road; it was facing the backyard. So, and the way my bed was positioned, there was no way this could have happened. So both of my doors were locked. There was nobody in the room, no animals, no nothing. I felt the blanket being tugged off my shoulder 2 or 3 times, and it was getting cold, and
Wow.
and I say, cut it out. I was like, cut out messing with me, whoever's there, because I felt a presence there, but I wasn't sure. You know when you're asleep and you're in that daze, and I felt something there,
Yeah.
but and it didn't feel negative or harmful. It was just, oh wow, that was just trying to hit me. I just seen a shadow off my wall. That kind of creeped me out a little. So I was laying there, and the blanket kept being pulled, and I'm like, cut it out. If you're a friendly ghost or a friendly spirit, cut it out. I'm not playing with Casper the Friendly Ghost tonight. I'm not doing it. So I kind of chuckled, and I was falling asleep. The blanket slides down again. I'm like, really? So I'm like, I pulled the blanket back up, and I'm like, I was like, what in the world is going on? So I pulled the blanket up over my head this time. The blanket gets completely ripped off the freaking bed. It goes completely on the floor at the foot of my bed. I jump up, and I'm looking around, and I'm looking, and I'm leaning back, and my hand, I have my hands pushed to the bed, and I look over. I'm looking. First, I was looking straight ahead. I'm like, what in the hell is going? And then I stopped in the mid sentence. To my left, I seen a man holding up a woman, and there was a child beside them. Right. This entity was holding these 2 people and doing things, and
Whoa.
I thought I was looking at this. This was like at 3 something in the morning. I looked at that and I said, and I don't know. I was getting pissed for some reason, and I looked over and I said, cut the shit. This thing looked at me. It looked me dead in the eyes, and I'm like, oh my Lord, because something happened to the other 2, and it looked me dead in the eyes. I'm like, you better get the hell out of my room right now. I am not playing with you. And it just went, and then took off. The next morning, I jumped out of that bed. I jumped out of the bed. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. I am whipping my shit out of the room. I am pushing all my clothes, my furniture, my dresser into the living room. I slept in the living room. So my son's mother comes down the stairs, and she's like, why are you in here? I go, I am not sleeping in that room anymore. There's a ghost in there. I've seen some crazy shit. I refuse to go with him, and I am not doing it. There ain't no amount of money that's going to get me to stay in that room. And if I have to stay in that room, I'm moving out. She goes, well, there's another room upstairs. I was like, I'm taking that. Well, that's Hannah's room. I don't care whose room it is. I'm taking it. I went up and took that room. I was like, nope. I moved my stuff up the stairs. I went in that room and got my stuff set up. The next night, I'm sleeping. Here we go again. The blankets get pulled off my bed, off my shoulder. And I look over, and I had a chair. There was there was like a little rocking chair in the room. It was kind of a white rocking chair, and it stayed in the room. And for some reason, I kept it in the room. It was by the window. So I'm like, huh. So I went to sleep. The blanket's pulled up again. And I'm like, hey, can you cut it out? And I look up and I seen the rocking chair rocking back and forth, moving. All the windows were shut. The windows were closed because
Oh,
it was
boy.
cold. It was winter. The rocking chair was moving. And I'm thinking, huh, this is not good at all. This is weird. I'm like, okay, whatever. You're welcome. Thank you.
Wow.
Whatever, you know. And I went, thank you for showing yourself to me. And I went to sleep. Well, a couple of days later, my son came up to me because I was downstairs and he's like, oh, that's right. I was downstairs and I'm like, I heard, Daddy, 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 Daddy. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? I was like, why is he calling me? So I put down, I was cooking at the time. I put down everything, put everything on low. I went upstairs. I'm like, are you calling me? He's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, are you sure you play with me? Because you like to play those pranks and stuff. So did you do this? He's like, no, I didn't do it. Thank you, Dom, for the dinosaur. And I'm like, he's like, no, I didn't do it. So I was like, okay, I'm hearing things maybe. So I get back into the kitchen, and this kind of tripped me out. This is where I got a little, ugh. I was cutting up mushrooms. I walk into the kitchen. The freaking knife slides right off the counter and almost got me.
Oh, man.
It was like a couple inches away. I picked it up and I got, okay, it's going to be like this. Exactly what I said. It's going to be like this. All right. So I said, fine. All right, we'll play this game. So I went around. I went and bought some sage. I went around. I saged the house. I put salt all around the windows and doors. Went and got some brick. Broke some brick. Put it at the doorways. I was like, okay, all right. So I did all that. And I went from room to room. And my plan was to push this thing into the attic, right? So I went from every room to room, and I pushed it into the attic. And the attic was in the bathroom. So I pushed it up there. I put salt in the doorway of the attic and left it up there. Well, about a couple weeks later, my roommate from here moved in over there. He said he's in the bathroom. He's like, there's something wrong with the attic. I didn't tell him this. I kept this to myself because there's something up with the attic. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
I knew what he was talking about, but I played it off. I wasn't trying to freak anybody out. You know what I'm saying? He's like, you still got them ghost app? I said, yeah. So we put the ghost app on, and it's like, Chuck. And it basically said, look up. And this and that, and the noise, there started being noises in the attic. My roommate was like, what's going on? I was like, oh, I ain't saying anything at this point. It's like, maybe there's a spirit up there, you know? And he was so adamant that there was something up there, and I had to play along with it. I didn't want to tell him there was the evil person up there. So I don't know if I still have that on film. I might have it up on a picture of it somewhere. I have to look because I have billions of pictures. But I took my phone and I opened up. You know how it's got to push the little small opening, and it's got like a push. You open and you push it over, and you look up in the attic.
Yeah.
I wasn't going up there.
Yeah.
There's no freaking way I was going to go up there. He went, why don't you go up there and look? I was like, Daddy, why don't you kiss my ass? So I was like, hell no. I was like, from that last time it seen me, it looked like I wanted to rip my head off. So I was like, yeah, no. But what I will do is
Wow.
I will open it up because I knew there was salt around it, so it couldn't pass that barrier. You know what I'm saying? So I stick my hand up, and I was like, he's like, look up, stick your head up in there. I said, no. I took my arm, And I'm like, snap, 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 snap. I snapped like about 100 pictures. I'm like hitting the button up in the attic.
Wow.
And so I took like I must have taken like 25 pictures, and then I heard choo, 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 choo. I'm like, oh hell no! I closed that attic and jumped down off the dresser. I'm like, nope, I ain't playing with you.
Wow.
We went outside. We were smoking a cigarette, and I'm flipping through the pictures because my energy, dude, at that moment was, I felt like really a bunch of emotions, and it was kind of making my heart race. I felt like I was going 100 miles an hour. So, like, you know how like you run and it starts to hurt? That's what I was feeling. So I went on the back porch, and we were smoking out there, and probably shouldn't have been a good thing. I'm having a hard time breathing, but yeah, I'm smoking like an idiot. But anyway, I'm smoking out there, and I'm drinking a soda, and I'm flipping through the pictures, and we seen an image in the dark. You could see a shadow in the dark. Because
Wow.
when the camera flashed, you could see the image moving across the room.
Whoa.
And he's like, so every time he went to the bathroom, he kept the door, he kept the door slightly open. Because every time he would shut the door would just open. And ever since then, I started getting Hayden follows me around. And I think the little child, because when we moved out on the last night, oh man, that was nuts. That last night by myself, everybody moved out of the house, right? And I was the cleanup crew basically. Now this room has one, two, three, 4. It was a 4-bedroom house, and it was built in 1913, some 1917, something like that. And I did have those experiences with the ghosts. And during the time of living there, my roommate was like, I could see a kid peering down the stairs at me, or there's a kid peering up the stairs at me, or we heard like Gabriel's voice, or we'd hear one of the girls that live with us voice, but they never called us. It's really weird. So that last night there,
Wow.
I never want to do that or go alone in a house again because that creeped me out. Everybody's gone. I locked all the doors. This is where you really found out it was freaking haunted. I really found out that day that house was haunted. I tell you what, never in my day. Never want to do a ghost hunt by myself again. And that wasn't even really a ghost hunt. I was just trying to, clean up the house so we can get it ready so we can make sure everything is moved out.
Yeah.
So I was the detail of cleaning it all up, and I was in my room. Everything's gone. I put my little blankets on the floor, my pillow, and I got my little PlayStation and my TV, and my soda and all that stuff. I'm in the room on the floor, and I had locked all the doors. All the windows were shut. All the bedroom doors were shut, right? The only one open was, for some reason, I left that door open. I don't know why, but I left the door open. And I felt like something was watching me. Like, this is getting on my nerves. I almost wanted to get up and shut the door, so I didn't. I didn't do it, but you could hear footsteps coming up and down the stairs. I'm like, hello?
Oh boy.
Hello? Hello? Nobody answers. Okay? I'm hallucinating. Maybe there's something in my cigarettes. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I'm tired. Hey, Paul! Hey, Paul! Look around. Nobody here. I text her. I was like, where are you? She goes, I'm at the new apartment. Oh, okay. And then, about an hour or so later, Daddy. My text on the phone. Is Gabriel with you? Yeah, what do you think you'd be, silly? Okay. Somebody's playing tricks on me now, huh? All right. I was sitting there getting a little paranoid, you know what I'm saying? It started kind of freaking me out. I was getting freaked out. I heard, do, slam! I'm like, what in the... I heard the slam, it made me jump out of my skin. I was laying on the floor. Imagine me, 250 pounds, jumped off the floor like a like a scared cat would. And I'm like, yo, what the hell was that?
Wow.
I got the flashlight. I'm looking around. All of the doors were shut and locked. And I'm like, this makes no sense. I go back up the stairs. No, all the doors are shut. Go back into my room. I'm like, okay. This is weird. And all during that night, doors were opening, slamming, cabinets were opening and shutting, footsteps, voices, creaking, faucet turning on, faucet turning off, lights were flipping on, lights were flipping off. And I'm like, this is crazy. And during my time there, our neighbor said that she goes, I think your girlfriend's kind of cute. This is the funny part about this. My roommate, my neighbors, they were a couple that's been in their house and they've seen many people come and go in it, right? And she's like, one day, I was out in the yard mowing the lawn and she starts talking to me. She goes, wow, so are you the only one that lives in the house besides that girl? I'm like, no, there's a lot of people that live in the house. We got like 5 or 6 people. She goes, well, your girlfriend's really hot. I'm like, well, thank you. I didn't have one at the point. I was just, I didn't have one. So I'm like, okay. She goes, what kind of dress was that? Because that dress looks old. I'm like,
Oh boy.
huh? She goes, yeah, she has long dark hair and she's standing in the window. She's wearing like a white and red dress. She's in the window. She's usually looks like she's in the rocking chair, rocking back and forth. I'm like, you sure you're saying this? She's like, yeah, she looks at me and waves at me all the time. She seems really friendly. You're a nice couple. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh God.
And so I kind of blew that off like, yeah, whatever, with all the other weird stuff happening in the house, I had that going on. Then one day on a Saturday, we have this 100-mile yard sale thing going on. So across the street was a car dealership, and they do like auto repair and they have like cars out there. So and the guy was selling some stuff out there. So I walked across the street and I wanted to see what he had selling in the yard sale. So I'm out there talking to him. He goes, "Man, you live in that house?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, you got there's some stuff that happened in that house a long time ago." I'm like, "Okay, what are you talking about?" He goes, and then he tells me a story about a man and a woman and a child had gotten unalived in that house, and he's going on and telling me the story. Like, huh? That's an interesting story. I didn't tell him anything about the house or anything. And he's describing who I seen. And I'm like, okay. And then I got the flash of my neighbor talking to me about her too. I'm listening to this guy talk about it. I'm like, oh, okay. This isn't a coincidence. This is something with this now. So then, a couple of days later, I went to the store. There was a store like 3 buildings away. I went to the store and she's like, "Well, I haven't seen you here before." And I'm like, "Yeah." I decided to come up and get a soda. She goes, "Where do you live?" I go, "I live about 2-3 houses down." She goes, "Oh, the haunted house?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "There's some shit in there." I'm like, "Really? You want to tell me about that?" She goes, and she tells me the story. And how her best friend had a friend that lived there that was unalived. And I'm like, huh. And I go, "Do you remember what her name was?" She goes, "I think her name was Hayden." Okay. So I came back here went back to that house, and I was living at, and my roommate was there, and another person was there. So we're using, like, those like ghost apps. We're using them ghost apps, and I'm like, "Hey, what is your name?" Hayden. All three
Oh, boy.
phones. Hayden came up in text, or Hayden came up in voice, and we all three looked at each other, and I'm like, interesting. And then when I moved here, when I moved to this house, because we moved to another house before I moved here, and I know Hayden was at the other house too. So when I came here and I used the Ghost app here, just for hee haws, I'm like, "Hey, is anybody out there? Hello." It said, it goes, "Hello." I'm like, is this? Who is this? You know me? Do I? Are you a male or female? Girl. Oh. Do you have a child with you? Yes. I'm like, oh no. Oh, really? Here we go. And so, I'm like, "What is your name?" "Hayden." My roommate looks at me and goes, "I guess she's following you now." So that is my whole experience with my
Wow.
ghost partner here.
Wow. She's like a guardian angel, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when I seen her, but holy hell, when I seen her, she was a pretty woman. She looked like she was, yeah, and Trina was there. Trina heard it on the voice box. You could hear her talking on the voice box that I have. I even still might have that voice box on this phone, where you can actually hear when I ask, "Hayden, are you there?" And it would answer back, "Yes." I do keep a lot of that stuff, but yeah, that's the kind of experiences I've had with the paranormal. I've had others, but that was the coolest one. So enough
We
about
did
me.
before my wife passed in 2016, because we did ghost hunting for 14 years, and we used to look things up on the internet, places to go, and it was coming up on our anniversary. She wanted to do something special for our anniversary, so she found a place in Monticello, Florida, which is up kind of like 20 miles from Tallahassee. You probably know where Monticello is, right?
No, I haven't been to
It's
Florida.
20 miles. Okay, well, this is it's an old town, mostly old colonial style homes built in the 1920s, and this place here that we stayed at was a haunted bed and breakfast, the John Denham bed and breakfast, and that was haunted. We had some experiences there, but right up the road, I was asking the lady in the bed and breakfast. I said, "Where is the Palmer House?" Because I said we heard a lot about it. My mother-in-law used to live up here for a while, and she said there's a house that's very haunted. It's called the Palmer House. She said that's the road that's up on the one that's up on our corner down the street. You can walk to it from here. And but she said it's been closed down for a couple of years now. She said, however, the lady who owns it, she turned it into an antique store, and they had to close it. And she said, but her daughter has a thrift store right next to just to the left of it. Maybe she'll let you go in there. So we went up there. We spent like an hour talking with this lady. She said, no. She said, let me tell you what happened. She said, my mom has an antique store in there, and people were getting pushed. Their legs were getting broke. Their arms were getting, and the insurance company said, we can't keep covering all these claims. You know, you have to close down. So she closed, completely closed down. But this house was on My Ghost Story on TV, and it was also on The Haunted Collector. So this was a and so we went there in the daytime, After talking with this lady's daughter, um, we went up there to see what it was look like, and they got steps going up to this porch, and it has a French doors, and the one door on the right had a tiny hole. I don't know if it used to be a door knocker that a bolt used to go through, but you could look through and see all the way through the house to the French doors in the back. And I was looking through this little hole and looking down into the building, and I just got the strange the hair on my neck, the hair on my arms all stood up, and I felt like if I stayed there I felt like if I stayed there another second, this is where that gut feeling feels, that something would have reached through the door and choked me. That's the feeling I got. So I was running down the stairs. When she was going up, I said, "Oh hell, I'm out of here." Well, we went back that night. We went back that night with some people from Tallahassee. They do ghost tours. It's Big Bend Ghost Tours, and that's one of the places they took us to. They said, take pictures of the windows and everything. Sometimes you get. So anyway, I took a picture of the windows to the left of these French doors. That they had like a lace curtain in it, and I had an old digital camera, and I didn't see at first what I got until I downloaded everything into the laptop. But that one window, there was a hand reaching through all the way up just past the wrist, reaching out from inside, and it looked like it was holding some kind of I want to say like a hunting knife, because it was black, silver, and black bands on the very end of the handle, kind of like a hunting knife. And all this showed up in my picture. Oh my God. I said, see, there is a hand reaching out through the window, and that's what I was feeling when I stood at the front door. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. But that house was on TV twice. They say one out of every 3 houses in Monticello is haunted, and that one was the worst one.
Huh.
That was the worst one. Yeah.
I should have actually ventured
the daughter
down
was
there.
telling. Yeah, the daughter was telling us. She said we had motion sensor alarm system upstairs and downstairs because it's a 2-story house. This used to be, the guy used to be a doctor, but he also was the only town mortician. So he did the upstairs, and she said we had to deactivate the upstairs sensors because they were going off every single night. So they disconnected the second floor. And she said one night Mom was out of town, and so the police department had my phone number in case something happened. And she said they called me late in the morning. We have to get into the house. We got motion on the first floor. So she says I went there, and she said there was 2 cops there, and they were arguing over which one was going to have to go in there because they didn't want to go in that house.
Right.
That's how bad that place was.
I've been to some whacked out places like that. I went to a prison, and the things were being slammed around. And I didn't like that. I kept getting uneasy feelings, negative energy. I think I got scratched. I'm like, no, and I ended up leaving there because I couldn't deal with it. It was too much for me. Too much of that negative energy was making me nauseous, and I'm feeling dizzy. It was like something was like trying to attack me, and it was so much negative. I'm like, I had to leave.
Yeah.
I went to an insane asylum. That was nuts. There's a giant story behind that one. I went to the ones that were called 7 Gates, the Spider Gate. I've been there. I've been to the Stanley Hotel. I've been to where Amityville was. I've been to a haunted hotel, and that was a hospital at one time in New York. The house in Connecticut. That was nuts. No, I that's one place I would never want to go again either. I went to the Black Forest in Germany. I went to Vlad the Impaler's castle.
Wow.
I went to Stonehenge. I went to the Japanese forest. I can't say the name. Where Logan Paul went to. Um, I all of my experiences, you know, I was a skeptic, but after seeing a lot of what I seen, it's like, holy crap, there's a lot more in the universe than what we think. And things are not always as you see.
Oh yeah.
And that worst experience I ever had was being tossed in the forest. That was one of the worst ones. That really freaked me out. But the other one that freaked me out was the insane asylum too. This is when I was like 17, 18. My friends decided they wanted to go ghost hunting, and we had some time off of school. And they said, "You want to make $1,000?" I'm like, "Yeah." We go. My friend comes over with a newspaper article saying that there was this hospital that it's a 4-floor hospital, and it's an insane asylum, and that if you stay there the night and make it through the night without running out, they'll give you $1,000 a person. I'm like, okay. So he's
Wow.
let's go do this. And I'm like, dude, I don't know about this. I mean, $1,000 to stay in a hospital in a place like that, it might be a little bit shady. So we talked to the lady, some like a little old couple, you know. And so we decided we took the drive out to Ohio. I think it was near Cleveland. So we drove out there. We pulled up into this old asylum. It looked like it was in pretty good shape from the outside, but the inside was tore up. But it was still walkable. You could still do it. It wasn't too bad. It had black gates, and so we drove all the way up in there. We met the old couple, and they were like, "Yeah." It's like, and we drove up there at like 6 p.m. And it's like, "Okay, how many people are with you?" And I was like, "Well, there's 5 of us." She's like, "Okay." So that's what we did. We went up in there, and I was like, "How many floors is this?" She goes, "Oh, it's 3 floor. It's a 3-floor hospital, and you know, if you can stay the night from 6 to 6, we'll give you $1,000." And I'm like, "Okay." I was like, "It's haunted, right?" She goes, "Oh yeah, it's haunted. You'll get an
Oh
experience.
boy.
It'll be one you will never forget." I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, sure." You know, I'm thinking to myself, "Okay," and I'm like, "Is anything set up in there?" Because this was the '80s. You know, they didn't have like that imaging and technology, you know, that we have now. So we took our little RCA cameras out with the little VCR tapes. We put them in there, and so we walked around.
Yep.
We walked around the hospital. She said, "This is 1 floor," and you know how on one side of the building, on the left side, they had a bunch of stairs and emergency exit, and each level had its own stairs going out. And then there was another one on the other side of the building where all the stairs can go up. So we walked up one flight, and as we walked up the stairs, we locked all of them. She put a chain and padlock on all of them on one side. So when we came around, we looked at each floor. We shut all the doors. We checked them out, see if there's any wires or anything attached to it, right? We looked to see if there's any wires or any fishing line, anything that could cause anything weird and human to happen, because we were more of the skeptics at this point. Two of the girls were like, "Yeah," they believed it, and I was like, "Whatever." So we went through, we checked all the floors, and so it got to be, they left, and they locked the gate, and it's like, "Okay, have a nice night." I'm like, huh. Okay, sure. And when I went through the first time, I didn't feel any vibes. I didn't get nothing. It was like, just building, whatever, whatever. I don't care. So, you know how the doors in the hospital are very heavy? It took like 2 people to shut those doors because they were kind of
Yeah.
rusted, but we shut them all anyway. So it was about, we hung outside, we were sitting there chilling, drinking soda, just talking. It got late. It got to be about 12 o'clock at night. We decided to go up into the building. So we went on the first floor. We got in the community room. We lit the little lights that were for that room. Because the whole building wasn't lit, just that room we did with the lights that we had. So we lit up the room. We were sitting there talking for like an hour or two. And then it's about 2:30. He's like, okay, let's go. I said, okay. So, I thought I was going to be teamed up with somebody, but apparently not. So, one of the guys and one of the girls took the first floor. Another guy and girl took the second floor. I ended up on the 3rd floor by myself. And as soon as they said that, I'm like, oh, hell. I don't like this. I'm like, I don't like this whatsoever. Something is going to happen. I knew it. And I was a little bit scared, actually, to be honest. I was a little bit scared. And I'm like, I made sure I had a weapon of choice on me. I had the flashlights. And I had my camera with me. So I got up to the 3rd floor. And I knew that nobody could get in the building because the other side was locked. So I wasn't worried about that. So I got to the 3rd floor. And I was sitting at the entrance of the 3rd floor. I opened the doors, propped them with a rock because the doors were open. So I opened them up, propped them with a rock. I'm sitting down there at the edge of the hallway, my back to the wall. I'm looking down the hallway. It looked like a scary dark tunnel. It looked like one of them horror movies when you're looking down a long hallway and you can see light shining through the windows. And I was like, oh, this is creepy. I'm like, and we had little walkie-talkies. I'm like, dude, this 3rd floor is creepy as shit. There's something creepy going on up here. He goes, why? It's like, dude, my hair, as soon as I get up here, has been standing on end the entire time. There is something crazy up here. Something very, I don't know. And he goes, well, you do have those senses. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't believe you. Whatever, shut up. So I started drinking my soda. I'm drinking my Coke at the time. I ate some of my sub, and I'm looking down the hallway. Yeah, this is freaking wonderful. He's like, so, have you investigated any rooms yet? I was like, nope. He goes, why? I was like, sitting down the end of the hallway. He's like, well, maybe you should go check. I was like, hell no. I'm by myself. Maybe I'll wait for one of you guys to come up here. I don't want to come down that damn hallway myself. They're like, So that you could hear them talking back and forth and, oh, this was kind of cool, or, oh, I can see this and that. And this, they were talking about the stuff that was going on with them. And I'm just sitting there silent. Radio silence for me, and I'm looking down the hallway. I got finished my sub. I started to light a cigarette. Boom! What the fuck? The cigarette flies out of my hand. The soda drops. The soda's rolling across the floor. I heard the biggest freaking boom.
Oh, God.
I was like, what in the fuck? Whoops. I said, what in the F is that? I jumped from my ass to on my feet. I flipped, that camera was hanging like on my side. I flipped the camera on my shoulder. I flipped that thing on. And I was like, no way. And I'm like, they're like, and you could hear them over there. What are you doing up there? I ain't doing nothing. Because I think they heard it too. I'm like, did you follow her? I'm like, dude, I don't know what's going on. I was like, so I take the camera, put the flashlight on. I'm walking down the hallway. Go past the first door on the right. Huh, it's shut. First door on the left. Oh, that's shut. Kept walking down the hallway. I got to about the fourth or fifth door on the right. It was wide open. And I'm
man.
trying to close the door. I was like, no, let me try to close this door. This door was not closing. This door was not closing. I couldn't even budge it. And you got to think back then, I was a football player and I was basically spearing the door in shut. It was not moving. It wasn't budging. So I was like, oh. So I was like, okay. So I walked in the room. I seen an old hospital bed toppled over. You know, the old metal frames where they were round at both ends. It was flipped over, and you could see like the rusted mattress. It was kind of like got a hole in it. And then I'm looking around, and I'm looking at the windows. I'm like, this is really creepy in here. And all I heard was, yeah. What? Like, I heard, get out.
Wow.
Is that the wind? I'm looking at the window. I don't see no holes in the windows. I'm like, I heard, get out. I'm like, what? I'm like,
God.
am I hearing shit? I thought I was hearing shit. All of a sudden, I pan the camera to this wall, and I'm staring at this wall. Like, this wall looks a little distorted. I'm staring at this wall. This thing comes full blast at me. It looked like a demonic face coming out of the wall at me.
Oh.
It looked like a black mist and red mist come flying out of the wall. It came at me head on like Slimer from the Ghostbusters. I fall backwards. The camera goes flying. I grab that camera. I shit you not. I grab that shit. I'm running down the stairs like a little biatch. I'm not even running down the stairs. I am jumping down. I am jumping down the damn stairs to get the hell out. And I ran out.
Wow.
And I think I might have pissed myself. Because I felt warm running down my leg. I don't know. Maybe I thought maybe I did something, but I probably pissed myself because that scared the pee out of me, man. I was gone. I was. Now, where you going? I go, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going back in there. So all during the night, each person had their experience. So at the end of the night, no one ended up with $1,000.
Oh God.
Everybody else had their own experience. Like this one, the second girl that came out, she jumped out the freaking window. She jumped out the first.
Oh my God.
The first floor window. She jumped out and rolled and ran for the car. She's like, I'm not going to butt back in there. I'm like, what's up with that? She's like, I was going around the corner and I seen there was a woman hanging in the wind and said, join us. She goes, so you jumped out the window? She goes, that was the closest thing to me. I'm like, you could have ran down the hallway. She goes, no, she jumped out the damn window. And then each one of them had their own creepy-ass experience. One of the guys was scratching, and it felt like, he said it felt like, because you could see it in the window, because we were watching them with the flashlight. You could see it from one window, and you could see the flashlight look like it got whipped like halfway, like 5 rooms down. And then we could see the lights there, and then all of a sudden it looks like the light just gets slid across the floor or something. And I could hear him go on the walkie-talkie. He had boom. What the hell? He's like, bam. He's like, I'm out of here. He ran. You can hear him run. Each one of them.
Wow.
I was about cracking up. But none of us got the $1,000 at the end. And that place was nuts. And then I took the footage, and she did give us money for the footage, though. And we gave it to them because she said, "Well, seeing you didn't make it, what kind of footage did you get?" And you could see in the footage that on my camera, it looked like the thing was coming like this. It was like really far away, and then
Oh,
it
wow.
went boom. Like you could see it go, like right up to the camera, and you could see my camera going. I was like, no. And you could hear me screaming like a little biatch. Cause that when you see something like that, that would have freaked you the hell out. And I felt
Oh, hell
backwards
yeah.
going, no way. That's when I knew demons were real.
Wow.
That's when I
Yep.
realized that demon was real because that shit manifested, came through the damn wall, came right at me head on. And to this day,
Wow.
I remember that. That freaked me the hell out. And I mean, I've had other experiences. I went to like Stanley Hotel, and that was kind of cool, but it was freaking weird. But the ones that stand out the most was the haunted hospital and the forest in Japan. Basically, the trip over the pond was the scariest with all them things, but the ones here in the U.S. were kind of nuts. I like the haunted one, the hospital in New York, where you could hear the doors would slam and this and that. There was one where we went to Spider Gate, and I think that when that Spider Gate was written, I often think that that's what Stephen King was writing about the. He did a book about a cemetery, pet cemetery. I think
Oh,
I think
cemetery.
that's where.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was also the story of the Stanley Hotel. That was kind of creepy as too. But it was cool. I met him and I talked to him about some of the scariest shit. He was like, "That's crazy." I'm like, "Really? Is that how you get your ideas?" He goes, "That's exactly how I get my ideas. I have experiences, and I basically write them in the book." I'm like, "Well,
Well,
that's kind of cool." But he's a creepy man. He's very creepy.
Stephen?
Yeah, Stephen King. Yeah,
He's creepy?
my yeah.
I would have never guessed.
And he has a, and I had a friend that had she was a secretary to him, and she said that anytime that she worked with him, he would call for her to come up, and he would work. When he was writing a book, if you made any noise outside the office, you're fired. The only way
Oh,
you can contact him is you slide a note under the door. You do not interrupt him
Wow.
whatsoever. And I asked him about some of his books because he's like, "Oh, those are just part of the stories." He goes, "I have a whole library of the complete stories." He goes, "Some of the stories I can't even write about because people would lose their minds." And he was
wow.
talking about, yeah, and he's got tons of books. He's got tons of books that could last for the next century. He said a lot of his books, he has a whole library of his own books. It's
Awesome.
crazy. But he was awesome. He signed like my book. It was called The Rage. And that makes Honey down there jealous because I met Stephen King. I met a lot of people,
Hey, honey.
but
Well, if you ever wanted to do something, you go to Monticello. You stay at the John Denham Bed and Breakfast, which is down
Mhm.
Palmer Street. I think it's Palmer Street. Um, at the time, they were buying a second building that they wanted to start a second bed and breakfast. They wanted to hire me and my wife to move in there and take care of the second building, but we didn't feel like doing that, so we stayed down in Sebring. But if you stay at the John Denham Bed and Breakfast, because we went twice, we went to an upstairs bedroom the second time, but the first time we went to a bedroom that was down behind the staircase, and that's the one where we got the most interaction the first time we went there. I left my digital recorder, uh, analog recorder, running while we went and had pizza at a little pizzeria in Monticello. We came back and I was playing it back, and this girl's voice, it sounded like she was in her 20s or 30s. She wasn't very old, and there was nothing turned on in this built in the room at all. And I played this back, and you can hear this girl's voice say, "I'm so cold," and it was
Oh my.
clear as a bell. I go, "Oh my." It was, I mean, you talk about clear, it sounded just like you and me. "I'm so cold." And oh my God, we freaked out. So then we started asking questions. You know, my wife said, "Did you die a tragic death?" And this really raspy voice said, "No." I mean, and then I said, "Well, we came a long way to make contact with somebody. You know, would you mind showing yourself?" And that same voice came back. It says, "If you want me, find me." This stuff is clear. You don't even have to try and guess what it's saying. It was clear, really clear. So I said, "Well, where are you?" He said, "You want to go out." I said, "What does he mean we want to go out?"
Oh, thank you, honey. I love those.
Maybe he wants us to go outside the house because it was nighttime. So I said, "Let's go outside and look around." Well, we went around. We went around the left side of the house, and there's a big giant tree outside that window for our bedroom, and right up in that tree there was like 5 big orbs. And I go, "No wonder why he said you want to go out." But the imprints, the voice, the EMF things that we got, the voice prints was so clear. You didn't have to try and listen. Well, what did it say? I can't make it out. It was clear. Every single one we got was clear in that place. Every single one of them. And then that Palmer House, if you Google the Palmer House in Monticello, you can find out the story about it. There's a whole story about that thing on the internet. And
Wow,
so that was
if you
spooky.
send me the name of it, send me the name of it, and I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's the Palmer House. Palmer House, the Palmer House. It's in Monticello, Florida. And when you take US 19 into Monticello, you come to like a traffic circle. It's the same exact traffic circle like we had down in Sebring. It's just a little circle, and all the streets go off of it. You know, kind of like a wagon wheel. And
Right.
in the center of that circle, they have the town hall, and that particular courthouse was built from the same floor plan as the one that they had in Bartow, Florida. The same exact floor plan. The only difference is the one in Bartow, they painted the dome that's on top of the building. You know, the courthouses have them big round domes. That one was
Yeah.
silver, and the one in Monticello was white. But it was the same exact floor plan. And in the old days, when somebody was found guilty, they had an oak tree on the corner of 19 and the Circle
Mm-hmm.
that they used for the hanging tree. And they usually did this on, if you go there, I'll tell you, on Thursdays around noon
Mm-hmm.
was their day that they did this. And they still closed the businesses. When we were there, all the businesses closed at 12 o'clock. I said, "Why?" They said, "Because that used to be the day that we used to go and watch people get hung."
Oh
Wow.
my.
The tree, the tree is still there, but the limb that they actually had the rope on, they had to cut that down because it was getting old, and but the tree itself is still there on that corner, and they still closed the businesses on, I think it was Thursday at noon. It's
That's-
crazy.
Yeah.
But you got the but that town, you have the Palmer House, you have the haunted bed and breakfast, and that place was haunted. And then you got the Roseland Cemetery. All 3 of them places is right there in that town. So you want to go on a ghost hunt, that's the place to go. There's three
right?
places right there, and they're not that far apart at all.
I also went to Centra, you know the town that was buried under with the coal mine? Centralia, Pennsylvania.
No, I never heard of that.
It's where they actually, you know, the movie Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
yeah, they filmed it there, and that it was an actual place, and it actually happened. That place was nuts. I also went to the Amityville. Yeah. Yeah. You remember Elizabeth and the Warrens? I
No.
lived in a place called Warren, Massachusetts, and the Warrens actually went to Warren, Massachusetts, which was the funny part. Warren, and we had in this town. It was very. It was a small town, but you had a lot of dark energy around there. But there's a lot of, and I
Wow.
always said that and you got people on here that said, oh, the paranormal is different from the spiritual, and it's different from the aliens. It's like, no, they're all the same. It's just different kinds of energies and different kind of magic. So
Exactly.
as we're shifting gears, um, the Sleek Stack here has an alien story.
Okay, so this happened back when I was 15 when me and my friend Simon were hanging out. So we were doing, what stoners do, and we were sitting in my friend Simon's shed, and we were just sitting there and like telling each other jokes and like talking about like what the best adult websites were.
Uh huh.
And as we were talking about that, one of the Zeta, the Slee Slick aliens that we saw, actually scratched on the shed with its claws. And me and my friend, we were both so under the influence, we didn't really think anything of it at first when the Slee Slick scratched on the shed. So me and my friend, we finished, doing what stoners do. Then we left his shed. Then we were halfway in between my friend Simon's house, and I could just sense something behind me. And I turned around, and there was a gray that was probably maybe 3.5 or 4 feet tall, and it was just sitting there staring at me. Its face almost looked like the Silver Surfer.
Hmm.
And I remember
Wow.
after me and my friend were staring at the alien, um, it started shape shifting, and it started showing I started seeing my future. Like I saw a future version of me. Then I saw a future version of my friend Simon. Then I saw a future version of my older brother. Then we actually saw
Wow.
my next door neighbor who was racist, and when we saw his soul, we saw like a horn coming out of his soul.
Hold on a minute. You know what I'm getting from that?
What?
It was a DNA collecting being, and it shapeshifted to. It was trying to find a shape that was more pleasing to you because you caught it. It was one of those beings that are looking for DNA to help their their group of people, because a lot of the Greys come down to take DNA to help them reestablish their human forms, because they're a Grey is an evolved human that lost their bodies, kind of like Lucy. Remember in the movie Lucy
Yeah.
when yeah, she evolved so much that she lost her human form, and that's what they did, and that's what. So right now, so the gray is really it's just their skin suit, and that blackness you see within inside of their eyes is their actual being. You can go on. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Yeah, and after we saw the Slee Slick alien, because there was grays and there was Slee Slick aliens. After we saw the Slee Slick alien shapeshift and we were seeing the orbs, we saw a gray start walking towards us. And when the gray started walking towards me, because I was like a few feet ahead of my friend, like, you know how Pennywise, when he's about to eat the little kid,
Yeah.
that's what the gray's head did. And I literally watched its head grow, like its head was tiny, and then it grew like how Pennywise's does in It. Then after me and my friend saw that, we ran away.
That is creepy.
Wow.
Yeah, it was creepy.
It's almost like I'm getting the feeling that it wanted your DNA, and it figured you were so much under the influence you wouldn't know, and it tried to change forms into someone you recognized or knew, so you wouldn't be scared off. That's what I got from that.
Yeah, honestly, it was probably not even aliens. It was probably skinheads trying to lynch me and my friend.
I think that it was. I do think that it was the Greys because they do that. I've never seen one on Earth. I've never seen a round ship either on Earth, so I'm kind of jealous that all these people see Greys in round ships. I have never seen a round ship. I have never seen a Grey. I've seen everything else but them.
Wow.
What that was really interesting.
I don't know. I don't know if it was like racist people or aliens. I can't tell. It was
I
really
think it was
weird.
it feels like alien beings because it's the shape
Yeah.
shifting.
I feel like it was aliens, because when the gray did approach me, I couldn't really see it, but it did look like, you see the aliens in my picture, it looked exactly like that alien, like how its hands are and how it has its mouth open. That's exactly what it looked like. It looked like a Slee Slick.
Yeah, those are the negative ones.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, I think, yeah, me and my friend almost got abducted then.
That was wow. That was crazy. I would have ran too.
Yeah, it was really creepy. Like,
Yeah. You're not the only one.
Well, I'm glad you ran because.
Do you know any,
Huh?
do you know anything about Bigfoot at all?
I heard that
I
Bigfoot
got a question.
shapeshifts.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Well, the reason why I'm asking is I'm here in Tennessee, right near the Clinch
Okay.
Mountains, and for I just started maybe a little over a month ago for almost every night for about 3 weeks, and then it stopped. I heard rapping on the trees outside. The very first night that I heard it, I went out with the flashlight and I was shining it around, and down the street, right by my neighbor's mailbox, I seen red glowing eyes with the flashlight. You know, when you hit the light in someone's eyes, animals' eyes that were, well, these were red, and it went up in there's a hill on the west side of our property. Our neighbor's property is a big hill, and he's got cows and bulls up there. But this thing went up into the hill, and it looked back at me, and I seen the red eyes again, and then it turned around and it went heading west. And down the road, some people got some horses, and I heard the horses like they got startled. You can hear them, you know, the sound that they make when they get scared. But for almost 3 weeks, every night we heard, well, I heard, my neighbor next door heard it one night too, because they even came out and looked, rapping on a tree every single night. And then it stopped. And my friend whose property my building's on his property, He never believed me until last night. He said it started around 8:30, and he finally texted me, I guess around 10:30. He sent me a text and he says, "What?" And I didn't hear nothing because I was listening to a radio in here, so I didn't hear nothing. So he said, "Something is banging on something behind my building." So he went out with a flashlight and he's looking around. And he said, as soon as I came out, the same thing, it stopped. But he said, I turned my flashlight off and I just stood there. And the sound went from behind his big metal building that he lives in. He's in a big metal building. He just had a small shed delivered here, a 12 by 20 shed. And he was standing on the one end of it. And he said, apple tree, but he said it was close and it was loud, and then it disappeared again, and we heard it around 11:30 out in the in that up on that hill where I seen that one look back at me. He heard it over in that area, but they keep coming around, and now I haven't heard nothing tonight so far, but last night he heard it. He said, I said, I told you. I said, I'm not going crazy. I said, now you finally heard it. He said, yeah, it sounded like someone hitting a tree with a sledgehammer. It was loud. Real loud.
Well, what I know about the Bigfoot is what I was told by. I've only seen him one time, and it was only like glimpses of him. But what I've actually know about Bigfoot,
they get you to come out of the building, and the moment you go out, they stop.
yeah, there's a reason for that. What it is when humans were first evolved, they were that basically Bigfoot is the missing link that is in our genome code, because if you ever shaved a Bigfoot, if you ever seen one, you shaved it looks like a Neanderthal. There are a lot of human. So what the Anunnaki did is they mixed their Anunnaki DNA with the Bigfoot DNA, which created humans. So we are closely related to the Bigfoot. And a lot of Bigfoots did not want to be on this planet anymore because there was a lot of things going on. So they evolved so much, they ended up using portals to go into different realms. And they actually went to another realm that they can eventually come back and forth through. Usually you'll find them within caves and trees, and they will appear, because that's where their portal is. So whenever they're trying to get your attention, they bang on a tree. If they have a message for you, they bang on a tree. It's usually like 3 knocks, and sometimes it'll smell like a skunk or a wet dog. That's normally when they're very close.
Yeah.
You can smell a skunk or a wet dog, and you can tell them by sound, as you hear like a sound, or you can hear like them banging. It's like 3 knocks, like wood hitting wood, and they like the sweet. When I encountered the one I encountered, it liked apples. Soda, it really likes soda. It likes candy. And like the old thing that it does like beef jerky. I'll tell you that. But it really likes candy. It likes chocolate. It likes something like Cocoa Puffs, Fruity Pebbles. It did eat some of the cinnamon Toast Crunch. And they do like candy bars like Mounds. It didn't really like the Hershey's. It liked Mr. Goodbar, Payday, stuff like that. They like those. And Snickers, man, they tore the Snickers up. But that was all my encounters with them, and I know a lot of them have different. I haven't seen them on Earth. I've seen them in other places, but on ships. So I have not seen him on Earth, but at one time. But I didn't speak to him either. So, and I know a lot of them speak telepathically, and they don't mean any harm. And the only reason why they show themselves is they have a message for you, and it's probably good to listen because that's when they usually hang around you.
Oh,
Because eventually, what it is your DNA. So that might be a distant relative of yours. That's another reason why they're connected to them. Like somewhere in your DNA makeup, you could have been. It could be your like great 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 ancestor. You know, way back. Because that's where some of the human DNA was
Oh,
mixed with was with
because I was
Bigfoot.
always wondering. Yeah, because I was
And
always wondering why are they doing this every single night? And I say, show yourself. You know, don't be afraid to come out. But I never picked nothing up telepathically or nothing.
yeah, they're trying to give you a message.
As soon as I go outside, no matter what. Yeah, so I'm going to have to start going out and just being quiet and see if I can hear anything. Because it stopped for a couple of weeks, and now he heard it last night. Now I haven't heard nothing tonight so far, but last night he heard it for the first time. He hasn't heard it before. Now he believes me.
And you could hear if you hear a little grunting, too.
He said it.
And Diane down there has Bigfoots on. She sees and talks to them.
Like
She
a
can
grunting
confirm
sound?
what I said. Honey has too. She's met with them, kind of.
did you see them in my pictures?
Oh yeah,
They were there, weren't they?
yeah.
And I knew they
If
were
y'all
there.
could,
That's why I went over there and did it. I know you don't like that delayed lighting, but it picked them up. It's the only way I
yeah,
could get them to come in on a photo.
yeah.
You have pictures on your personal file?
Yeah, yeah. I posted them last night, I think. From one.
I'm
I don't know. I seen it this morning when I woke up because I woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I think I posted them last night, right before Yaya's thing.
I know I seen it. I seen it at about 3 or 4 after
yeah,
I
I
woke
was
up.
going to watch Yaya.
I'm sorry, Cliff. What?
I was going to watch Yaya's and put my name. I said I was going to watch Yaya's last night, but that's when my friend texted me and told me he heard rapping on a tree behind his building. So I ended up going out to him.
Oh, well, it was a
Yeah,
beautiful
he heard it
ceremony.
last night out behind his building.
Yeah, it was
It
a
was-
very beautiful ceremony. But
It
when
I
was.
missed it.
it was getting kind of dusk and I could feel them, Grim. I could just feel them. It was like, when
Mhm.
somebody's really, really staring at you and you're kind of looking around to see who's looking.
Yeah.
And it was like it was really strong last night. So I got the camera and I was trying, but I couldn't pick them up. And so I put the delayed lighting on and played with it. A couple of videos, and then I saw them. When I went farther back over by where the pond is, that's where they showed up, and they were right there.
Wow.
You know why you can see them with that filter?
Oh, wow.
It'll pick up their energy, right?
Well, yeah. Also because they cloak themselves, and if you use light on light, light reflect or reflects the cloaking.
Yeah, it kind of deflects from their cloaking. So,
Yeah, so
anyway,
you can
it
see the
looked like they were,
shaping.
and it looked like they were waving at me. I don't know. It just looked that way to me. But yeah, I could see them very clearly through the and I
Wow.
could have taken multiple videos of them. They stayed that long, and then it was time for Yaya, so I had to go. But it was cool. It was really cool, and I've been feeling them today. Of course, it's a lot quieter around here lately without him out here hacking and
You know, I never thought about trying.
Huh?
I never thought
Sometimes
about
it-
trying that delayed lighting app to see if I could pick them up out there.
yeah,
I'm glad you mentioned that.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
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 sorry.
having issues. I can't mute my mic.
Well, don't be crackling around in your crackers then.
I promise you I won't.
She's
Okay.
cracking her crackers.
They weren't crackers, they were chicharrones.
Well, I
Whoa,
have
what
that,
the?
I have that weird disorder about.
Did you just see that?
I know, I picked up on that, honey.
It's
What is up with that?
dysphonia or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I made
What
my kids used to make me crazy.
What the heck? Why is my light blinking? Stop.
I'll call that.
What in the hell?
Yeah, TikTok's not being kind to me today. I don't know what's going
I
on.
just-
And I couldn't get on. I couldn't get on for the longest time last night. By the time I got on, y'all was done. She wasn't on anymore. And I was like, no, I missed it.
When did you say TikTok's having an issue? I turned my light on. It started
Uh-huh.
blinking. My light
the
was
heck?
blinking. Did anybody see that?
Yes,
I
I
saw
did. Yeah.
I saw blinks. I saw it blinking, but I thought you were doing it.
I'm watching the
No.
magic ball to see
You know
who I
what?
can see.
You know what I noticed? Like every time aliens have like channeled me, the aliens have like always like showed me and like taught me about reincarnation, because
Mhm.
that's actually the true meaning of life.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Yaya says she'll be here in about a half hour or so.
Awesome.
So we'll.
But Alien
that's
T
good
had a
too,
live
so.
last night. It was pretty interesting what they were talking about. They were talking about time and portals and all different kinds of things.
He gets pretty deep. Alien TV.
Seriously deep sometimes too deep for me, and I have to go, okay, I'm just going to have to take a break because it's making me have a headache.
It's a little hard to follow sometimes. The way
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to him and what's the guy's name that is always on there? He's got a real
Azrael.
Azrael.
well, I was thinking about the one that starts with an R.
Ruban.
Deep voice and
Yeah.
Ruban.
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah. Anyway, they get into the weeds. So what's growling? Is that Brim, or is that something you're doing, or what?
I'm not growling. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a static noise in the background.
I think it's my mic, and I can't mute the darn thing. I hit the mic, and it doesn't mute.
It wasn't you. It's not you, Mel, because I was hearing
not
it
me.
before I came up. It's kind of almost like when you flush the toilet sound, like a water swirl sound. I don't know. I thought it was Brim. I thought he was
I've been
prowling.
hearing that on a lot of people.
All right. It's saying to turn on my camera, so my camera's coming on. So just be warned. I'm in my nighttime hairdo. My
You look
pigtails.
lovely. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I just got out of the tub and dried mine out. My husband called, and I
Oh,
talked
he
to
did.
him
Good.
for over an hour. He was telling me about all his escapades and how tired he is. And then my grandson called. He's wanting to check up on me, but I think really he just wanted to make sure I ordered his Christmas present.
Oh.
But he talked to me for more than an hour. So my bath and dinner was delayed, and had to talk to my youngest, make sure they were doing okay. I've talked on the phone more today than I have all week.
I don't know. I didn't have a good day today.
I'm sorry. What
I
happened?
kind of slept late too. I don't know. I had so much energy after the ceremony last night. It was hard to settle down.
Well, I just woke up from a nap that I went to lay down and take a nap about 4 o'clock when after my care attendant left, and it was supposed to be like a 30-minute nap. I had my alarm set, but apparently I was wanting more sleep than that, so I just woke up from the 30-minute nap that I was going to take.
Well, that's okay. You needed your rest.
Apparently.
I know, Suzanne.
Well, I was stressed out yesterday real bad because I had to go to the doctor. I hate leaving the house. I mean, I literally hate leaving the house. So,
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know. I slept like forever because I went to sleep at around 9, 10 o'clock. I was a little bit annoyed, and I went to sleep. I know I had a dream, but I can't remember the damn
it's
thing.
never good to go to sleep when you're annoyed.
I know. And then
Yeah.
I woke up like in the middle of the night, and I tried to talk to somebody about an item that I was looking for, but she was Chinese and she couldn't understand no damn word. I couldn't understand the damn word she was saying because she's speaking a mile a minute, and all I could was brim 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 brim
It's
brim
like
brim brim.
it's all one word. It's all running
And she's
together.
like
I get you. Totally.
brim, and I'm like, you know what? I had enough of this bullshit. I was like, we get this. So
Yeah.
I went back to sleep, and that was like maybe about 1 o'clock or so. I went to sleep. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I slept all that time,
Well, you must have
and
been
then
fine.
Yeah.
I woke up and I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do for my life? What am I gonna do? Crap! I was supposed to post a video like hours ago. I'm like, this is not good. This is not good.
Oh.
And I heard, I remember that the little voice that came over the thing, do it, do it, do it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Uh-huh.
I heard a voice, and then I'm not familiar with the voice, but I heard it. I heard, do it, do it, do it. And I'm like, what should it be about? I'm like, okay, what should it be about? And I'm half asleep, and I heard one of them ask the question, goes, what do you think about when reality shifts? And I'm like, what? Huh? Okay. So I make the video about reality shifts, and I'm like, okay. So, and then everything just went downhill from there. It was one bad, annoying thing after another, and so I'm like, oh, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, joy, 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 deep down in my heart. And then I was like, you know what? I went in the kitchen, and I was like, you know what? I just want to make some supper. I went in the kitchen. The dishwasher flooded across the kitchen floor as I'm trying to clean the kitchen because somebody didn't pick it up. Everything, the kitchen was torn apart. The thing's flooding. I knock on the door to get him to answer me and help me. He didn't answer, but you know, I'm dealing with a floody damn mess in the kitchen. Water's everywhere, and everything's just going downhill. The kitchen was like, water's coming out of the pipe, the dishwasher's running out, and I'm like, oh my god, this is not good at all. I'm trying to cook, things smoking, the stove is smoking, and I'm like, oh god, this is crazy. So I'm like, and I tried to knock on his door, he wasn't answering. So while I'm dealing with this, he walks out, goes to the bathroom, goes back in his room. I'm like, really? Really? You're gonna ignore me? When
That's
I'm
just
sitting
rude.
here, I'm doing with like 4 different disasters in the kitchen at once. I'm like, you know what? I've had it with this. I shut the dishwasher off, and I tried to fix the pipe as good as I could so it wouldn't leak. I shut the stove off, and I was like, you know what? I just threw the towel. I threw the towel on this. Not today, evil ones. I threw the towel on the sink. I said, not today, evil ones. And I'm like, and then I went to use the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi was all screwed up. So I'm like, you know what? I had enough of this. Threw the phone across the room, and I went in there. I went in the bathtub after I destroyed the room because I was a little bit angry. So I went and I sat in the bathtub, and I'm like, peace and love and harmony, peace and love and harmony. I was like, if I'm in this mood, I'm no way I'm going to be able to do live. I'm like, so I am like, I had to readjust myself before I came on this live. Otherwise, if I came on that live like I was, it probably would have went crazy. So
You
I
need some of
adjusted
those
myself.
relaxing gummies. Some of those relaxing gummies.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I laid in the bathtub and I'm thinking peace and love and harmony, and I got myself out. The water helped me, and I was talking to my guides while I was in there, and I'm adjusted now. But I was not having a good day. It was
Sadly, I can
chaos.
totally identify with that kind of day.
And I was like, what did I learn
Yeah,
from this
me
lesson?
too.
Through the chaos, I can still be love and light.
Yes, absolutely. See, it tries to take your
They,
peace and you didn't let it.
Right?
Kudos. These are hard lessons we have to learn. Don't let your peace be stolen by chaos.
Oh man, I have to clean this room up now.
well, people go through a lot of hard stuff. I have been through a lot, a whole lot since, well, for even just for the last 2 years. But even before that, I've been through a lot, and I just chalked it up to experience. And when I come across somebody that is having a hard time, I can relate to them because I've been there, I experienced it, and I can kind of tell people how to get through it.
Right?
And I'm still having
Yeah.
hard times. I mean, I'm living in a 12 by 32 foot shed. I don't have a house. I don't have a shower. I don't have. Right now, we're looking at a couple more weeks without water because somewhere underground from the well house to my friend's building in here, the line broke and we're getting mud in the water. So we don't have water in the buildings. We have a garden hose that we have to go out and fill up a bucket to flush the toilet. I mean, everything is happening at once. It's like everybody else. It's like, my God, come on. Really?
Yeah.
Another problem to try and solve here?
Lived in a motorcycle transport trailer that had been converted into a
the
deer
funniest
lease
thing is,
trailer for 8 years.
Wow.
We had to rent a porta potty
wow.
for our bathroom. We had an outdoor shower during the summer.
Oh,
During the winter,
boy.
we just did trucker bass.
Wow. He didn't even know that was inside the pump house was on there. He said, I noticed one over the motor, but we can't use that one. I said, no, there's another faucet that you can hook a hose to just before it comes out the wall and goes in the ground to our buildings. He didn't even know that one was there. So I said, you get your hose, I'll get my hose. We'll put them both together. We can run them over to your building. We can leave the pump turned on. We'll just shut the valve off, go into the outside broken pipe, and that way your pump won't keep running because it was running and running and running. And he said, it's going to burn out
It'll
my
burn
motor.
the pipe.
I'll have to shut
it'll
it down.
burn it up. Mm-hmm.
So then I figured this other thing out. Yeah. So we shut off the valve coming into the buildings. So until that gets fixed, we're using a garden hose. We have all the water we get. We have to go outside and get from a garden hose. It's crazy, but at least we got water. So
Yeah, we
that's
had.
what I'm saying. You're not the only one that's having a hard time.
Yeah. We had 10 water hoses. We ran water from my grandmother's faucet outside in her backyard to our trailer. That's where we were living, was on my grandmother's property. And we had our own electric pole, so we weren't using her electric, but I was paying her for water until she allowed all of my cousins and my brother to move in with her, and they were all in the house using water and not paying any bills. And I was like, why am I down here in this camper trailer using a water hose, not even getting to go in and have baths and showers, and I'm paying half of the water bill? So I stopped doing that, and everybody got mad at me because I quit paying their share. I was like, dudes, really? Y'all are in the house. But I wanted my own space. I didn't want to be in Grandma's house. I didn't want to be at my grandmother's space, and my issues always being her issues. So I wanted to be in our little
Yeah.
camper trailer. It was my husband, my daughter, and myself. My daughter's last year of high school, she was homeless. But we made it work. We made it work.
I guess I'm spoiled,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, totally happy with you being spoiled. Yes.
Mhm. We lived on a farm with outdoor plumbing until I was
But yeah,
really 7, I guess, and I said never in my life. Well, I did.
Yeah, outhouses are for the dang birds, man. I do not appreciate having to use an outhouse.
My
We
husband
went
and
to
I
a church that's all they had was an outhouse.
we were talking about that, my husband and I, tonight on the phone about
oh wow.
how I went. I used to enjoy. Well, I did never enjoy. I used to go camping. Kids
It
were
was
older.
not enjoyable.
And then once the kids were gone, I was like, okay, I'm not doing that anymore. And he's always wondered and asked and couldn't understand. And I just keep telling him, going to the bathroom outside is just not normal. I mean, it's not normal. It's like,
No, it ain't.
I'm not doing it. So anyway, we were laughing about that. But he, bless his heart, he has traveled and traveled and traveled. And he ended up, evidently it's a lot busier in New Mexico. He was thinking October would be a good time to go. There wouldn't be very many people. But 2 of his campsites that he picked out were already crowded. So the first night he ended up going an extra 6 miles to get to where he could hike out or set up camp. And then last night again, he had to do an extra 4 or 5 miles. And he finally just said, forget it. And he went and found a little cabin motel hotel place so he could finally get a shower. He said last night was the first time he'd had a shower since, he left. And he said he was hurting from his head down to the tip of his toes. He thought he was in better shape, but going 12, 14 miles a day, he figured out after about 4 days that maybe he wasn't in as tippy-top shape
Bless
as
his
he
heart.
thought he was. So, yeah, he's going to be glad to get home tomorrow, I think. Hello, Suzanne.
Hi, Suzanne.
Hey, y'all.
I know you're going to be glad to have him home too.
You know that, do you?
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
If,
Well, you will be.
anybody-
You will be until he starts annoying you again.
Right.
If anybody lives on the east,
Yeah.
What, Cliff?
there's a lot of hoarding going on. There's, we try, because of the ports. Well, they're going to be opening tomorrow again, but we were calling around today. We were going to go to Walmart to pick up some groceries, and when we put down toilet paper, it's out of stock. So we tried
Because
Sam's Club.
idiots think
out of
that our
stock.
toilet paper
Went to
comes from
Costco, out of
overseas.
stock. Everybody is buying. Yeah.
There is no reason for it because our toilet
And
paper is manufactured here in the
everybody-
United States.
everybody
It
was
doesn't
out
come
like-
through the ports.
Well, if we haven't figured out by now that we need
Isn't that crazy,
control
though?
of edges,
I mean,
then
everybody-
it's on us.
Yeah.
We live in a nation full of absolute idiots.
Amen,
That's the
sister.
smartest thing I've heard you
Amen,
say
sister.
Mm.
Oh Lord,
Yeah.
Lord save us from the idiots.
every single place we pulled up was out of,
Well, that's
completely
just-
out of toilet paper. Everybody. We finally got some at the dollar store. Believe it or not.
That's the only place I buy mine is at the dollar store.
And you know the funny thing is though that if there were a real disaster, the people who would survive the best are not the ones that are going out and hoarding anything. Those people can't manage without hoarding. They can't manage. They don't know how to survive without having to go out and take everything that they can get.
I just
that's
heard
not
that
gonna work
noise
for
again,
them.
Grim. That weird
Exactly.
noise.
Money.
Was it?
Yeah, I hear
It was
I-
like
I
a-
hear it. It sounds like water.
So how was your day, Suzanne? I haven't talked to you today.
I was sick
You know,
all
I just
day.
wanted to say.
I had a doctor's appointment and I had blood work that I was supposed to do on the 30th, and somehow I lost multiple days. And I got up and showered and even put on makeup, and I was ready to go. And I was backing out of my driveway. I had to put it in park and lean out my door, and I got so sick, and I just
Bless your heart.
pulled back up. And it was a while before I made it back in the house, and I've been basically going from the bed to the bathroom all day. I took a little nap in there somewhere.
So you never made it to the doctor?
No, or my blood work. So by the time I got back in the house, it was 15 minutes till my appointment.
Mhm.
And so I called and told them, I was pulling out my driveway and got sick. I'll call back and reschedule when I feel better. And my blood work, I've already gotten an email from my hematologist PA going, you were supposed to get blood work on the 30th. And I've got to email her and go, I lost some days. I don't know. I don't know how, but, and my blood work's going to be off because I didn't take any of my meds for 2 days. So I wasn't on, I don't know how it happened. I mean, usually that's how I know, besides looking at my watch or my phone, to know what day it is my pill thing. And I was like,
Your reminder.
what the hell, man? What day is it? And then it's today's,
Wow, that's not good, Suzanne.
I don't know what day it is. Is today Thursday or tomorrow?
Yeah, today's Thursday.
Oh, shit. That means the trash man's coming tomorrow. That means I have to make... I gotta take my trash out at least.
But Honey made me happy today because I see my favorite thing come up on the screen when she came in alive. She did the little hands. I was
She
like,
snuck up on you?
No, she did the little manifesting hand thing. I liked.
The electrical
yeah.
hands that, with the, I can't
I'm
remember
like,
what it's called.
It's
I don't
called
know. I can't
manifesting.
Manifesting, yes.
Oh my God, there it is! I love that. Oh my God, there you go.
That's cool.
Those things are so freaking awesome.
Yeah, they
I
are.
don't know why, but I just love that thing because it's like you're manifesting the power within yourself and within your hands.
Yeah.
That's probably why I love that thing.
I like that one and the coral reef.
Oh, that's kind of cool too. Thank you. I love that one. I like the other one too. I like that whole manifesting that
What
giant
about
orb.
the hands with the lightning coming out? Do you like it?
That's the one I just sent
That's
him.
the superpower one.
Oh,
I like
Yeah,
that
that's pretty
one,
cool.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
they do some pretty cool animations.
Yeah, they do.
I like the green eyes, the super eyes, but Brim won't ever show his face, so he doesn't get them.
He does. You just have to, he shows it every now and then.
Not enough. There you are. Okay.
There he is.
Okay, so
All right.
Brim got a galaxy earlier.
okay, here you go.
Rim got a galaxy earlier. Awesome.
Yeah, he did.
Cool.
Someone, I wish I could take a picture of that. Oh, I couldn't
love
get
that.
You can get a screenshot.
Yeah.
If you you should have said something. We could have gotten one of us could have gotten a screenshot of it for you and sent it to you.
I was
Oh, it's
I
not
was
like it's ever the
hoping to
last
see
one he's
you
ever gonna
blush.
get.
Huh.
You're so pathetic.
Right.
I just love you.
Me or Brim?
Both of you. You're both pathetic, and I love you both.
Well,
I
if
sent
it
your,
wasn't
your
me,
tiny dinies.
Tiny
if
Dimey.
you know, sometimes you have to be pathetic to be sympathetic.
Did you show the girls what I found on your table today?
There's Hopi.
Hey, Hopi, how are you doing?
Oh, you're talking about
Hi,
that?
family.
Yeah, the yellow thing.
Who's singing to us?
Okay, so Honey and
I was hearing
Mel
music.
and
Yes,
Hopi.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you got to move the camera to the left a tiny bit. No, the left. Your other left.
You said the right
Oh,
before.
you
Now you
said
want the
you should have
left?
said right because this is my right. This is my left. Because my camera's reversed because it's on the TikTok thingy. I haven't reversed it.
Rem, you went too far the other way.
Yeah, you're over there. No, too far.
Too far.
Just a smidgen back.
There you go.
There you go. There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Perfect. Perfect.
So Mel,
Perfect.
Mel knew what we were looking for.
Yeah.
Did you see it yet, honey?
Right now, the one I see is the man with the glasses with a cat next to his face on his shoulder.
Yeah.
What?
Here we go again.
I already told you. I already told you in the comments. I told you already tonight. I've seen a cat. I've seen a man with glasses with a cat on his shoulder.
Okay, I'm just
Woman?
gonna have to PM you. This will probably knock me off the wall, but that's okay.
Okay.
Let me figure out how to PM you because I'm not gonna say it out loud. Okay, here we go. Here you are.
I thought you said you were going to pee on me, and I was really going to. I was going to see how she was going to work that out.
Oh my.
You
Oh
know,
my. Oh my.
I'm feeling a little-
beforehand.
If you haven't noticed, I'm a little slappy tonight. Oh my gosh, Suzanne.
Oh, where have you been, honey?
I've just been hanging out by myself, being happy.
She's in her happy place.
Suzanne.
Yes. What?
Are you seeing it, or are you just wanting to see it?
It's right next to your window.
Huh?
See where it says honey?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
You talking about the man with the
I
glasses?
see what you're saying, but that's not where I would have gone first. I'm sorry. Maybe I've been alone too long. I'm not sure.
Well, where?
I don't know. I'm still trying to get over the part where she said she was going to pee on you.
Yeah, that sounded weird.
She's like, hold on, let me pee on you. I'm like, what did I just hear?
Yeah, I was waiting. I was waiting on that one.
How's this gonna work?
I'm trying to figure that one out.
You can just keep on waiting, honey.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, my.
gracious. I know what you're saying though. I do see it, and now that I'm looking, I'm seeing it more because maybe there's power of persuasion or whatever.
Well, the way that the camera was positioned before, that's exactly what it looked like.
My goodness. Well, he does have the balls.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, and
Yeah.
apparently they're dragging.
Yes. That noise is so
Yeah.
strange.
Oh my God.
It is so weirdly. I don't know what
I
it
have
is.
It's almost like
no idea.
It happens in multiple lives. I hear it a lot.
Oh, you do?
it's
Yep.
it's yeah, it's almost like you're hearing a waterfall inside of a cave.
A whoosh kind of sound.
Yes, a
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it
It-
has to do with Bluetooth.
I'm just tripping out
Possibly.
on the red globe though. I mean, I see so many different things in there.
Oh my, here we go.
Yeah.
It is so cool, Brim. Honestly, it is. There are so many different things living in there.
And for all of us to have seen the same thing the other night before, we all were talking about it and we were all describing the same thing at the same time. It's not a fluke.
And see, now I
It's not a
see
fluke.
hands clasped together, you know, and then it morphs back to the man with the glasses.
Wow, I don't even see that stuff.
Is the man with the glasses in the ball?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's inside
Okay,
the
because
bar.
I see that. That's tripping me out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see it?
I do.
At least
There's a
his
man with glasses.
Yes,
at
and
least
and
his
there's a
eyes aren't
cat,
glowing tonight like
and
they were
there's
the other night. That was freaking me out. That glowy eyes was kind of like tripping me out a little bit.
and
I
he's got
see a pumpkin head.
you are a
Where?
pumpkin.
No, if you look on the, see
On the
where the
left.
dragon's kind of tilted,
Yeah.
and it looks like there's two little dots. That looks like a head right there, like right over
Yeah, oh, it
here.
does. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it kind of does. It does. You're right.
Yeah, I see it
now.
now.
I'm so
I was
busy
looking
looking
on the
on the
opposite
other
side.
where
See?
I see the faces.
Me.
See the eyes? They're
The
glowing.
eyes are glowing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the eyes are glowing. I see the eyes.
You can see that, Brim?
I can see that head.
Hey, Red One, how are you doing?
So what have you been up to, Hope?
Her mic's muted.
Yeah, she keeps it. You could.
Not much.
Are you
Had
having?
kind of a
Are you having a
chaotic day today.
again?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little defeated today, but I'll get over it. You know.
Well, you can't stay that way, you know.
No, I don't plan on it. That's why I'm trying to snap out of it.
But you know what Robin says: you can't fake the funk, and if you feel it, and then just
Right.
feel it all out, and then you can get over it. Right?
Yep. You're right.
I always think about him when
You missed the hat and mustache.
when I'm feeling that way.
Yeah, you're right. I remember him saying that too, and you're right. You are correct.
You know, I would always try so hard. You know, oh, I can't feel bad. I have to be happy. I have to be hot. I have to be positive. And then I met Robin. And Robin's like, "You have my permission to be a bitch." I'm like, "All right, that's cool." So, yeah, all that light and love. I was trying so hard, and it just wasn't natural.
One of these days, I'm gonna get a dragon mask, and I'm just gonna sit here in the shadows and come out and go.
All you have to do is stick your eyeball in the screen, and that creeps me out. I hate that. Stop it. God.
You shouldn't have told him. Now he's going to do it all the time.
I know he's like a
Well,
king.
it's not me who's doing it.
It's Brim.
Brim.
Yeah, he does that because, that's his signature of I'm watching you.
I know.
You are Brim.
I see you.
Well,
That's what he says.
I don't think he's completely Brim. He still has his own moments. I see him. I see
Good
him.
night, Cliff. Have a good one.
Okay, well, all right there, sir. Anyway,
God bless you too.
have a nice night. Thank you for coming and sharing.
You too.
Wow. I guess he
Oh
has
my
something
God,
to say.
honey.
What, baby?
Yeah, was so good last night.
Oh, wasn't that? I was shaking. I was literally shaking all over. I had to put my phone on the holder because I was just shaking all over. It was so cool.
Lots
So
of
cool.
energy.
I
That was
even
a
went
cool
and
ride.
put my feet in the grass barefoot when I burnt my little paper while she was doing the drumming and burning the bay leaves.
Oh, yeah.
It was great.
I,
I totally missed it. I totally screwed the pooch on it and didn't even make it.
I didn't see. Did
I made
April
it.
come in here, River?
She's gonna have another one though. She said she's gonna
Yes.
start doing more often now.
Awesome,
Yes,
awesome.
she did. She came in here.
Okay. Well, she was doing them once a month, and then she kind of got to where she was doing them a little more often, and then the guides were telling her it was getting to be too much, and so
Yeah.
that's why she kind of slacked
backed
off a little bit. But now she says they're telling her it's time to,
Step it up.
yeah, time to step.
Hi,
it up.
Diane. I didn't know Diane was in here. She's hiding in the corner.
Yeah.
She's been in here the whole time.
I didn't even know. I just saw that she liked the live.
Diane!
Yeah, she likes to hide down there.
Did you ever
Yeah.
hear back from Nightbird? Did she ever, after we talked to her the other night?
No.
I know
I think
Diane
we
was
should talk
trying to
about
call her.
no.
She,
Yeah, she doesn't answer.
she disappeared. So I guess April didn't stay, huh, River?
Well,
I know why. Don't say. It's okay. Maybe she'll come back. It'll be all right. Anyway, Yaya, I'll be in here in a minute. It's been.
Yeah.
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 We love you, Diane. We love you so much.
Diane's just a big ball of light and love.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is.
We just love her. We have a lot of really good friends.
We really do. It's a really beautiful bunch of people, a group of people, and
Not
so
friends,
supportive
family.
and so loving. Family, yes. Love you too, Diane. Very much. Very much. Love
I
you
got
all
the
very
renegade
much.
sister up there.
Mm-hmm.
I got the
Yeah.
older sister.
Well, I'm not your mom. I'm not old enough to be your mom. Almost, but
No.
not that.
And then I got the younger sister that likes to play around with fairies.
Yeah, Hippie loves her fairies.
Mm-hmm.
See, mine won't. I know I have them, but they won't let me see them. And I was just so happy when my Bigfoot came out.
I used to see the fairies all the time when I was little, but I don't see them anymore because I grew up, I guess. Became
Well,
jaded.
It was where I lived. It was hard to tell because we had so many the little fireflies, the honest,
Mhm.
honest to goodness little twinkle lights that you don't hardly see anymore. We actually, the whole forest would just be covered with them. When it got dark,
Yeah.
it was magical. You know.
Well, I haven't
I
seen
knew
a
it was
fairy or a
different when I
Bigfoot.
saw them in my tree. And I knew they weren't fireflies because they were different colors.
So they were all multicolored.
They weren't all green, like they were
Yeah.
green, blue.
Well, they
Some were
hide.
like
They hide
clear.
amongst the fireflies. They hide themselves amongst the fireflies. They play with fireflies.
Well, there's hardly any fireflies left. Oh,
Yeah, we don't have hardly any because they've been spraying for mosquitoes and it kills the fireflies. So
Aw.
I've got tons of them.
Oh.
send
I
me
would-
some.
I would love to visit you, Diane. When I think about you, I think about sitting in a rocking chair on the porch.
Well, and that's what I do.
Yeah, that's what I see when I look at you, and I think
Yeah,
how peaceful that would
You're
be.
in Texas, aren't you, Diane?
I am.
Yeah, you're
I'm
near. You're out near East Texas. Yeah.
I'm as far east Texas as you can go.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Palestine or Caddo?
Well, I'm down from Caddo, Toledo Bend Lake.
Oh, yeah. We've been there. Yeah, we've been there fishing. We love to go fishing.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've been there
It's
twice,
really
actually.
a cool place.
Yes, it's a beautiful place. We
And
would get
honey,
up
you
at,
come anytime.
we'd get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and take the boat out before the kids woke up and go out fishing for a while they were
That's the
sleeping.
best time.
Hmm.
That was my favorite memory as a child, was going fishing with my grandparents, because both of my
And
grandfathers were avid fishermen and avid campers. So th- it was basically our lives as kids during the summer. Well, actually all year round, but mostly during the summer and the spring and the fall. We didn't, very seldom did we go camping during the winter,
and
because they had too much going on at home during the winter with the cows and the all the animals and stuff. Yeah, so
my father-in-law and Suzanne, he caught his biggest fish out of Texoma. It was the only one that he ever had. What do you call it?
mounted.
Yeah,
Mounted.
yeah. He couldn't. He didn't want to keep it, so we took pictures and had somebody replicate it. But it was over his mantle until they moved from their lake house. But yeah, he was so excited when he caught that fish. Oh my gosh!
That's
I
cool,
caught an
Suzanne.
8.5 pounder with my grandfather, and I was so proud of that fish.
Oh
And
man!
then the next day, my stepbrother went out with him, and he caught a 16 pounder.
Oh my!
And
Wow, that's a big fish.
he had his picture in the paper. But when Papa and I went out, we went, early morning, and I mean, he was such a blast to fish with. And we pulled in like 21 fish, just one right after the other. And he'd say, "Hang on," and he'd go, "Rrrr," and just, I mean, you just almost fly out of the boat, because we would do it. This guy was like the fish whisperer. What?
Yeah,
One
my
day
grandfathers were too.
he was like, "We're gonna follow the birds this morning," and it's like, okay. And we were just real as fast as we could. And he was on TV, and he was on. Oh God, sorry.
It's okay.
He owned a marina when I was little, and then Bomber Bake. He was winning all these bass tournaments, and then Bomber Bait Company. He always used bomber baits, and he sold them in his marina, and then Bomber Bait Company got him to work for them as a rep, and he'd take like Dallas Cowboys and famous people fishing for Bomber Bait Company, just PR stuff. But you should have seen the cats that lived around his place.
Well, I imagine
Because
so.
that's all he ever did was fish. And my grandmother knew 500 million fish recipes.
Well, we also went to Lake Fork several times. We loved to go in there, and we were out we got up and went probably around 4, and it was probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I caught this fish, and I knew it was big. I knew it was big. And I'm, trying to bring her in, and it's just fighting, and I'm trying to not break the line, and I got a 15-pound test line on, and my arms were shaking, and I was struggling. And Greg was trying really hard to get from the front of the boat to the back to get the net underneath her, and we could see her. She was at least 12 pounds, at least. And I am just about to die from my arms, just trying to hang on to my pole. And he's trying to get that net under her, and she's flapping her tail, and it just broke. Oh, I know.
No.
She had gotten underneath the boat. She was trying to go up underneath the boat, and I was leaning over, trying not to fall into the water and trying to hang on. But my arms were just shaking from trying to bring that fish in. And we almost had her. And, of course, that's the fish that got away,
Yeah.
I love fishing at Lake Fork. It's a really neat place to fish. We had a boathouse we would go to and catch crappie,
Uh-huh.
Oh
Big
my
ones.
God.
Big
It
crappie.
was such fun.
Now those
Yeah.
crappie will fight. They're fun to
Oh
catch.
yeah.
They're fun to catch.
They
Yeah.
can make you think they're a 10 or 12 pounder and be like a 4 pounder
Yeah. Or less.
or less.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
husband didn't like to fish when we got married, and I couldn't figure that out. I just was like, "What's wrong with you?" And
You're not normal.
we tried a lot of different things. He liked to scuba dive, and I will snorkel, but I don't like to dive because to me, breathing underwater isn't right. And no matter how many times I took the classes and tried, I just didn't ever enjoy it. So we tried skiing, snow skiing. I don't like that. We
No,
tried several
snow skiing not my
things.
thing.
So I took him, made him go fishing, let him go bass fishing with me. And his first fish he ever caught was a 7-pound bass.
Oh.
And then after that, it was like, screw you, sister. I'm buying a boat.
You gave him the sickness.
He has more fishing equipment than I have nursing equipment. You know what I'm saying? And
That's fun though.
oh my gosh! And we had to park the boat in the garage, and he had a handmade cover made for it. He would just caress it on his way in the house, and I'm like,
like, I
you're
love
crazy. But he's still an avid fisherman to this day. He just got better and better at it, and he'll take the grandkids out. We live next to Lake Fort Phantom, and he'll take the kids or even go to Coleman. It's like an hour to go to Coleman, and then you can go to Baird. I think it's about 40 minutes to the lake in Baird. Fishing, and they just have a lot of fun with Granddad in the boat. And he's teaching them how. So my grandsons love to fish now, and that's what they're asking for all the time. And Hayden got a kayak last year, so he takes the kayak out to the lake next to their house. We have a little lake right here next to Abilene. It's a little closer than Phantom and not.
Hi, Bonnie.
Well, we used to fish on the dam,
Yeah.
and the fishing there was unbelievable.
Fishing at the dam is always, that's where they're going to want to be.
Right.
One of our vacations, we spent the whole week learning how to fly fish in Missouri. And that was a lot of fun. All dressed up in your little rubbers and, your big boots and the whole 9 yards stuff. It was a lot of fun. I have pictures.
I'm going to be the unknown comic fright.
She's so funny.
Oh, my Lord. Y'all remember that? The unknown comic? Remember that dude?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I have never really played with the filters very much, but I did the other day, and I ended up laughing until I was just goofy because there's so many. Goodness.
Look at the mouth.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm sorry. I cracked myself.
My grandkids will do that. They'll they'll FaceTime me, and then they'll put all these crazy faces on their faces. And of course, they can't be still. They walk all over the house.
Yeah.
And they've got all these crazy. And I feel like I'm going to have a seizure or throw up, Those kind of faces. That's what they do to me.
Mine do too.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, Lord.
Your lips are so funny.
It kills me. What the heck? Oh, my God. What's this? Oh, wait a second. What's this one? What's this one?
So it takes
Come
a
on,
whole
where is
new
it at?
meaning to put it in a bag.
Oh, I want to. I don't know. Oh, it's giving my eye color. It's changing my eye color. It's making my eyes red. I didn't like that.
We want to see your red eyes.
No. All right, guys, I need you. Y'all need to think of something for me. I've got a great grandbaby due in December, and we don't know what it is. So think about it. What do y'all think we're gonna have?
It is just, where is it? Is the stomach high or low?
That doesn't
You
even
can't tell by that. You can't tell by that, babe.
You can't.
Has she been sick during her pregnancy?
Just the first of the pregnancy.
It's a boy.
It's I'm getting boy
Yeah, I
too.
would tend to say a boy.
I hope so.
Only just because of my own experience. I was
Mine
so
too.
sick
That was
my
my
whole
experience
pregnancy
too.
with my daughter, and with
Oh
my
my
son.
God, me too.
With my son, it was just the very beginning, and then I was, the first trimester, when you're exhausted, but otherwise,
Yeah.
And with
I
my
have-
daughter, I craved nothing but salty, sour, tart stuff. With my son, I craved only sweets.
I
And
usually
when
get
I
it
was
right.
younger, I was not a big sweet eater at all. I did not like sweets. I preferred savory.
I liked Snickers ice cream bars when I was pregnant with Emily.
My favorite thing
Oh, those are good.
was peanut butter with marshmallow cream and dill pickles, hamburger dill pickles.
Oh God.
That was
I had to have lemon and beef jerky with my daughter. And I had to eat them together. I had to eat a bite of beef jerky and a bite of lemon. A bite of beef, because that's the only way it worked. That's the only way it satisfied me.
I had
Well,
to
I
have a
had three
beer.
girls, and they were all three completely different. You
Uh,
know, so I
When I
don't
had
know
my
that
son,
any
I
of
had to
those
have a
things
beer.
count. Do what?
Brim.
I said when I had my son, I had to have a beer.
I'm sure.
Well, before I got pregnant with both of my kids, I had lots of beer, alcohol, so that explains the reason why I got pregnant with my kids.
Yeah. I
I
was
wasn't
thinking of
married.
a motorcycle.
I didn't marry my kid's dad. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. He was my friend in high school, and I let a friendship go into something more. And if on my side it was genuine, and on his side it was just getting some.
That sucks.
He passed away today. He
I
passed away today from liver cancer.
I'm sorry.
Today?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
But it's a happy new birthday for
I
him.
have reconciled myself with the fact that he was going to pass away. And he had cut me out. He cut off communication with me because he felt guilty. This is what he told his ex-wife. That his ex-wife and I are best friends. So he told his ex-wife, he said, I can't be around Melanie because my guilt is so strong. It makes me want to cry when I'm around her because I feel so bad for how I treated her. And I was like, that's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
I needed to hear that more than I love you.
Yeah.
I needed to hear this. So that's the reason why I'm okay with, because I'm glad that he's gone. I'm glad because he's not in pain any longer.
Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking about it earlier when we were talking about our.
I'm a weirdo. I don't celebrate births. I mourn them, and I don't mourn deaths. I celebrate it because I know what the children are in for that are being born into this earth. So I mourn their birth because I mourn what they're going to go through.
You know, don't feel that way. All of life.
No,
is
I'm
a
not saying
celebration.
mourning. I'm just saying I don't like celebrate it. I love babies. Don't get me wrong. I love babies.
And we
I love babies.
life. What is life? Life is
Exactly.
something we sign up for. We sign up to come here. We sign up to learn. We sign up.
But I definitely don't mourn deaths.
No, it's a celebration. They have a new birthday.
Because to me,
it
it feels selfish.
They get to rest.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they're not going through what they were going through, and all of my family, they all died from cancer. So, you know, if
Well, you know what
my
I
dad
figured
died from
out?
dementia and COVID,
I figured out in nursing
and this is
that
for
illness
entertainment purposes only. TikTok. I'm sorry for the talking
illness
about
is really
things.
emotional. You know, I guess it was 15, 20 years ago, I started learning about how emotions affect your body and how when we pack things away, it becomes an illness. And
Right.
and I would reflect back on my nursing career, and you can tell people who have liver, heart, head, and we had seasons where we would only have like head things, we would only have chest things, and then it would be stomach things, and then it would be trauma. It all went in a pattern, but I always noticed with long-term chronic illness, it was generally associated with the emotion, like the heart. The people who had heart disease would have heart issues, like real emotional heart issues. People with liver would have anger,
Yes.
and kidneys, and all the neurological things. You know, the stuff like that. They are all associated with emotion, and that's why it's so important.
Well, in
I think,
Chinese medicine,
work
that's
it
exactly
through.
what they. That's exactly my sister studies Chinese medicine,
Yeah,
and
that's where I
the
started.
natural healing, and more of the natural healings. My mother was actually going to a doctor in Glen Rose, Texas, called Dr. Bob Gibbs, when she was diagnosed with an aneurysm on her brainstem. And they actually brought me and my family into the room. The nuns brought us into her hospital room to say goodbye to her, because they did not believe she was going to live to leave the hospital. And 3 days later, she discharged herself and left the hospital, because she said, "I'm not going to die in this hospital." So then she says, then she goes to my grandparents. My grandmother tells her, she says, "We're going to Glen Rose," and my mother said, "I don't feel like driving that far, Mom." My grandmother told her, "You're going to lay down in the back of the station wagon, and you're going to Glen Rose." And so that's what they did. They took a mattress and put it in the back of my grandmother's station wagon and drove my mother to Glen Rose to my grandmother's natural healer. He's called an osteopathic doctor.
Yeah.
And his name was Dr. Bob Gibbs. He was a angel on this earth.
Yeah.
A true angel. I mean, he and my grandfather were the two people that I knew on this planet that embodied Christ. Completely and totally.
There's more and more of that now. I mean,
and it's spreading.
Younger
Yes.
nurses are all going into homeopathic and natural healing, and they're
It's
doing,
got to, because modern medicine is killing us.
yeah. And we're
Modern
having,
medicine.
you know,
Modern medicine isn't medicine. It's death.
well, they're
It's
doing
poison.
birth doulas,
It's
and
poisoning
now they're
people and
having,
keeping them feeling just good enough to keep going on.
anyway, now they're having birth
Yeah,
doulas,
so, yeah.
and now they're having death doulas, which I think is very fascinating. I took some classes on that too. And it's just
Right.
fascinating to me that we're all going back to more natural
Yes.
homeopathic type, and it's everywhere. It's all over Texas now, and I just think it's so cool. And I think, dang, either I was too late or I'm too early. You know what I mean? I should.
Yeah.
Well, that was something I
Well, no.
thought about doing. I thought about retiring and doing that, but
Yeah.
then, you know, what happened, and
Yeah.
you know,
Well, you're gonna get better, and then
Yeah.
you can take your classes.
Yeah.
and then we'll see. I don't know. I've gotten kind of used to not working,
Well, as a deaf
but if I
doula,
feeling better, I'll be ready to get up and do something, though. You know.
yeah, and as a deaf doula, you know, it'd be like what I was doing as a hospice nurse, except you don't have all that other responsibility.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't have all the
And-
medicines and the
and
paperwork and
It's
the,
a natural extension
Well-
of what I've done my whole life. You know.
yes, you would.
My
be
uncle wanted when he was diagnosed with cancer, he decided to go the holistic route and go do
My
all
uncle
kinds
wanted,
of.
when he was diagnosed with
Dadgummit.
cancer, he decided to go the holistic route and go do.
Hang on,
My
I'm
uncle
like,
when he was diagnosed with
messing
cancer,
up.
he decided to go the holistic route and go do. My
Oh,
uncle, when he was diagnosed with cancer, he decided
I
to go
can't
the
mute
holistic
my.
route
I'm
and
gonna go out. I'm gonna go out, y'all.
I
Can't mute my. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out, y'all. Can't mute my. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out, y'all. Can't mute my. I'm gonna go out.
Wow. What is going on?
My goodness.
That was Diane.
It was.
Yeah.
You think her big feet are on the... Is that Brim?
Yeah. What?
Growling? Is he growling?
Yeah. That was Brim's growl.
Was he disturbed at all?
Yeah. That was Brim's growl.
Was he disturbed at all?
Yeah. That was Brim's growl.
It won't let me turn the microphone off.
Okay.
Good night, Callie.
Good night, Callie. Sorry we talked so much we didn't let you
Good night, Callie.
That was
Like
Brim
that.
growling. He's like,
Callie.
oh.
I heard him. I felt him.
To
Oh, geez, this thing.
the mute your
Let's
mic,
see.
you have to touch your picture and do it from inside there.
Yeah, it's not letting you do it on the outside tonight for some reason.
It's because
It's being
shopping
weird.
cart. It's because of the little shopping bag down there.
Oh. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. And speaking of the
Oh.
shopping bag, Brim, darling, you know, I told
yeah.
you I went to order the headphones. And then I DM'd you and told you it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me PayPal it. And so then I thought, okay, that's fine. I'll just do it, you know, the regular way. And so I did. And it said it wouldn't let me. It said no. And I said, okay, fine. I'll go to Cash App. And so I went to Cash App and it came up and it said, no, you can't use this for that. And I said, that's fine. So I DM'd you and told you it would not let me buy the headphones. And then I get notified today I'm getting 3 sets.
Oh my God. Oh.
So you're welcome.
Well, I'm not getting anything from that.
And see, the first time when I was going to pay for it with PayPal, it was one price. And then when I went to Cash App, it was a different price. Or when I went to just my wallet, it was a different price. And then when I went to Cash App, it was a whole nother price.
Whoa, that's so weird.
Well, what was supposed to happen is I'm promoting the item,
Yeah.
and I put the link up there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm supposed to get commission if they sell.
Yeah.
And I looked on the thing, it doesn't say, hold on, let me look actually.
Well, it's not going to be Honey. It's going to be Becky.
Yeah. It says, I have 3 product, and it doesn't show that. I don't know where it shows it, but I don't see any that were,
Any that were sold?
yeah.
Well, I was just notified today when I came on TikTok that all 3 were being shipped.
That's too funny.
That's okay. The grandkids will all get brand new headphones.
Yeah.
I like them, actually. They're really good.
Maybe I'll keep one for me. I'll give one to my favorite grandchild.
There you go.
And for Greg. You know? I bought my favorite grandchild a computer for Christmas. Because I can't stand that his parents won't let him have a computer or a phone or anything.
I might have to put it through the link tree, too, because I got to do one.
Yeah.
Because I'm really thinking about doing the
He
bracelets.
uses it, and the waiter sprints over to our table and they say, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I just
Selling
talked to the kitchen and they
bracelets.
said that our sauce has shellfish in it." But then my friend was like, "Oh my gosh, no, I'm so sorry. I was making such a big scene in front of the whole restaurant. Dog, you just got poisoned, and you're apologizing for it."
Are you talking about the
But an even crazier
headphones?
situation is that one day
Can you mute, please?
Thanks. Yeah,
Thank you.
I bought 3 sets of headphones.
These are the headphones. If you look in my video, it's down in my bio. There's a link in it. If you click the link, it'll send you here, and you'll be able to purchase them.
I did. I did that all through.
And they're waterproof, and they're very good. I'm just gonna start doing lives in the morning with them.
You
or
said they
whenever I
come in
wake
a
up.
couple of days, so I should be getting mine, and I'll let you know. I'll usually say what I think.
Yeah, different colors. They're actually really nice, and I was waiting for. I'm supposed to get another item in, and that is going to be pretty cool because I really want to do that one, but they haven't sent me a message yet if they're going to send it or not.
What is it?
Bram, Brenda wants you to show her what they look like.
Oh,
Do you have them on?
yeah, actually I do. Okay, this is what they look like. Hold on, let me get my piece of paper. I wrote down some.
Black, gray, purple.
Yeah, hold on. I got my old. I wrote a script too. So.
Are they
Alright,
the over the ear ones and not inside the ear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want a pair of those too.
Okay, so these are the headphones. Now here's what I learned about them. They're Transformers TF-TO7. They're wireless earbuds. Right here. There's yellow, black, silver, and purple. They have a long life battery because I've used them for like 9 hours, and it took me it was like within 30, 45 minutes it was completely charged again.
Wow.
And and I've only charged it once since I've had them. They fit around your ear snug because when you're wearing them, this goes around the ear. It's very soft, bendable plastic. They don't stick in your ear. They hang off your ear, kind of like this, and they just hang there like that. You can do multi-activities with them.
They're waterproof.
They fit around the ear. They ship within 2 days. They've sold on the 255,000 of the things. They stay on your ear during multiple activities because I've used them. I've used them. I've walked. I did jumping jacks. I've moved stuff around. I even did a roll with them just to see if they'd fall off. And they're waterproof. When I used it for the phone. I've used it for Facebook. I used them on TikTok, and it seems like all of the voices are crisp and sound, and I really didn't hear any outside interference. Like, normally when you're in headphones, you could hear like stuff outside. What is that called?
Ambient noise.
Yeah, I didn't hear any other noise. It just stayed within my ear range. I've had my phone in one room, and I went all the way outside my building, and I went and emptied the trash, came back, so I was like pretty far away, and I did not lose the signal. I even went on an elevator, so.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like the idea because it's wireless, and I don't have to deal with them stupid ass wires anymore. That was great. I like it because it's like a fast charge. And you can get even faster if you buy like a supercharger block. And when you put it on, it automatically. Oh, let me look at it. See how they just snap right on?
Mm-hmm.
And when you want them off, you just go like that. But yeah, so there you go. And they automatically start charging the minute you throw it on. Um,
Well, I don't have any that
awesome.
have wires. All of mine are Bluetooth, but they do
Oh,
lose function.
I'm getting
Like
to the rest of it.
if I leave my phone in my bathroom and then like walk out the back side of the house out to the trash, I can't hear anymore. So that'll be nice.
Yeah, and then other thing that I've realized that when you're pretty far away from your phone, it connects. And it being in the ball, it can fit right in your pocket, or you can hang it off your side. And usually, when you got your headphones in your pocket, usually they get bent up and messed up. Well, these they won't because it's one giant ball.
Yeah.
It cancels the sound around you when you have it on your ear. It cancels the sound around you, so you like I said, you really can't hear anything else but whatever's coming through. And then I've also noticed like I've gotten this here, I've gotten this speaker here. I bought this Philips. I paid about 100 and something for this one when it first came out. It's useless, hunk of junk. I bought this one. A newer one. It costed me 125 when it first came out. You know what? It's a piece of junk. Because now what they're doing is they've upgraded the Bluetooth. So all of those speakers that I paid like $200 or $300 for, I can't even use them anymore. It's totally pointless.
They won't.
They won't connect to your phone, or they won't connect to TikTok.
Oh.
And I've gotten some earbuds the other day, about a month or so ago. I went to get some earbuds from Walmart. I bought a $20 pair and I bought an $89 pair. And you know what? Neither of them work because it says TikTok. It said not compatible with TikTok or your device. For some obscure reason, that's what it says. So it refuses to work with TikTok. And I don't know why, but other than that, I really haven't. I think it's a very good price because at about $22 you're paying for them, and if you have coupons, you can get them even cheaper and specials. Sometimes they go on flash sales too, and you know they're really good.
The first pair I bought, they were $12.
Yeah, because you have the coupon.
Yeah. Then the next time when I went through the wallet, it went up to 20. And then the third time I tried, it was 22 something, almost 23.
And it all depends on your shipping too. When you do the shipping is whatever the TikTok shipping is, but I think it's like $9 or $8 or something like that.
Yeah, I wish I had known I was buying 3 different ones. I would have got 3 different colors. But it just kept telling me that no, it wasn't going to let me pay for it.
After you spend over $30, you get free shipping. And if you have a problem with them, they take 24 hours to respond to you. And they come in a cool little box here. So when you get them, they should not be broken whatsoever. Because you got, it's a transformer here. It comes in the box right here with a little baggie. Yeah. And you get, what you get with it, you get the, you get an instruction book. You get a lancet to put on it. So if you want to just hang it off somewhere. You get your little charger wire. And it's a very neat little setup, you know. It's very well made.
That'll be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're really good. It's a really good, and I think it's worth the price.
Best part is how they don't go inside your ears, so you get less ear damage. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stand earbuds, so I have some kind of like what he has there.
Now, as you see, it goes on my ear like that.
We're just seeing here. Come back toward me.
Oh.
Yep.
We're just seeing the back of your head. There you go.
Yep. Now we can see it.
And it rests like right on the ear. It's easy slip on, easy slip off, you know. and it just rests above my big fat ear.
Well, can you lay down on them? Like put
Yeah,
your head down
I,
and
I've laid down on them and everything. I mean, I really have not had any trouble with these. They're actually the best ones that I've gotten yet.
well, that's the reason I got
So
the headband ones is so I could wear them at night because they don't go inside my ear and they don't hurt my ear, and it's just like having a headband on.
but if you want, I would go down into the video that I have in my profile. In my bio, in my videos, you'll see there's a video of it. You go in there, you click the link, it'll send you to it, and you buy it from there.
Well, just be careful. If it tells you it's not taking it, it really is.
Yeah.
So wait before you try alternate methods, or you'll get 3 like I did.
Well, if you want 3, make sure you pick a different color.
Right.
You need to get some aluminum foil and put on that battery so that it's not radiation right against your head.
It's too
I
late.
really,
It's a method of
I really
control.
want to do the video game one. I
Well,
really want
Do
that
I?
white one. I want to do that video game one really bad, but I'm waiting for them to
But I like those.
answer me.
is that the one you asked about for them to sponsor?
Yeah, I was gonna sponsor them because I'm a gamer. I would actually sit there and play the damn game while I'm on a live, and I would actually do that.
Yeah.
My son-in-law
Uh,
is too, and I would get him some for Christmas because he's so hard. He's so hard to buy for. So if
but
you
yeah, I
know,
really
let me know so I can get him some.
did. I mean, because I want that one that looks like a PlayStation.
Hmm.
And I'm waiting for them to answer me, because once they send it to me,
Uh,
I'm gonna light it up. I'm gonna promote that like
He
a
was going to buy 4 pairs.
Bram, and Christmas is
huh.
coming up. Perfect gifts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
You
doing.
need,
I'm almost finished with my Christmas shopping.
That's the way I've always done it. I'll buy gifts here and gifts there so that cause I can't afford like to spend like $200 or $300 in 1 month. I can't do that. So I stretch it out a little, and I don't buy real expensive gifts, but I buy meaningful gifts, or I try to buy meaningful gifts. Yeah.
well, what I'm gonna do is, I've been thinking about doing this. Cause Trina gave me the idea is I'm gonna fire up a link tree, and I'm gonna put some of the bracelets and necklaces I make on a link tree,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna do that.
I'm glad because I like all your
Good.
jewelry. Glad you're
Yeah.
gonna do that. We've only been telling you to do it for what, 6 months now?
And
Yeah,
a friend of mine says she'll promote small businesses on TikTok.
but yeah, as you see, these are the kind of things I'm making.
Hmm. You have some very pretty ones. You showed us a lot.
This one,
I really like.
this one, I need to sell 2 of these. I have 2 of these, and these are ruby.
Hmm. But they're
They're
expensive.
normally about $100 and something. I'm not even selling them for that much.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to. I want to make the money and make it fair.
Oh. Well, that is expensive though. Those crystals are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
You paid a lot for them when you bought them, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I'm
I know you
making.
did, 'cause
I
of
would be
the video.
making.
Here's Yaya.
I'd be making some money off that.
Hi, Yaya.
Hi,
We're
Yaya.
so happy you're here.
Beautiful. Hello, beautiful people.
My mic now.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Beautiful Yaya. How are you?
Have you been having a good
How
day
is
today,
everyone?
sister?
I've been having a wonderful day.
I've been thinking about you all day.
I woke up about 6, went to Opal's live for about an hour and fell asleep. And I woke up about noon. And then
did a couple of things. My husband came home from work, and I realized it was Thursday. Here, I thought it was Wednesday.
Me too. All day.
Really?
I lost 2 days this week.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that I promoted my TikTok or my live. I'm glad I didn't put a day down, just the date, because I would have had everybody everywhere.
That is the truth. Honest to God, it is. And I had to keep checking my calendar on my phone to make sure I wasn't going to miss it. And I was so anxious yesterday waiting for it. I was just like,
Aw.
you know, and then afterwards I was still just so fired up. I couldn't go to sleep. It was like 3
There
o'clock.
you go. I pinned the headphones down in here. I don't know if anybody sees it.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the headphones, and if you buy them right now, then you know that credit goes to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you'll have to let me know, Grim, if it doesn't come to you, and then I'll get some more. I won't just give one to my favorite grandchild. I'll get some for the rest of them too. So let me know if you find out whether mine came to you or not, because you should be getting credit for 3. I
Yeah,
told
I
you
should.
that the first time I went to buy it, it said I went through the whole process, got to PayPal, and got to everything, and then it said, nope, you can't do it. I said, oh. So I went to Wallet, and I went through the whole process, and it comes all the way down to the bottom, and then it says, nope, it won't go through. It failed. I said, dang it. So I went to Cash App, went through the whole thing, went all the way through, went to do the confirm, and it said it wouldn't confirm. And I thought, well, dang, I'm going to have to talk to him about this. And then today when I got on, it said all 3 are shipping.
That is so bizarre.
Yeah. So I guess I'm getting 3. But I'll get some different colors for the kids.
Well, you heard my sales pitch.
Well, and they look to me like they're going to be worth it, and that's a lot less than what I get mine for at Amazon or at Walgreens.
And even if you look very close right here, hold on. It tells you the parameters of it and all that.
What is it?
Headphones.
Okay.
They're really cool, yeah. They don't go.
I got yellow, black, they have yellow, black, silver, and I was hoping they had red. I would have ordered red too, but
They have purple.
and purple. I've seen people with pink ones and red ones, but I unfortunately, I guess I'm not lucky enough to get the red ones.
I would have bought the red ones if they had them.
But these are really nice, and I've been using them for my lives. And as you hear, you really don't. I mean, I can hear you guys crystal clear. I hadn't had no trouble getting on the internet or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm interested if it's really truly noise canceling, because you know I walk around with my headphones on all the time, and my husband thinks I can't hear him because I have my headphones on, and so he really doesn't talk to me or bug me because he thinks I can't hear him, and I've been fooled. But I can hear him, and I can hear everything else. So if I can truly not hear him, that will be a
And
blessing.
see, here's something that I have that I've been trying to get some cookies for. Somebody says they want to get this, but I've been sitting on this for a while.
I think I'm too old to know what that is, baby.
That's
It's the
Charmed.
charmed ones.
And let's get their autographs.
It's the charmed ones.
Oh, wow. Isn't it?
And
Looking at it, I see what you're saying.
I was
Too
throwing
bad
that
it
one in
didn't
there
have
too.
Shannon in there.
Yeah, and it has the
You know, she just recently passed away.
Oh yeah.
Shannon Daughtry. She was
But
friends with my friend Netta.
I didn't know
this picture here, I've looked it up, and this picture here is selling for 350 cookies
Mm-hmm.
on certain auction sites.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
Collectors.
you see, and this one right here, this was pretty expensive too when I looked it up, but I don't have the authenticity no more. I don't know where it went. That's just some of the ones I have. I met a lot of the actors, and I used to hang out with one of them. Anyway, um, yeah. So, and this is just one of the multiple autographs that I've got everywhere. I have like a bunch of the WWE wrestlers.
You know, we used to go to wrestling shows too here in Abilene. They had them all the time, and I'd go with my brother. My brother would pay me to go with him places because he was a very handsome guy, but he was a dork. And his three friends were all dorks. They were all really handsome, but they were so dorky. They could never get girlfriends. They were too redneck. So he would pay me to go with them. And so I'd go dancing, and we'd go to wrestling and whatever. That's how I made clothes money.
I got Stone Cold Steve Austin's autograph. I've got Big Papa Pump. I had Lex Luger's outfit at one time. I've met Hogan.
Cool.
I've got the Undertaker's autograph. I have I got I've got Jennifer Aniston's autograph, Jessica Alba. Yeah, I've met a lot of celebrities.
Wow.
How did you do that?
Well, I wasn't always a poor schmuck.
That was in your paranormal days, wasn't it, Grim, when you were going around with your paranormal group?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
paranormal
Yeah.
group is that?
Yeah, I quit some on eBay, but we didn't have a name. We just get Massachusetts Paranormals. Not that we called ourselves really.
You could probably auction it off and make quite a good bit more than what.
Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
If you were
that
going,
one.
if you were going to do that, you should do it as the whole set, and put it on an auction and auction it that way.
Before disclosure happens.
Yes.
Yeah, when we
Yes.
don't need it anymore.
Because I am going to just do a live one day, and I'm going to pull out all the autographs. It's crazy to see what I've got.
Mm-hmm.
I've even got pictures of them. Like, I got pictures of R-Truth, not even in the wrestling ring, doing other things.
Oh,
A friend of mine had some stuff from what was it? Was Tom Jones?
Oh wow.
It was my sister-in-law. She was a big Tom Jones nut. She traveled all over the United States going to his concerts. She was like a big-time groupie of Tom Jones.
Oh, I would have went to his. I would have liked that.
I would have.
Yeah. She loved that man. Anyway, she had a whole bunch of memorabilia. She had she had a bra that she had brought to the show for him to sign.
Brought to the show. She didn't.
Well, that's the story she told. She says she brought it in a bag to the show for him to sign. My husband told me, he says, don't let her fool you. She took it off at the show and had him sign it.
Yeah, that's
right.
what I would have thought.
And his other sister said no, she did not. She jumped up on the stage and he signed her tit.
Oh my God.
Signed it on her. And so I was like, she was
sister.
wild. Yeah, she was a wild lady. I was like, wow. She was married. Her husband was all for it. He was like, go for it, baby. He paid for the whole trips and everything. He's like, go ahead. He knew she had a wild crush. She told him, she says, if I ever get a chance, you just better be prepared because I'm going to be with Tom Jones for at least one night.
Oh my
I
God.
was like, but
I'm
this, but
forewarning you.
when I was a teenager, she was all prim and proper, and well, they were Roman Catholic, very devout, strict Roman Catholic. So they, for entertainment purposes only, TikTok. They had been raised in a convent by nuns, so they were very strict Catholics.
Where's
And
HK? Speaking of, where's HK? Speaking of for entertainment purposes only. He's
purpose
the
only.
one
I
that,
don't know.
he's the one
He's been
that
sending
keeps us.
stuff. Yeah, where's he at?
He's the one that keeps us legal.
You
Yeah,
mean AK?
AK.
AK,
Why can't I
AK.
get that right, Suzanne?
I don't know. You kept calling him
I knew.
HC, and I was like, I don't
I
know
knew who
who
you were
that
talking
is.
about, though. I knew who you were talking about,
Well,
though.
see, you
That's my
weren't.
brain works the same way.
You were not as confused as you thought you were, Suzanne. You
I
kept.
I
No.
didn't think I was confused. You thought I was.
Well, you're the one that lost 3 damn days.
Oh well, and you
You know,
talked to me.
I
I've
talked to you
talked to
every
you.
one of those days, and
I
you don't
know.
remember any of
So
them.
how did I not know what day it was?
I don't know. We had several conversations, and every.
well, let me
Every
see.
day.
Y'all did a time shift last night with Yaya.
Oh,
I
no.
think
Apparently,
so.
we
A
must
major
have.
time shift, and some of y'all needed more of a shift than others.
And then today, I was perfectly fine when I woke up, and then bam, got violently ill. I mean,
Oh,
I was just praying none of my neighbors were looking. I was so embarrassed.
Did you eat something funny or?
No, God, all I've had to eat today is an apple.
I
You
mean,
might have had low blood sugar.
No, I'm type 2 diabetic. I
Oh,
don't
well,
don't
did you
get low
have?
blood sugar unless I just don't eat.
Yeah.
I
I
forget.
See,
mean,
I used
you
to be
know,
I used
the
to be type
apple.
2 diabetic, and now I am hyperglycemic or hypoglycemic. Where your blood sugar's too low.
That's
Hypo.
hypo.
Hypo. I always get those two mixed up.
Well, I just forget to eat. And now, and since Greg's been gone, I think that's why my grandson has been so concerned and calling me constantly. And we were laughing about that. He said, Greg said tonight, he said, I guess he thinks I take better care of you than I actually do. I was like, he thinks I'm a little old granny and can't take care of myself for 5 days.
He just loves you. That's a good thing.
He is a good kid. He's 14, and he's a good
Aw.
kid. He's really a good kid. But again, it was to make sure I was ordering the right thing on Amazon too. I know that. I know
Right.
was part of it, part of the deal.
Well, kids can do good things for ulterior motives.
Well,
That's their.
he
They'll
is
they'll
so
grow out of that.
smart. He was the first grandchild on both sides. He was a boy,
Mhm.
and which was pretty exciting, you know, because we had all girls. And I talked to him every single day of his days in the womb because my daughter and I worked together. And so I talked to him constantly. And if I didn't see her in person, she would put the phone down there and let me talk to him.
That's
And when
cool.
he was born, I was right there. And he immediately turned his eyes to me. He
Oh,
was
that's awesome.
right awake and alert, and he looked straight at me. And my daughter said, Mom, I think he's smiling. That's so weird. Get out of here. But he would
That is
cry.
awesome.
He would cry and cry and cry if I wasn't around. And so she put, he had a little blanket. She put my perfume on, and that's what he slept with. And
Oh,
it
That's
was,
so sweet.
he stayed with his other grandma during the day, and I was traveling by then. I was driving about 200, 250 miles a day around. And I was
Oh,
coming
dang, girl.
home, and his other grandma called me, and she said, I can't, I didn't want to call you. I know you're working, but I can't make him stop crying. And so I just got off the freeway to her house and went there. And as soon as he saw me, he stopped. So I packed his stuff and took him home with me. And his parents were out of town, and I wasn't supposed to be keeping him. Cherry was, but he stayed with me the rest of the time. So he just, when he was about 2, he was explaining to me how transformers work, you know, and the dump truck and the hydraulics and the whole thing. And he figured out her phone, and he figured out how to call, and he would call me and talk to me when he was
Oh my
2.
goodness.
And it's just been that way his whole life. He's been like that always, even after the other kids all came along. And he'll sit there at holidays or when they're all over, and he'll just look at them all like he's 6 foot now. And he looks at them and he says, it just sucks not to be the favorite, right? And he is so bad. He is so bad. But, you know, I tell him he's my favorite first grandson.
Aw.
But he knows. I mean, he knows that we have a bond that is different. It's different than the. I don't know how to explain it. He's not really my favorite, and I shouldn't say it, and I don't in front of anybody else. But it's different. It's a different
Can
thing.
you tell us the truth?
I tell you the truth
You can
because y'all
you
know
can
when
love
I'm
you
lying.
can love your grandchildren in different ways, deeply, deeply in different ways. He's your first. That's a special connection.
Yep.
I think
He's
it.
the one that made you a grandma,
Well, I think maybe it's a soul thing. I think
and the spiritual connection that you had with him from the womb.
yeah.
Well, probably before the womb, I would say.
I think he chose us.
Hmm.
He
Yeah.
chose our family. You know, and I know that he has a lot of special things ahead of him, and the other kids do too. They're all extremely bright. It's amazing to me how intelligent children are these days. The things they do and say, and how their intuitiveness is so sharp. They're just all into nature now, all of them, and they're so smart. You know, my youngest is a year and a half, and she is brilliant. I mean, talking and understanding things, and has her own mind. She has her own mind about everything. And it's just unbelievable. And then the next one, she's 8. She just turned 8. And she talks about spiritual things like she's 50, you know, about God and spirit and just spiritual things. We have long talks, and she's just so smart. I just don't. It's amazing, you know, the way these new generations are coming in the way they are. Like Brim says, they're a wave, right? Aren't they a certain different waves coming in?
Yes, there's like the first wave was the golden wave, and that's what we are.
Yeah.
Then there was the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. They're each a different wave.
Well, I always thought my kids were the smartest, and they were smart, but they're not near as smart as my grandkids are at their ages.
They come in
Yeah.
on a higher vibrational level than what we did and what our kids did.
Emily was very precocious, and so is Oliver, but Oliver is like, oh, what's that cartoon character that, is it Razor Ball Z or I
Dragon
don't,
Ball.
it's like a little critter that just runs. Oliver, he's nothing but muscle, and he's constantly going.
That's the way Ada is, the littlest one. She will not ever be still. And then when the minute she gets just a moment still, she'll just fall over asleep. She just goes until her engine is gone.
Oliver's going to bed at 6 o'clock now at night because he started pre-K, so he has to get up at 6. Yeah. He gets up at 6 and he goes to bed at 6. But from the very beginning, he would just go, and then he'd say, "I'm ready for bed," or ready to get ready for bed, kind of thing. And but he's always been ready to get for bed. It's like, okay, bud, let's go get ready for bed, and it's like, okay. He's always been down for bedtime. He looks forward to it, I think.
My second daughter's that way. She was always that way. And then now her first daughter is that way too, Elora. When she's ready for bed, she's ready. And the only time she stays up late is when she's with me. And we sit in my chair and she sits on me. But they lived with us for about a little over 2 years.
Oh, fun.
And when she was 4, 5 years old. And so she thinks this is her house. And she'll tell her mom all the time, "I want to go home. I need to go home."
Oh, that's sweet.
So she'll come stay with me if she can. But, of course she's in school now and they're in Lubbock. So it's not as easy. The other kids live here in town. So I see them almost, if I don't see them, I'm talking to them on the phone every day. So I'm really fortunate, I think, that my kids are so close. 2 of my daughters live here, and Lindsay's only a couple hours away. So
I'm lucky that Graham and Riley moved back from Colorado because that just sucked. It was like as soon as they moved, she was pregnant, and then he was a pandemic baby, so I couldn't even, there were no flights. I couldn't go see him. It just sucked. And I didn't, let's see, I think I met him when he was 6 months old. When they came out here, they drove out. And then I flew out to Denver and stayed with them for about 4 days. I don't know if he was a year yet.
Where does her mom live?
I think she's still in Colorado. She's thinking about moving back to Hawaii, but
I could never move that far from my grandkids. I don't think I could ever. I mean, I would be happy to leave Abilene, really.
Well, they moved.
I'd rather leave my kids.
Her mother and her sister moved to Colorado before they did. They were living in Tulsa, too. Or I guess her mother, I don't know. Anyway, I guess her mother and sister had moved to Colorado. And then Graham and Riley had an apartment here in Tulsa. Then they moved in with my ex-mother-in-law. And then they decided to move to Colorado. And then I thought I'd lost them for good, because Graham would always said, I think we'll come back to raise kids. And then she was pregnant. But then, he was always sending me pictures. And he's like, I don't know. This is what I do when I'm not at work. I don't know how I can come back. And it's like, I get that. I backpacked all over California. I didn't give a shit where my parents were. But I didn't have little kids either, so.
Yeah.
But see, Oliver was hiking 6 miles when he was 2, up in the mountains. That's part of why he's just nothing but muscle is, they carried him on a pack until he could walk, and then he wouldn't let them carry him anymore.
Tara's 3, they all do CrossFit. So,
Oh my God.
yeah, they're all muscular and paleo and full of bacon. Yeah. I think CrossFit is weird. It's kind of
Are they the evangelicals?
yeah.
Okay, that fits.
Yes, it's kind of a cult. CrossFit is weird. But my daughter's got some muscle. She's real thin and tall, but she has muscle.
Well, yeah.
Pure muscle.
Aren't CrossFit people the ones that like go from standing up to jumping like 5 feet in the air or something on top of?
Yep. Jump box. Yeah, they jump box.
Yeah.
And then she does these. He coaches. Thomas coaches, and then they both do leagues. So they travel San Antonio, Austin area for a lot of competitions, and they have to do all sorts of weird things: weightlifting, rowing, running. They tow big old trucks. I don't know. She's strong. I mean, I wouldn't want to piss her off. You know, but the kids they grew up in the gym, and that's all they know too. They get tired of it sometimes, but they do it because they have to. But they have this thing called burpees, and you have to throw yourself down on the floor like a plank and land on your forearms with your hands flat and lift your body up and then stand up and then do it again over and over and over.
Yeah.
So she was making Hayden do burpees because he had done something.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
And then she was mad at him because he didn't want to go to the gym.
Oh.
She said, well, you can't use it as punishment.
No, she was making him do burpees as punishment?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's terrible.
So I explained to her that you can't use it as punishment and then expect him to be all excited about going to do it. Yeah. But she quit. She quit doing that. Thank goodness.
Good, because that's messed up, man.
Well, she left me in charge. She should have known better. She came outside to the pool and left me in charge of finishing up his burpees. So I went and got him a water and set him down in the recliner and his face. So, and then she came in and caught us, but you know.
No.
I wasn't apologizing for that.
No. That's.
What were you expecting?
That'll screw a kid up, man. Well, especially, for a mother to screw with her son like that. That's
Well, we talked about that before, and it's like Robin tells me all the time, I have to trust their soul purpose. I have to trust that her soul knows what her purpose is, what her pathway is supposed to be. And he told me, Robin has already told me that she's going to have a breakthrough. And she was the one who was extremely spiritual as a child. And she would see the angels in church, and she would tell me all the time that she could hear them singing. And she'd say, I'm going to take a couple home with me.
Aww.
And she would have them in her room. And she said, can you hear the angels sing, Mom? And she was just so spiritual always. She was, when she got to college, she became youth leader. And she did the group all the way through all 4 years of college. And it wasn't until later, after she and Thomas went to a couple of Baptist churches, and she got into a Bible study group, And the longer she stayed in the Bible study group, she would ask me questions, Mom, why are the ladies telling me this? And I would tell her, you know why. And this is, and we'd talk about it. But then it got to where she didn't want to talk to me about it anymore. And she just started to believe it. And then he loves it because he's the head of the home. She's subservient to him. And he loves that. He loves it. And he just encourages it. And that's the type of pastor they have. And that's the type of people they have in their church, where the man is the man and the woman, is his handmaiden. And that's just how they're raising the kids. So, but I have to trust that she, I have to trust. I know that. And Robin tells me all the time. He just tells me, sister, just breathe, just surrender. It's going to happen. And you have to trust her on a soul level to know what her soul is supposed to go through, what lessons she's supposed to be learning. And he says she will. He sees it. He sees it happening. And I trust Robin, so, I have to just let it go. And when they try to evangelize me, I try hard not to laugh at them. I try to talk about it. And Cryon said something very important the other day on one of his videos about how you don't get defensive. You smile and you tell them, I respect you. And this is how I feel, and hopefully you respect me. We all feel the same. Love is love. And God is love. So I just keep that in my head.
I do too.
They're always quoting Bible verses at me. Because I know them much better than they do. I've been reading the Bible a lot longer than they have. And which is why I don't believe it anymore, because I read it too much. But anyway.
I was always a disappointment to my Sunday school teachers.
Yeah.
They sent me to church camp and everything, and then there was always Bible class, and I always failed.
I was very interested in it. I wanted to learn as much as I could. I wanted to learn about it. I wanted to understand it. And I really wanted to believe it, but I just couldn't.
I was pretty little. I lived in a fantasy world that was probably closer to reality, that was way more spiritual than how I was being raised.
Well,
I was always
we were Lutheran, and
in
we
the
weren't
woods.
some other crazy, wild, evangelical thing. I think I would have been more traumatized by that. Because Lutherans aren't like that. We're pretty quiet, pretty calm, not as rigid to the Bible. They understand that there's things in the Bible that aren't right.
Well, my parents didn't act. I don't know. My parents put on a good show. Like, they showed up, but like they weren't exactly Christian parents, but they had me at church 3 times a week, and just having me at church all that time put the fear of God in me, drilling into me, because boy, howdy, if I didn't pay attention, my mother would pinch the fire out of my thigh,
We did sign language in church. Katie lost her hearing when she was about 14 months old. So we all learned sign language. So we would sit in our pew and sign to one another and distract the pastor.
Oh.
That was fun. But they knew what I was saying. And I didn't have to yell. Nobody else could hear or knew what I was saying to them. which is nice. That's pretty rotten, isn't
No.
it? But yeah. And Lindsay Ann got out of the church and she just said never again. And she and Michael, they have a spiritual time on Sunday with Elora and Ada. And then Katie, she tried to find a church, but she just hasn't ever, she said she just didn't find a place that made her happy. And she didn't want to go back to our old church because it's mostly older people. And I wasn't going anymore. So she just quit. And she's still trying to figure it out. She'll ask me questions and I send her videos and stuff, but that's about it. And her partner is neither one way or the other way. And my oldest is a little judgmental of Katie in that she's just living with George. They're not married.
Oh.
So that's an interesting thing at our house. Holidays and such. But, we all have to learn that, there's so many ways to get to the top of the mountain. There's just so many different ways. And we shouldn't be judgmental of one another.
Right?
It is. And church can be so damaging someday, some ways. I just see these poor people on these TikTok lives, and I think how traumatic.
Yeah.
Their church experiences were very traumatic. And now these people are in their 40s and they don't know what to think. They don't think like us, but they don't want to go back to the way they were in church either. So they don't really know, and I feel bad for them. Have you listened to any of those lives?
There's a lot of lives I don't even want to listen to no more.
I just feel bad for them, and I really feel bad for them because they don't know what to think.
No, they are too busy spouting off the past, the history of it all, and it's not relevant to where we are now, how to move forward, or how we're even thinking now. It's like they're so stuck in the Bible, in the revelations, and they don't even realize that a lot of it's not even true. It's not even there.
Well, they're so traumatized, Loretta. They're just so traumatized by what happened, and they can't get past it. For some reason, they can't get past the hurt, and they feel lied to and deceived. And there's one girl, she does really amazing TikToks calling out those crazy pastors. Especially the demon-eyed one, the one that's here from Texas. I can never think of his name.
Oh, he's kind of crazy.
He's the one that has all those planes, and then he jumps around and hops around and laughs like a maniac on stage.
Right.
He's scary. You know which one I'm talking about, Bram? He's an older guy.
Yeah,
he's like a billionaire.
He is definitely not right.
His eyeballs are crazy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Is it Swagger?
No. I can't think of his name. And then there's
Creepy? Creepy.
Yeah. Then there's the other one who talks about the witches. He's always.
Oh yeah, that guy's a freak.
Yeah, he's scary.
He's dangerous.
Yeah, and then the one who is always talking about how we need to line people up and do the thing. Wow. So she's I think she's doing a service because she's calling out these crazy ones and she's showing videos of them acting like this on in front of their churches, and they have big, giant mega churches.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that people talk about Joel Osteen, but he at least keeps a low profile and doesn't act like a sociopath.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of the prosperity preacher, and
No kidding.
but you know, some of what he says kind of sounds like some of what we say. You know, when he says that God wants you to have everything you want.
Well, that's exactly how it works, though. Is they mimic what we need to hear, but their actions
Yeah.
speak louder than words.
Well, at
Their
least
lifestyles speak louder than words. You
Absolutely.
can't be a millionaire and be you can't do it. God and millionaires do not go together. If you look at all of the millionaires on the face of the planet, all the billionaires, none of them have God in their lives. Not what we call God. Their God is money. Their God is greed. Their God is profit. Their God is power.
Well, and it was really sad when Houston was underwater and he wouldn't let anybody in the church.
Yeah.
That was sad.
And
Then he
when
had
people
that
were
excuse.
freezing to death.
What was that? What was that?
When Houston flooded
Oh, yeah.
several years back, he did not open
People
up.
had
the
nowhere to
church.
go.
He said
Yeah.
that they had just had the carpeting redone.
So we can't house people to keep them from dying.
Even though they had like multiple kitchens and all
Yep.
kind of things,
Yep.
he could have had.
Well, it used to be a sports arena.
Yeah. So
That's so much money.
some furniture guy down there in Houston, he was
Opened his business as mattress. He owned a mattress company.
yeah. Didn't he have several buildings, Mel? And he opened
Yeah.
them all up
He had-
and let
he had
everybody
the-
lay on the
his
sofa.
name
in
is
his
Showroom.
warehouse.
They got
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
use all the showroom furniture.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah. It was pretty cool.
And had food delivered to them.
Mm-hmm.
Fed them all the whole time they
Well,
were in
now
various
they're
roles.
now they're
Yes.
finding
That right
people,
there.
though.
That's a good man.
But they're finding people now for feeding the homeless.
That's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
It says a lot about our society.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
The
this
fact that it's even allowed to be that law's even allowed to stand and people aren't standing up screaming about it, and people
it's that
more people
Christian
agree with it.
nationalism that
Well,
and you can't be a real Christian if you're not upper middle class.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to the next 2-3 years. And tonight was one of the few times when Greg and I have actually talked. I try to introduce things to him slowly because he doesn't do change very well. And we actually talked about the money system changing in the next 2-3 years. And he didn't get all weirded out. So I think he knows that things are going to change. That we're not going to be so reliant. And
Yep, it is a sad turn of our government morals.
they don't have any morals. What are you talking
Exactly.
about? Morals? They don't have any ethics.
Lack of morals. Lack of morals.
Yeah, it's a sad thing. And saying that those poor people. Somebody put out a TikTok about how the Democrats did something to make the hurricane worse because it only hit the red
Red
states.
states. I know. I saw that too. I was like, oh my
Like,
I heard that.
if we had that kind of power, we wouldn't be where we are. You know what I mean? If we had the power to direct a hurricane somewhere, if people could, but if we all got together and manifested together and did the right things together,
Yeah, I think we could,
do
yeah.
that. We could do
I
that.
agree 100%.
I believe.
And that's what we're doing when we gather like this. Even if we're not like totally focusing in on it, it is all these gatherings like this and little groups online are actually affecting the timeline.
That's what Greg and I talked about tonight. Was he talked about our thing last night? Yeah. He asked me how it was, and I told him that we had lots of people there, you know, praying and meditating for the people for the storm. And
Yeah.
he was saying, you know, he wished more and more people could do that and would do that. That it would make such a big difference.
It does.
So he's coming around. It's slow. It's slow. And
At least it's happening.
Yeah.
Take it
sounds-
slow.
I mean, yeah,
it
really.
sounds really good that he. I mean, it sounds really good. I think.
Yeah.
He is coming around. Slow but sure. He just gets nervous, you know. He's too logical. And I've always been too fantastical. So the two of us try to balance each other. And
And that's how that's exactly how it's supposed to be. That's how a relationship is supposed to be.
I don't know, Mel. It's been a teeter-totter.
Always. Well, that's life. That's and especially for me, because I like very much like to be alone. I mean, I really do. I really love to be alone. And my husband, when he was working offshore, I was loving it. Because I not that I didn't love him, okay, but it was just a relief for not to have him around, because his energy was so, it drained me.
I can't read what AK wrote. He knows someone personally.
No, someone personally.
He runs a
person
harp
who runs a
station.
He shuts me down on questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
Well-
can't. They will literally go to prison for breaking the.
NDE.
Yes, thank you.
NDA, yeah.
Oh, there we
NDA.
go. I knew it was.
I knew it was some letters. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I would
You
know
knew what I
about
meant.
that.
But yeah.
Of course I did.
Our system is just screwed. I mean, you know,
It's
they
totally screwed.
release a certain amount of money initially, and then Congress has to be the ones who distribute the funds in FEMA, and they won't give FEMA any more money. They won't give. The storms are getting worse and worse and worse, and people are still haven't been reimbursed from the last storm they went through in Florida. So
Oh,
they
told me
haven't
they're going to give
covered
us.
for-
They told me they're going to give them $750, and you have to go online.
The same
fill
shit
it
they
out.
told the people in Maui.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's all they can legally do. They have to wait for Congress to release the funds, and the Republicans just voted it down. So, I mean, you know, you have to follow the law, and if you can't go outside of the bounds and just give out money, it has to go through the system, and our system is broken. So
Absolutely.
we need to figure out a way to help each other.
Well, there's also some things that need to be done at the highest level, and that is term limits, not just for the president and vice president, but also for everyone in office.
Yeah.
It is not meant to
I
be a
agree.
lifetime job. We were not supposed to be supporting them for the rest of their lives.
It was
They
a good
should not
gig,
be
though.
allowed to give themselves raises.
They got a good gig.
They damn sure do.
You know it.
You know, excellent health care and
Yeah.
pensions and stocks and bonds and, you
Yeah.
know, the whole deal. I mean, once you get it and you have it, it's hard to let it go. And
That's the reason why we should set laws to where they can't continue into that life. That it's not right for them to do that, and then they take money from special interests. That's fucking called bribes in any other state, in any other way.
Right.
And now
If the
that's
police officer
happening to the
took money from,
Supreme
say,
Court
jewelry
too.
stores to patrol just the jewelry stores and keep them safe and neglecting the rest of the community, they would be fired. But we allow our government, our representatives, our state representatives, senators, and congressmen to do exactly that. Take money from special interest and screw us over every time. Because special interest is only in the special interest of the people who are going to be making money, the companies.
well, I was so excited when I heard how much money that Samaritan Purse got together. They personally went out and collected
They're great.
what, like $36.6 million for the storm people. And then you know who went in and said, "Oh, I did that." And so now people are thinking he did that, but it was Samaritan's Purse.
Right.
Individual people putting it together to give out, and then one person is trying to take credit for that. And I'm a little PO'd about that. You know?
Yeah, that's not right.
But isn't it amazing though that the collective was able to get that much money? I mean,
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
people who really can't afford to live themselves, and yet they're giving $5, $10.
That's because people who are like that have that. They understand that could be very well be them.
Well, we have a thing here in Abilene that's it's connected with Samaritan's Purse, and I can't remember the name of them, but they send out these giant crates. And so we take things down to their warehouse and they package them all up and they send them all over the country to places where they need these certain things.
Mm-hmm.
They divvy them all up and send them all out. And that's, to me, is a really big deal. They do really well here.
I like that.
Yeah. And then we have a guy, he is such a cool guy. He was a pastor and he decided he didn't like the way pastoring was going. So he kind of just went off on his own, and my kids worked with him almost all their teenage years. On Sunday afternoons, they would take food to the homeless. We had a huge community over by where I live. They live out in the woods in tents. They call it a tent city. And he would take the kids, and they would they would get the food, put it together in the kitchen at church, and then pack it all up in bags, and then he would take them all. Different people would drive, and they would take a whole big group of kids over, and they would hand out food and talk to the homeless people. And then he does food drives and clothes, and he helps them get ready for job interviews and haircuts. And he organizes people who want to donate, to cut people's hair or to help them with their makeup or help them with their clothes and, get them ready for a job interview and stuff.
Right.
And
That's
then
cute. That's awesome.
there's some medical people too that work with him. And he's been doing it for 35 years now, just here in our town. Just amazing. His drives get bigger every year. He's getting ready to do one now. He always has one in the fall to get winter clothing for the homeless. And they have a couple of, he's been able to build a few shelters, and then he turned one, what do you call it what are those buildings called when they're the city owns them and they rent them to you based on your income, low income housing?
Or public housing.
Yeah, he got a couple of those buildings.
That's what they need to do with all those empty buildings.
I know. How can we have so many empty spaces and people?
And so many homeless people. I
Yeah.
think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
Our town is not that big. Our population is maybe 140, 150. We're not that big. And we are full blown Christian, Church Christ, Baptist, Catholics. We have 4 Catholic churches here. And
I was raised and baptized in the Church of Christ.
yeah, and
So was I, Mel.
so we have all these supposedly Christian people here, and they just ignore. They just act like it doesn't happen here. If you said something to someone about the homeless, they'd look at you in shock. We don't have homeless here. And our church, we adopted 2 elementary schools, and there were tons of kids that were homeless going to school.
Yep.
Yeah. That was part of what we did at the shelter where I was a caseworker. his first thing is make sure the kids had their vaccination so they could get in school. And we got them in school like the next day.
Yeah, and then of course they went when they left school. They went home to no home. They had no home. They
Well,
lived in the woods over
they,
behind the old Kmart.
yeah, these guys stayed at our. We had a family shelter,
Mm.
and as long as they were working with their caseworker to do, I worked with them, the parents, on what they needed to do, basic life skills, things you have to be able to live in our society, And
Did we lose Yaya?
She popped off, and I don't know what happened. She just didn't say anything. I didn't see any in the chat. Thought maybe she might have said she had to go, but she didn't. She might have lost her internet or something. Everybody's been having issues.
Yeah, a huge swath was hit. I mean, I think everybody's having some kind of issues because of
Yeah.
this. And you know what? That they named the storm after me. That's my first name. And I feel weird. I don't want to be a hurricane.
Becky,
Helen Rebecca is my name.
your name is Helen. Oh, I thought Honey was part of your real name.
No, my name is Helen Rebecca. And
I thought they called you Rebecca, Honey. I had friends named Betty Joe and Peggy Sue and stuff like that in
no,
Georgia. So.
Honey is my grandma name. That's what my grandkids call me. And they put me in their map as Honey's house. So it shows up pinned on Google Maps as Honey's house.
Aw.
But no, my dad wanted to name me Helen, and it was his turn. And Mother, just for whatever reason, did not like that name and said no. And he said, "It's not your turn." And so they had a big argument about it. And so she said, "Okay, well, what about Rebecca?" And he said, "Yeah, we can go with that." And so they named me Helen Rebecca. And so she immediately started calling me Becky. And it pissed him off. And he never called me anything but Helen my whole life.
He was determined.
And I was, of course,
Like being your parents' argument.
So I've been bipolar forever.
Bipolar.
Because up until the day he, made his transition, he called me Helen. And it was very confusing for many people. And it being my legal name, it is confusing, because it's on my legal documents as Helen.
Yeah.
And so it gets confusing sometimes.
Well, my parents compromised on my name because my mother wanted to name me after her cousin Melanie, and my father didn't like it, wanted it spelled different. And it just so happened my cousin Melanie, hers was spelled the same as mine, and it's actually Greek. It's the Greek variation of Helen.
Oh, cool.
So you and I are both Helens.
Well, we did the same thing with Katie. I wanted to name her Audra. I just thought that was so beautiful. Audra
That is a beautiful name.
And he kept saying, that's just too weird. I'm not having it. And we argued. And I said, well, come up with something better. And he couldn't. He wouldn't. And so she's born, and it was a traumatic, I ended up having to have a C-section at the last minute. So I'm out. And I wake up, and he's like got his head in my lap saying, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. And I got really terrified. I didn't know what he was talking about. And what it turned out, after he scared me nearly to death, he couldn't put the name on the birth certificate because he said he couldn't do it. So her poor little tag in her bassinet was no name McReynolds. And that's what her pediatrician called her until she went to a real doctor. And,
No name McReynolds.
and so
Come on, get up
We
here.
took her home with no name. And they finally called me from the city and said, if you don't give her a name in 3 days, we're going to have to put that on her birth certificate. Well, hell. And I just was watching an old movie, and it was Katharine Hepburn. And I just thought she was so amazing. So I said, okay, we'll name her Catherine, but we'll spell it different. So that's how she got her name, bless her heart.
My friend's mom named all of her daughters after soap opera stars. Not the stars, but the characters on the soap opera.
Well, I tease my husband about that because he did watch one of those with me when he would come home at lunch. And the lead person was Tara. And I said, you named her after that chick in that soap opera. He's like, I did not. I didn't.
And I named Emily after my grandmother's. Her name is Emily Ione, and her last name is Gardner. So the EIG just reminded me of EIEIO. So I would sing Emily Ione, Einstein, Imogene, Olivia, yeah, EIEIO. So we did
I
that.
just want to
and
add
then
that my
finally-
headphones right now.
I-
I just want to add. Hold on 1 minute. I just want to add that those headphones are on a flash sale right now.
Oh, really?
1653. Bye.
Wow.
Oh.
So one day, I think she was like in the 3rd grade. She said, "Mom, is that really on my birth certificate?" And I said, is that really my name? And I said, well, it's not really on your birth certificate. And her face just fell.
She was like, damn.
Oh, I felt so bad. And I said, we could always add it.
Yeah, you can.
And, of course, we never did. And then my nickname as a child was Sassafras. And so Emily and I said we could both change our last name to Sassafras.
Yeah.
So she would be Emily Ione, Einstein, Imogene, Olivia, Sassafras.
Oh,
And I'd be Suzanne Sassafras.
Yeah.
And of course we didn't.
It's kind of
And then I got
it's kind of expensive because
then I got my
Linda
dog,
paid.
and so I named her Sassafras. So it's like now we can't change our last names to Sassafras.
But when Lindsay got a divorce, she didn't want to change her name because she didn't want Laura to feel bad about it, but she didn't really want to keep it either. And she began to write, and she was having things published. And so she chose Blooms. So she's Lindsay Blooms is her professional name. But
Balloons?
Blooms, Lindsay Blooms. Like in a flower.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So, but it cost her. I don't remember now how much it was, but it was kind of expensive for her.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
Yeah, it's because her TED Talk is under that professional name, Lindsay Blooms.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I didn't realize it would cost that much.
Yeah, it's expensive.
But she didn't want Laura to feel bad about it, but she didn't want that name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she got married anyway, so it didn't matter. And
I understand that.
so she ended up, she had to change her name on her doctorate as well. And I think her doctorate has Lindsay Blooms on her doctorate. And it's just weird. Names are weird, aren't they?
Yeah.
Somebody told me something about Helen, about the name Helen. Was it Thomas, Suzanne, when we were talking about it?
I don't remember it.
I don't remember now who it was talking about Helen and the history and why it fit with my soul. Something about I should go by that name because it's fit with my soul.
Huh.
But I'm like,
Mary does.
it's too late now. I mean, I'm honey anyway. So.
I mean, Mary.
Helen sounds like it could be angelic, I guess.
I don't know. I'm not very angelic.
It's a really old name.
I still go with the Mary.
Call me Mary.
And I believe Helen is a Greek origin. I'm not positive, but I believe that Helen. I know that my version, Melanie, it's because the way it's spelled is Meleny. It's an unusual spelling of Melanie, but it's the old Greek spelling of Melanie.
Well, what's Helen of Troy? Was that Greek?
Was she Greek?
Yeah.
Was she Greek, Brim?
Yeah. Because Aphrodite messed with her. Yeah, it was Greek.
Yeah. And I think that's where my dad was coming from, the way he was trying to explain it to me. And Mom had the impression that it was just the name of an old girlfriend or something. She didn't believe she didn't believe that he had actually read anything of any substance where he came up with that name. So it was funny. They still fought about it. Even after I got married, they were still arguing. But that's how they survived, was to argue.
Am I the only one that doesn't know your dragon origin story, Graham?
I don't know.
Why don't you tell it?
I would like to know the significance of the dragons.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a fascinating story.
Huh. You want me to tell a story?
I mean, if you'd rather not, if you'd rather start earlier in the day or something.
Yeah, let Brim tell us. Let Brim tell us the dragon origin story.
Nighttime Stories by Brim.
Oh, now we're gonna
Everybody
really
gets
see.
it?
Now we're gonna really see the faces in the ball when you change colors like that. It really brings
Now
them
it
out.
looks like a
Okay.
hummingbird. It looks like a hummingbird now.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Brim
Brim.
the eyes. Look at the eyes on the side there.
They're kind of creepy.
The story of Brim. Okay, Brim a long time ago he was in his own universe. And he was a creator of that universe. He was by himself, and he was alone, and he wanted to create. So he created a universe of dragons, and they weren't fulfilling his dreams, and he kind of failed the first couple times. He didn't like how it came out because he was missing something, and it had all like male presence. He's like, no, this isn't what I want to do. So he created a being called Shakora, and he's like, well, I need somebody else too. So he created him and Shakura got together, and with their energy they formed his brother. So all three of them basically ran the universe. Him being the god of love, the brother was the god of war and stuff. Now he was like the bad part, because he wanted to teach the dragons good and bad. And Shakura was the meteor between them both. So the universe was going, it was going great, and it was just spiritual beings, like lights, orbs, you want to call them. They were bobbing around the universe. And as things progressed, their light beings, they got evil, and because the brother had gotten out of hand, and he got jealous, and he wanted to take over the universe, and Brim didn't like that idea whatsoever, so he decided that the evil ones were overrunning his universe, and he couldn't figure out why. Because he was kind of a new god at that point, a new being, a new entity, a new creator. He really didn't know the ins and outs of it, so he didn't want to be alone. So when he created, he didn't realize that he was missing something. So everything went crazy, everything went evil, and so he's like, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. I want to have more peace and harmony within the universe, and we all need to be pure. Well, they got in a huge battle, and him and Deimos got in a huge battle, and it came to the thing where the whole universe had imploded. And as it was imploding, he opened up another portal. He opened up a rift, and he seen a new universe created. So he hopped on to that one, and he came into this universe with Sakura and went to the Larian star system, and he created some planets and created some beings. And they were going great, but the problem was he wasn't connected to the source in this universe, because the source in the universe, he was connected to it, but this source he wasn't. So he was like, well, how am I going to do this? I can't connect to the source here. So he couldn't figure out what it was. So the people over there, they were pretty peaceful. They weren't, running through the universe causing a muck. They kind of stayed to themselves, because they weren't connected to the universe like everybody else was around them. So they kind of stayed to themselves, in their own little corner of the galaxy. We're going to mind our own business, that kind of stuff. Well, the Palladians started coming over and talking to them, and they're learning about things, and all the other beings are connecting with them and trying to talk to them. And his creations that he had created started liking and hearing what these other beings were saying, so they started to evolve. They were just a spiritual being at one point, just light, and then they got so high, the vibration was so high in that corner of in the corner of their region of space where they were. So they started changing forms, like some became like talking unicorns and animals and different beings, kind of like, it was like kind of like a cross between every myth that you could think of and every fairy tale. And they created different kind of beings, some that weren't even in it. So after about years passed, and you noticed the people started going back to being up, like started going bad again, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Well, when he found out what was going on, he noticed that his brother Deimos had piggybacked and got into this universe. He did not like that idea, and he didn't mean for that to happen. So when they got into this universe, they tried to start a war. Brim grabbed him and threw him into, I can only call it a nexus, because that's the only thing I can refer it to. He threw himself in there, sacrificing himself, and he got entrapped in this nexus with him. So at this point, he's going through the nexus in this like thing that's flying through the universe. While this is going on, his wife Sakura in this universe now, she's in the universe, and she's, the leader of the people with her feminine, energies and all that. She's talking to them, leading them. So years later, not exactly sure how many years were later, the ribbon had came past this corner of the universe, and when they passed, he noticed that there was beings here on Earth, and this was right after the Seven Sisters came down, and gave the spark of life to him. He noticed that when he was in the ribbon, he noticed that these beings on Earth, he noticed them and he's like, oh wow, those are some unique beings. They have something that I'm very interested in learning. And that was emotions. His people never knew emotions, and he said that's what they were missing. Emotions decipher right from wrong. And he's like, you know what? I want to be a part of that. So he took half of his shard and threw it down to the earth. Thus, half of his shard came and was reborn into the human life cycle, and he's been traveling. His shard has been going through like many lives, like author, and like, like reincarnation, like everybody else. So he was starting to understand what emotions were, and he was learning through the reincarnations that he had on the planet. And why that was going, he was reincarnating billions of times. His wife Shakura was on her side of the universe, and she noticed that that energy was free again, and she wanted to be a part of that. So she left there and put it in charge of somebody else. She threw half of her shard at first, and then she threw another part of her shard. She threw her whole self here, but the way she did it, she split them up. You know what I'm saying? So she's going through the life cycle. She's kind of dueling it. You know what I'm saying? Trying to find Brim faster, she's dual-lifing it. And Brim's just going around on the top of shard, just going through lives. So through time, they would bump into each other and try to get it right, but they couldn't. And the reason why is because she did it wrong, being a new creator. She didn't put her whole shard together, and then that would have fixed an issue, but she didn't realize it. So through time, they've been trying to pursue each other. And Brim, when he didn't realize that when he threw that piece of shard out of him, Deimos slipped out of the Nexus. So Demo came down here too. So now you've got all three of them reincarnating through the life cycles on Earth, and they've encountered many people during their lives and learning about this and that. So when I was born on September 7th, which my brother was supposed to be born on September 6th, he was born September 6th at 6 o'clock and passed on at September 6th at 6:06. He passed on. They cleaned my mother out. I was born September 7th at 7:07, and I was there, and I couldn't figure out why I was there. So when the beings put me down here, Brim, the tall whites were creating me. When they created me, Brim seen an opportunity to throw that last shard down because he knew that other shard was in that body too. So he wanted to be whole. So wham, I got those two shards. I've got the tall white and the dragon shard from Brim. Brim's whole self came down here. So when I was born, my entire life, there was the human tall white side, which was Paul, and there's the Brim side, which is the dragon, and they never merged with each other. They ignored it. The Paul side ignored the Brim and said, "You're just a hallucination," and that's how it happened.
Interesting.
I think it's fascinating.
And during this life cycle now, he's learning emotions and dealing with emotions better, because at the end of the day, his goal is to help humanity and to connect to the source. And the only way he can connect to the source is if he finds his love and he has that. He bumps into the love and gets that Shakira back, and he learns what emotions are. So when he goes back over there, he can show his people what love and hate and what emotions are. So then they will be connected to the source, thus helping humanity, because they're very close right now. They have a colony in the Kepler star system, only 10 light years away.
Have you been there?
I went past it.
So
I didn't.
who takes you on rides? Who do you go with?
Area.
Different. What?
Area.
How did you meet her?
Well, the thing with her is, when I was younger, my dad tried to unalive me, and he tried to burn down the house. So he nailed the doors and the windows shut and lit it up. While my mom was running the streets like a common. Anyway, the house was lit on fire, and I was crying because I was like 7 years old, and I remember crying and screaming because I just watched the movie Godzilla, and I wake up and there's flames around my house, so it kind of freaked me out. And I was really I felt like I was gonna go at that time.
Yeah.
I was screaming and crying, and then there was this woman that was there, and she had me cradled in her arms and says, "Don't worry, little one. I'm here for you. I will always be here for you." And she was stroking my head and this and that. She goes, "I won't let them bad shadows take you. I won't let those flames touch you." So, and about a couple minutes later, a fireman, busts through the window and the window in the wall with a big giant axe. It tried to look like a warrior from one of them movies, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he came out, pulled me out, and I'm kicking and screaming, "Save the woman! Save the woman! Save the woman! Save the woman!" And they're like, "There's no woman in there." And I was adamant about it. I'm like, "There's a woman in there. She was there. She was there." They go, "We didn't see a woman." I'm like, "No, there was a woman there. You're not telling me. I know what I seen. There was a woman there." "Well, what did she look like?" "It was a blonde lady in a blue outfit. It was a woman there." So they went in and checked and said, "There's no one there." And I'm like, "No." And then another group went in there and checked. There's nobody there. So then, as they were getting ready to put the oxygen mask on me because I was coughing because I had still smoking, and I put the thing on my face, as we're about to do that, out the corner of my eye, in the crowd, I could see her look at me and wink and smile and nod as she walked away. And that's when I first seen her.
What's her name?
Area.
And so is she an extraterrestrial, or is she one of your guides or guardians?
I think she's all three, honestly, because every time that I have a question or if I ask for the space beings to show up, she does. If I speak to her about Palladian stuff or spatial stuff, she normally talks to me. And she's the one who's been taking me up in the ship. She's got all the knowledge, so I look to her for that kind of knowledge.
Have you asked her what your connection to her was previous to your meeting?
She said, "Hey, there's some things I can't know yet." So, again, she came up to me because she said she was busy at some certain point. So she said, "You need a healer," and I can't do that kind of healing. So she introduced me to a being called Sola. And Sola's a draconian healer. She is very nice and very sweet. She kind of sounds like a valley girl.
That's
And
funny.
yeah, she sounds like a valley girl, and she's very nice. She heals, and she doesn't mind it. And that's when I met her. And every time that I feel sad or anything, that she kind of heals me.
Cool.
And and
And
as time
where did she live?
it, which one?
Either one.
Um, she lives on her planet. She's on her planet. The Draconian is on her planet. The Palladian is on a ship. And then there was just as I met the commander, about a couple months later, um, Ari goes, now that you've reached this level, some things I can't teach you, so I'm gonna have to meet you. You're gonna meet an old friend. And I'm like, old friend. She goes, well, I can't tell you exactly, but you're gonna meet her. And that's where I met Epi. Epi is the tall white, and I've had many meetings with her before, but I don't know, and I don't know much about it. But I'm told by several different, Sola told me, Epi told me herself, Brim knows it, and Arya knows it, that I have had encounters with her in past lives. So she helps me about some spatial stuff too. And she introduced me to the Celestial Council, and she told me about certain things. And a little later on, I started like making blueprints to things and stuff like that. So a couple times I've channeled Raya, which is an Andromedan, and I'm connected with her through Atlantis apparently, and she talks to me occasionally, but very rare.
How
So
old were you
that
when all these people started talking to you?
I was 7 years old when I met Arya, but I really didn't know. I was 13 when I met Aphrodite. When I was 11, I met Solar. When I was 35, I met the two guys on the mountain, which I still don't know who they are. Um, they talk to me occasionally. They're kind of like in my premonitions stuff, so I'm not really sure who they are. But they
Yeah.
talk to me too, so don't have no idea. And then there was when I was about 45, Arya started showing up really bad. And she started, and just in the last, since I turned 49, she's been more like showing up all the time now. So it's like things are closing up really fast because she's been showing up all the time now. Her and Epi and Solar are the three that show up a lot. And I met I met Arya again when I was 49, and I met Epi just as I was about 49 too. And Brim I've had all my life, I just ignored him.
I was a lot more open at one time, and uh, after my husband died, things just got scary, and I couldn't handle it on my own. I don't know. I think I was just in such a bad place that it was allowing scary stuff, and I couldn't handle it. I had too much going on.
And for the last 2 years, I unleashed the dragon, basically. I accepted him a year ago, but I was still leery. But since January, I'm like, come on down. And he's been coming in and talking to me forever. He changed forms, he evolved, I think, too, because when I first seen him, he was a big golden English kind of dragon, but lately he's been like the Chinese dragon in front here. He kind of looks like a golden serpent dragon.
Hmm. I like that dragon that you have up on the top left underneath your profile picture.
Oh, the red one?
Yeah.
That came from Timu.
It came from what?
Timu.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They have, every now and then I get something pretty cool from them. And then other times I am just so disappointed and feel like such a sucker.
I've only been disappointed a couple of times. The rest of the times I get really cool stuff.
I've gotten some good stuff from them.
Good prices. I mean, I order from them all the time for the kids, and I got a lot of stuff for Christmas.
So did I last year. It's really hard. Like, some of the clothes look really cute, and then it turns out, and they would be if they were like cotton rayon blend that I like, but no, they are, it's all polyester. And it's like, ugh. And sometimes it feels pretty comfortable, and other times it's like, I'm just going to have to take this as a loss. And if I burn it, it's going to release horrible toxic chemicals.
I know I was a little annoyed by some of the dragon shirts because there was a big golden one I had and I really wanted it. And those morons over there didn't. They said that there was like 100 of them. I ordered 2. They messed it up. They sent me 2 shirts that didn't make a bit of sense to me. And then I reordered it, and then it ran out of stock after they sent it. So I don't know. I can never get that dragon shirt, apparently. But it was a very nice shirt. I've got dragon shirts, like the one I'm wearing came from them. But that's the only thing that made me disappointed. And the one time they gave me the wrong order. But other than that, and they told me to keep the items. So Temu has been pretty cool with it.
They have good ball caps. I'm real picky about ball caps. I like the soft cotton kind that conform to your head and that you can bend the bill like you like. And I got a Bigfoot ball cap that I really like.
I just got in my car seat covers. I'm so excited. They're dragonflies.
Oh,
But
cute.
they are so cute. And so I got Lindy Ann some. I'm going to give them to her Sunday when she comes. Because she likes to trick out her car too. And I've been really pleased with almost I got the computer and the iPads and several big electronic things from them that I really like. So
Oh, really cool.
for this year, I haven't tried them because they're Christmas gifts, but they're massage mattresses that you can lay down over your
Oh,
bed, or your chair, or the sofa.
That sounds fun.
They have heat and massage, and so I got one for George and one for Greg, and I'll see how those work. I got my original vibration plate I got from Amazon because I was too impatient. I didn't want to wait. Temu takes too long sometimes, and I didn't want to wait. But for Christmas, I got the kids all each one, and they're very nice, very very nice. They've come in and I've looked at them. And, then we've been switching out all our plastic for glass containers. and I've gotten them all from Temu. So I got the kids all sets for Christmas, and headphones. And last year I got them all beanies with headphones inside the beanie. They like that. So Brim, I've been curious for a long time. Do you remember when, I was told I had a dragon, but I don't know if I can still trust that or not, because I don't feel it. I mean, I was told what I had and what color and all that.
Yeah, well, that person didn't do it right, so he's in.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I know everybody really probably has one, just like we all have fairies and all the other things. So
I'd like to have a nice dragon.
I think we all don't. We all kind of have one, Brim.
Well, you can simply see. That's another thing. See, a lot of people. Some people have dragons and some don't. Some are the dragon themselves. That's why they don't see them, because they are the dragon. Kind of like Brim. He is that dragon. Some have them, some ride them, some have them as familiars. And that's the thing. Is somebody can say, well, you're a gold dragon with neon pink colors and blah, blah, blah. Well, exactly is... First, is it a dragon I change into, or is it a familiar, or am I a dragon rider? That's one thing. They can't decipher the energy, for one, and that's what I have a problem with. A lot of people can't decipher the energy. Second, you don't. The way to get a dragon, it's very simple. If your energy resonates with that, you go into your safe space within your mind and you manifest it. And when you manifest that dragon, you talk to it and you get its name, and it'll tell you what it does and how it'll work. Some people are the dragon. Like I said, some of them are the dragon. Some of them use them as guides. It all depends on how your energy responds to that dragon once it's manifested. Sometimes you can go in, you're trying to manifest a dragon, you get a chameleon, or you get a freaking chimera, or, whatever. Whatever you relate to is what is formed in that realm. Because your ether that runs through you, that's how your dragon is formed, is through that ether. And when somebody says, I'm going to pull your dragon, you don't have my permission. You can't pull my damn dragon. And first, you can't pull a dragon because it's none of your damn business to even mess with that, because the only one that can tell you about your dragon is you. You don't learn and no one can tell you what your dragon name is, because it's you that the dragon tells. It's a sacred bond between you and the dragon. So with somebody going and doing that, that's form of making them a slave, and they're not all off that. They don't do that very well.
No, I wouldn't
And
think
when
so.
somebody did it, it infuriated me to no end. And I'm like, no. And the way he was doing it was a mockery, and he was mocking the dragons. And as foolish and stupid as he was, and I don't care if he's listening or not, it was stupid that you did that, because the two strongest forces in the universe are, besides the creator, are the angels and the dragons. Have the biggest and the strongest power in the universe. You don't go messing with either of those. When you messing with those kind of energies and those kind of vibrations, and you're doing it wrong, you're asking for trouble. You are. And if you're not doing it right, you're going to get severely punished for that. And I was highly infuriated when he did that. And I don't care what he has to say about it, because I'll just give him my favorite signal. Because that's not how it's done, and I refuse to accept that, and I know, because I know who I am. And He's over here, and a lot of people are over there. Like, there's only a few people when they come to the dragons. They can tell you what your dragon's guide is. Yeah, they can tell you. It's just color dragon. That's what they can tell you. It's just color dragon. The only one that can read a dragon's essence and who they are besides you is if you're granted permission from that person. But however, what you've got to realize too, that whoever is doing it has to have access to your Akasha records and the halls of Amente, because those kind of things, like again, those are forces that you don't want to be messing with, because you have to know what you're getting into when you're doing this. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And when it comes to that, you need to look in the Akasha records. If you're not looking in the Akasha records and you're just sitting there going willy-nilly, oh, you're a red dragon and you're doing this, you're doing that, get out of my face. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm really not. And I'm very adamant and I'm very passionate about the dragons. And when people make a mockery of them, then they just need to get the stuff in, because I ain't going to listen to that. I know more than anything, like I know my son, I know dragons. I know because I've been there and I am one. And the way that people treat them, they treat them as a collared thing, and they're not. You can't control. You have no right to control any being, and they're trying to control them. And when I'm pulling your dragon, I'm gonna do this. You can't order that. That's like when you're gonna tell God to jump up and down and do
They
dances
have
for
to
you.
be your friend.
Yeah, that's because they're a part of you. Your energy makes that dragon. And not everybody has a dragon. Not everybody has a dragon.
Well,
Not anybody, and the very ones that have that are very special and to do that. Some ride a dragon, some are the dragon, and some have them as familiars.
I want to be able to talk to all the animals. I want to hang out. I want to get to know some elephants.
There's some really cool beings out there when you go up there. If you like elephants, you're going to be surprised.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I love elephants and I haven't met them except in ways that they shouldn't be kept. It's only I haven't been to a refuge. That was on my bucket list, but hopefully I'll get to talk to elephants sooner than I'd be able to get to it on my bucket list. So
when I was on the ship, I met a group called Lioners, Tigrans, Pantherons, Tuscans. Those are just some of the races I met. When you see a giant elephant on two legs walking and looking, you kind of scratch your head going, huh?
what? Yeah, I mean, I think all of that, I think everything will be really cool, and I want to experience all of it. I don't want to live on a ship full time. I don't know if that's what some people do. But I love the earth. I love the earth. I love being in the woods, and that's something I'll be able to do again. And
Even Honey
there
brought
are so
up a
many
good
places
point.
I haven't gotten to go yet that will be safer for me to go to now too.
Even Honey brought up a good point at one time when she said it. She said, not all. It's very funny because they say that Earth is the worst planet when it's really the best planet. If you've seen the planets I've seen, they're far worse than this one. I tell you what.
The earth is absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, it
It
is.
is. I I've been to some planets that look like the ghetto in Queens, New York.
Why would anybody want to go live there when they could live here?
Like I've been on Nibiru, and Nibiru looks like the ghetto. The skies are dark all the time. The skies are dark. They're red and black. It's hard to breathe.
Are the people peaceful?
In Nibiru, with the Anunnakis, they're like any other people. There's good and bad, but it's more of an industrialized civilization. They're overpopulated. I think the problem with them is, and they're very polluted, very overpopulated, and it's almost like they barely have control over their civilization. That's what it feels like to me.
I honestly can't think of anything better than Earth. You know, maybe it's a lack of imagination, but you know, up until recently, I mean, you know, within the last, I don't know, last year and a half, maybe, that, I mean, I already was deconstructing from the church and was already believing in reincarnation, but still wrestling with the scary stuff a little bit that I was raised with. But it's helped me meeting more people that are going, yeah, that means Sky Daddy's not where it's at, you know?
No, there's more than one Sky Daddy.
And so anyway, I'm spacing out on what I was trying to say, but you know, it's only recently that, I mean, I thought we died and we got to hang out in Soul Central and do the life review and see our soul families and soul groups and people, you know, our people and animals. And I have more there than here in reality.
Oh, there's a lot out there.
What?
There's a lot out there, I'll tell you.
And so it's like death, you know, and I'm at a point in my life where it's like, you know, my daughter would be sad to lose her mother, you know, right now. She's not old enough yet. They don't want to lose me, but they'd be fine, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they talk about schools and fun, you know, stuff you can learn over there. And I think I'd want to do that for, you know, my plan. I mean, you know, the way I was thinking in my head was that I'd go hang out there for a while or see what Eric was doing and, hey, what do you want to do this time? You know, stuff like that. But now, then there's like a new Earth coming within my lifetime, I hope. And, you know, and that means I can do stuff that I've been wanting to do that really weren't possible in the world I've grown up in. And if I say, I want to go talk to some elephants and giraffes tonight and sleep in the tent and don't have to worry about a lion eating me, you know, that's the Earth I want to create. I want to create one where we all get along and we get along with the animals and we can talk to the animals better than we currently can. I don't know if that can happen, but that's the Earth that I'm creating in my head.
Well, and that's the most important thing, is that we are all going to manifest our own reality, and we'll mesh with the people that come closest with our manifestations. And so eventually these people who cannot, will not, are not supposed to choose, we just won't see them anymore. You know, they'll be in their reality and we're all going to be in ours. And while your reality is not going to be exactly like mine, they're going to be close enough that we'll still be able
We
to
could
see each other.
we could still visit each other. Go, oh,
Yeah.
I could shoot
But,
you a telepathic, going, oh, you got to come look at this right now. And
right.
you'd be going, Suzanne, I'm in a bikini in Aruba. And it's like, I don't care. You have to come look right now. Just put on a shawl.
Well, just listening to all the different people who have had indies and the psychics and the mediums and the channelers that I've listened to over the years, especially the ones that come on really reliable programs like Next Level Soul, Suzanne Geisman.
Yeah.
And, you know, Suzanne has been channeling Sanya now for about 3 years, and he really lays it out to her that it is possible. I mean, we're going to, when you make your transition, you're going to go to where you have that expectation. So if you've grown up in the church and you think you're going to go to heaven, that's where you're going to go. And you'll spend some time there, and then your teachers will gently guide you out of that space more into the learning aspects of what you're supposed to be doing, expanding your horizons. And
Yeah.
the thing
You know,
is, if you have free will, you can stay there as
the
long as you
biblical
want.
description of heaven was, I mean, it's like, who does this appeal to? It never appealed to me. I don't want to walk in streets, you know, gross.
Well,
That sounds like
and
Trump
like
Tower.
like that one guy explained, he saw realms and realms of people in different realities, living out different realities. Like one group, they were all in white robes, bowing and praying 8 times a day to all the golden lights. And then there were the people who were in the libraries, just looking up stuff, reading and learning. And then there were the people who were like cavorting in the fields with their dogs and their cats and their people. Or
That's where you'll find me at first, but then I'll want to check out the libraries and all that.
Yeah, or you'll see somebody sitting on the bank fishing, because that's what their idea of heaven is. But your soul family, your teachers, your guides are going to gently bring you back into, and then you have the ones who have the more violent leaving or leaving in confusion, and you're just surrounded by so much love.
Yeah.
Immediately you're taking away into kind of like a rehab kind of place where they can rehab and help you understand and just bask in love for a
I
while.
already, like, what was that? Oh, was it something? Oh, I told you. I think it was in Suzanne Geisman saying that you recognize their energy, which, that I immediately knew that was true because I was in that situation.
Yeah.
Like I told you, where every soul looked alike, and I knew him immediately.
She also, one of the channelers that she had on that I was listening to the other day, she was talking about how people who are what we perceive over here to be really evil and bad, even though they came here to play that role, that was a part of what they were meant to learn and do. They still have to go back there and go into kind of a isolating period of time, cleansed and rehabbed and reoriented.
Well, don't they, when you do really horrible things, I mean, don't you, in part of your life review, don't you experience some of what how you made people feel? It's like the good and the bad, and
Yes, all of it.
cause somebody to suffer, you get to know how it feels, I think.
Even in 5th grade, when you made fun of that girl, and you get to feel how she felt at that point, you know,
Yeah.
even the small things and they don't do it in a judgmental way. They
Yeah.
do it
Well, but scary. It's like, and I know you probably had similar experiences because you and I tend to be pretty straightforward. And I have really had to work on not just blurting out what I want to say. And people take it completely wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
Not, well, I mean, obviously not lately because I'm not around anybody. But, you know, busy at work when you're doing stuff and somebody comes by and, you know, it's kind of like why I like texting better than phone calls. It's like, say what you mean and you can respond tomorrow. It's okay with me. You know what I mean? It's like,
Oh, I used to get in trouble at work all the time. I got reported all the time because the phones, I worked where I had monitors all over the place, multiple phones. I was carrying multiple phones and beepers on my body, and I was busy. I had a 24-bed intensive care unit where I had to get people in, get people out. I had to, you know, keep people organized and make sure that everybody was doing what everybody was supposed to be doing, all the ins and outs, and helping where they needed help and intervening when it needed to be intervened. And so there were times when I was extremely busy and my face would show that I was busy. And so I would get in trouble because I didn't smile at someone as I walked by.
because you had a serious face on.
Yes.
Like if you were a man with the same face on, nobody would bat an eye.
No. They would think I was amazing because I was doing my job.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Or if the phone was ringing and there were, you know, everybody was saying, I need you over here, I need this, and they're calling me overhead. And because I got called all over the hospital, not just my unit, I had to go respond to literally every emergency situation all throughout the hospital. And, you know, I was just busy and I'd pick up the phone and say my name and who I was and where I was. And if I didn't chit chat, I would be reported because I didn't say, good morning, how's your morning going? How is your dog today? How did that work out for you last week with your daughter's party? I mean, I didn't have time for all of that stuff. I mean, and mostly I didn't care.
Oh, I got in trouble for the opposite.
For being too
Yeah,
chatty.
because
Well, I didn't.
I got in trouble for being too friendly and you know, not too slower. Come in and get to work.
Well, and one day I got reported and I wasn't even at work. You know, my boss called me and laughed and said, you were reported today for being rude to someone on the phone. I had to explain to them that you were off. You weren't here. They just made that up, you know, or they talked to somebody else and thought it was you. She couldn't figure it out. But there were a couple of people who made those type of complaints.
There are shitty people everywhere, and you know, when it's one of the time, I tell you what, you know, I have worked with every kind of person there is, you know, from every social group, but I'm still so naive to think that people are based. I don't know. I don't know whether it's naive or whether it's optimistic, but sometimes I feel really naive that I think that people are basically good and people want to be basically good. But then you meet somebody that is just horrible.
Well,
and
there's
it's
people
like,
that
how
I
are
ran
you so
into.
messed up?
I would
But
run, yeah, I'd run into them, and their energy field was so nasty that I literally would almost bounce off of it, and you could feel it. You felt the cold, you felt the dark, you felt the not nice, and I would literally bounce off their energy field and think, "Whoa." Or when they walked by, it was just a deep cold, that followed them as they went by.
yeah,
The energy drove me crazy because of where I worked and so many people I was around. The types, I mean, I'd had to stand there and listen
and
to
there's a lot of fear. There's so much fear
well, and
involved.
it's a control environment too. It's been a patriarchal environment for years. When I first started in nursing, if the doctor walked in the room, you had to bounce out of your chair and offer it to him. Offer to get him his coffee, offer to get him his ashtray. Can I light this for you? What can
And
I
they're
do?
missing that. That's why it breaks my heart when people I know care, but they're not going to vote. And it's like, but there are women that you care about that still have to live in this society until it changes.
Well, you know what makes me really crazy, and Greg and I talked about this, I guess, last week. He said, "Well, you're spiritual people. There's so many now. We can all get together and vote." I said, "Honey, spiritual people don't vote. They complain, but they won't vote."
Some do. Some do.
The thing is that some of their views that they tell me, I just tell God, thank you that they don't vote, because they're telling me how spiritual they are and how much they care for people, how much they believe in universal love, yet they don't want social amenities. They don't want safety nets. They don't want our money to go to.
Do you know
help people.
they've already taken and taken and taken and taken so much away in my life, well, during my career. So, we used to have better care for mentally ill people. They did away with that. I mean, some of the care was horrifying, but now those people are just on the streets, and then they're punished for their illness.
That happened under Reagan. He just pretty much, destroyed and demolished the whole mental illness part of medicine. He just let them out on the streets, nowhere to go.
And there's people that really, really need that. And I had customers that I adored. I absolutely loved. There was this one guy, he just had the greatest personality and he just shined. I loved him, but when he wasn't on his meds, he was scary.
They put them in the hospital. They give them the medications they need. They regulate them. Then they turn them loose with no option, no way to obtain the medications they were on in the hospital. And so they go home with nothing, and they don't come back until they're in crisis again.
Or they have to take a bus to go get the prescription. They have to go to the pharmacy. If you're not, personally, I am aware of. I mean, I really should be able to find services that would work for me, but I was too out of it to do it for myself, and I didn't know exactly what I was going to need when they sent like home health in, or like they sent a couple of physical therapists that just like teaching me how to get out of bed and how to keep from falling and how to get to the bathroom. And then they'd make me walk laps in my house with my walker. And then, some strange lady I'd never met said, "Do you want me to help you give me a bath? Do you want me to help give you a bath?" And it was like, no, I don't feel like getting naked with you right now. I don't know you. So, I ordered the bath chair that I talked to a friend of mine, and she and I picked out a good shower chair, and I ordered it on Amazon. Either she or Emily put it together for me,
And those are things that should have been available to you from the system. The system should have been able to provide those things for you. That was
I bought one. It wasn't real expensive. I just bought it. I bought my walker.
It wasn't for you, but for many, it's not available. They can't get it. They don't have it. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. They don't know how.
They don't know what they need. They don't know where to get it.
They don't know what they
don't
need.
have. Some of them don't even have the internet.
Right. And so, as a case manager, that was a big part of my job, was to put people in touch with their resources. And I don't know how regular people manage the system. If they
and I knew how to do the system for people who had nothing, but I don't have a lot of income. I don't have a high income at the moment, but it's not bad. But I own too much stuff to qualify for help. You know what I mean?
And
It's
that's
like,
the thing is,
if you get rid of everything, then we can help you with basics.
if you don't have a car, you don't own your home, and you don't have more than just, you don't even have enough to live on, actually, then you might qualify. But if you have just enough to pay your bills, just enough to get by, then you don't qualify for any of those things.
I don't qualify. Like what I need help. And that's the only way I'm going to get help is to hire help. And that's the thing. It's like, oh my God, to get started is going to, I don't know. They can just chip away, same as I would if I was able to do it. But like laundry is like an impossible
the other
task.
thing is that there's supposed to be community help. That's what our taxes go for. But getting those people that community help is almost impossible, and it's so infuriating. You really, they don't have the resources to hire someone to come in and help them, and they need that help so badly. And we have community resources that are available.
Mel has a helper that did she leave?
Yeah, she's going to bed.
Oh, because I know she has a helper that comes in. I don't know what she does for her. But,
well, and that's the thing is they have, each company has a list. So say you're going with this one company.
Yeah.
They send out a questionnaire and ask you, what do you need help with? What are your strengths and what do you need help? And, so they have a list. They come in with a checklist. If you ask them to do one thing that's not on that checklist, they're not doing it. If you don't have take out the trash on your checklist, your trash isn't getting taken out.
Wow.
If they specify that they need to wash your dishes, they're not going to. And some people that say, well, I'm only here to sit here, just to be here with you. So they'll sit there on their phone all day.
I don't need somebody sitting with me. I need somebody to do the stuff I can't do, like bend down and switch out laundry and stuff.
Right, and
I can't make 15 trips back and forth to hang stuff up. I need help with that,
Right.
That's the thing is that the system is so bogged down.
Yeah.
You have to nearly be an Einstein to be able to figure it out. So between the case manager and the social worker, that's all you do.
Well,
is try to figure out how to get the resources.
I'm pretty sure that at the moment I don't qualify for anything. And
that's the saddest thing, because you need the help.
I need help.
Should
And
not
I'm
matter.
just gonna have to bite the
You
bullet.
shouldn't have to sell your house, sell your car,
No.
give away your pets. You know, they even go into that. Do you have pets? Are you spending money on pets when you shouldn't be? What is that your business?
But you know, if your pet gets sick, you take care of them. You know.
Right, but still, that all goes into the calculations
Yeah.
for how much allotment you're gonna get for this. I never realized how convoluted the whole thing was. My mind was boggled. The
Well,
first
and
2
having
years.
come from that, I also know to get help, you pretty much have to have nothing, and I have more than I need, you know. So I'm
But
just
I told Katie just getting George out of the hospital and hooked up with all the things that he needed to be doing for his ongoing care from home, because he still had a PICC line, he was still getting IV antibiotics, he was still getting blood work every day because of that. He had to make arrangements for all the 15,000 doctors that got added to him, you know, and somebody had to coordinate all that, and nobody was. The doctors weren't communicating with one another. Things got left out, left off. He shows up at the ER to do his IV antibiotics for the weekend because the clinic is closed during the week. They're not expecting him. They don't want to take care of him. And the same thing happened to me when I went home. You know, I had to go to the ER to get my IV antibiotics, and they acted like I was an alien. They're like, "Where'd you drop in from?" And they know it's their job, but they don't want to do it, so they build up all these barriers. And people who don't understand the system, who don't know who to call, how to, go about it, I don't know how they survive. And some don't. Some go home and they don't ever get that stuff that was supposed to happen after they went home. And so they show back up at their doctor later. Their doctor's like, "Why didn't you do this or that?" And it's like,
nobody told me. I
Yeah,
had no
I
idea.
know. And
Well,
but
one thing I really appreciated is they have a ride program, and the doctor ordered a ride for me for my first visit after my surgery.
Mhm.
And then, so the ride company called me to schedule my ride, and they said, "Oh, your doctor has scheduled a ride for you. Now we need to schedule it with you." I was like, "Oh, that was, it's like that."
That's nice.
I really appreciated it. Otherwise, I was just calling Uber, but this is somebody that's used to picking up somebody that's pretty fresh out of a very painful and,
Yeah.
it's not just your average Uber driver that wonders why you look like you're on oxycodone and you can barely move.
Well, and I arranged all the things for my father. And, I kept thinking how sad it is that, many people don't have any knowledge of what's available. There's money sitting there that needs to be going to help these people, and they're not turning loose of it, and they won't pay their caregivers. You can't live on $10 an hour.
No.
And nobody wants to go in and clean your house and wash your dishes and clean your toilet and then clean your hiney for $10 an hour all day long.
I can clean my own hiney.
But many can't.
I know.
So here they are with a person who shows up at their door and says, "Well, I'm here to sweep your floor, but I can't wipe your hiney." Or they say, "I can wipe your hiney, but I'm not sweeping your floor." And it's just too crazy. It's too
well.
And then they may only get 2 or 3 hours a day because they only qualified for, say, 18 hours a week. And that's just crazy.
Mine can, it's like I've got a big mess, but it's stuff that if I was able-bodied, I could do pretty quickly, a lot of it. Like, some of it I would need help with just because I'm not strong enough to move some stuff on myself.
Doesn't your daughter help you, though? Doesn't she come up?
she works 2 jobs. She teaches in the morning till like 2:30. She takes a quick nap and changes to scrubs, and then works at the hospital 5 to midnight. So she helps when she can, and in emergencies, but
You need a best friend next door.
I get everything mail ordered, and so God, packaging is freaking ridiculous. And so it's like I have boxes that need to be broken down and taken out and I can sit on the floor and break down boxes, but then getting up off the floor and making trips to the recycling bin is hard.
Yeah.
And I didn't get my trash out, and now I'm naked in bed. Damn it. And I've taken all my meds. My trash just isn't going out tonight.
Right. Yeah, we don't want you wandering around out with the possums.
And no, they'll get out of the way. Possum will get out of the way. My light's on out there, and then there's another motion light, but my porch light comes on when it gets dark. It just automatically comes on.
Well, there's just so many things that are so frustrating about our healthcare system to me. And there's been so many changes in the nearly 50 years that I've been doing it. But I was of the generation where I said, when I first came in, they said you had to wear your stupid cap on your head, and you had to wear white and those big Rogan shoes and tights.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm over it. I'm 22 years old. Forget it.
I remember that.
And then when the first doctor came in, flopped himself down and told me, I don't drink coffee. You can make me tea. I just looked at him and said, really? When you go make your tea, bring me back a cup of coffee, because that's not happening here, bud. And, we did a lot of rebellion during those periods of time. And I even had a doctor throw a full ashtray at me because I wouldn't empty it for him. And I'm like, dude, I don't have time to be, taking care of you. I'm taking care of your patients. And so there were a lot of changes that went through the next 20 years where the doctors and the nurses were working together as a team. We all called each other by our first names. I got called in the office about that quite a bit too, because I wouldn't call them doctor or whatever, but they would introduce themselves as, hey, I'm George, what's your name? And they called me by my first name, so I didn't feel bad.
Yeah.
We collaborated together a lot. And now it's getting back to where the doctors are too good to collaborate with the nurses.
Well, I feel like I have a really good healthcare team. And my doctor, I've had multiple specialists in this past year. I had 2 eye surgeries to start off with when I thought everything was fine. I just wanted to get this fixed, And so I got my eyes done. And then I had blood came from my right breast, and I started falling down out of the blue, and I was still really busy, and then I just like crash, boom. But it was happening more and more and more. It's like people fall down every now and then, but this was getting bad. And I was already on blood thinners because I have that genetic blood clotting disorder. So otherwise I was in good health, and I was busy and running around, and so I had a breast specialist, then the neurosurgeon, when they saw the condition of my spine, he wanted the hematologist to weigh in, so I had to wait a month to get in to see him. They all wanted me to prove I didn't have breast cancer, so I had to have basically 2 breast surgeries to prove I didn't have breast cancer.
Which is ridiculous.
I already I knew I didn't. I don't know how I knew I didn't, but it was like,
Well, they knew you didn't either because that's a common issue, actually.
it was a papilloma in my central milk duct.
Yeah,
So they removed that milk duct and like a golf ball size of tissue around it. So then, so I had to, heal from all of that. So then it's like, okay, now I can make an appointment for the spinal surgery. And by then, he was booked up until October. So I had to wait. Unable to walk, going from very active to very sedentary lifestyle, just like within 2 weeks' time, and had to wait for months with 40% of my spine cut off, my left side. So that's what, and then the surgeon seemed really nervous about it, which made me really nervous about it.
Oh my God.
And so, anyway, when my hematologist weighed in and said, yeah, this will all be fine, blah, 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 let's do it this way, I finally did it. He said it'd probably be about an 18-month recovery, and October 11th is a year, so maybe I'm almost done.
I think you are.
I hope so.
Well,
Somebody
sorry
sent me a message on Facebook.
What?
Right? Someone sent me a message on Facebook. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what it should.
What did it say? Nighter?
Oh my
Why did they send you that?
Because I keep up on the news.
The night glider is in the news?
No, I keep up on celebrities.
I
keep up on.
You were going to bed. Is she gone?
Yeah.
I keep up on celebrities and stuff, and it's basically P. Diddy in a Knight Rider car with baby oil.
It's a lot later for Yaya than it is for it. It's only 1:20 here for me.
I didn't see her.
It's 2:23 here.
And it's a lot later for Yaya.
Where do you live, Brim?
On the eastern seaboard.
Oh.
It's 2:23 right now.
Yep. 124 at my house now.
Yeah, me too. So it's later for them than it is for us.
Yeah, it is. All right.
Man, I want to make these.
I probably ought to go
I
to
am
bed.
going to have to go to bed before too long because he's going to be home tomorrow afternoon. And I'm going to have to not
Rest.
sleep. I can't sleep till noon tomorrow.
You're going to have to rest up and...
Well, I need to make sure everything is tippy top when he gets home. But we have huge pantries above our freezer, second refrigerator in the pantry laundry room.
You got to empty your ashtray.
And we're planning on getting up there. I have like 4 waffle iron deep fryers, one of those big griddles and crock pot. I bet we have 18 crock pots somewhere. And we're about to redo our whole kitchen again. So we're trying to undo. He's built some new cabinetry for me in the laundry room too. Put in a granite countertop back there. And it ended up being a catch-all. So we're trying to undo that mess. Because he built some new cabinets and I immediately filled it up with crap. But we're going to redo our whole kitchen. And the last time we did it, we left our stoves and ovens because one wall is an oven, but it's longwise instead of top to bottom. It's 2 ovens that go across. And they don't make them anymore. So we decided to keep the ones we had because I like them so much. I like having two ovens right next to one another. And then the stovetop is on another counter. It's an electric, which I don't like. So we're going to completely reconfigure the kitchen, and we're getting ready to do that. And we're going to take two between our kitchen and our dining room. There's a front room. We call it the parlor, the music room, because it's got the piano and the guitars and and all my antique furniture. But there's two small walls that, go in. There's a big doorway, but there's two small divider walls. But it's a load-bearing wall, so we got to have somebody come in and take those out so we can make it all one big room. And we've been planning on doing that. We've been waiting for our contractor, and it's somebody we know. It's somebody we really want to do it, but he just can't get around to it, I guess. And I don't want to have a big mess here for Thanksgiving and Christmas, because we're going to redo the walls, reconfigure everything in the kitchen, and Greg's going to make cabinetry for me where I have those slide out, where you slide the drawer out, slide it back in, and close the doors. To put the air fryer and some of his favorite crock pot. He won't use the Instapot. And then move the microwave and some other things around. And so we're working on doing a lot of that stuff. But we got to clean out some of our cabinetry, because those whole big giant cabinets, they are so deep that I have to climb up on a ladder and then crawl up into the pantry practically to get to the back of the cabinet. And we've shoved stuff back there. We don't even know what's in there.
Especially when you got a spice cabinet like that. It's like, and I'm only 5 feet tall, so I have to have a big step stool, and there's no way in hell I'm stepping up on. I'm not even cooking, so.
Well, he already told me he did not want me getting back there and doing any of that. My best friend fell and broke her hip. I think early in the year, and it took her forever to get past it. And he's like, "You're not falling and breaking your hip," because she laid on the floor for about 4 hours before she could get in touch with anybody.
Oh God,
That's stuck in his head, and he's like, "You're not doing that while I'm gone." So I've been doing as much as I can, but there's still a lot I need to do, and then I need to clean out this whole entire cabinet that he built for me. I don't know. I'm like my mother. I can't throw anything away, and so I've got some of my painting thing. Because I always used to paint. I had all my oil paints, my chalks, my watercolors, all the things are all in those cabinets, and we need to go through there and just rearrange. But I have another big cabinet in the family room that has all my antique platters and Lazy Susans and all my fancy antique dishes that I drag out for special occasions, and it's just gotten too cluttered up in there. We gotta clean all that out, and so I'm trying to work on some of that stuff, and it's easier when he's not here, but it's also easier when he's not here to just do nothing.
Yeah.
Just, sit in my rocking chair under the tree. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff we need to do, and the kitchen's going to be a big thing, because we're going to have a completely different oven situation, because they don't, like I said, they don't make ovens side by side anymore. They're all up and down, and so I think what we're going to do is where we have the electric stovetop. We're going to take all of that out and just put in a big range that has like the convection and oven and stuff. But that's going to take away a huge chunk of our storage for my pots and pans. And I have every piece of cast iron my father and grandmother ever owned, and some from my great aunts and great great aunties. I have a lot of that. And I know I don't use it, but I don't want to let it go because it's so cool.
Yeah.
You know, and I have spent most of my life collecting antiques and vintage, a lot of vintage things that I want to have a place for it. I don't want to get rid of it. And I got to get over that. I got to let go of stuff.
Yeah, me too.
And it's so
Like stuff of my mother's that it's like her oak sewing machine thing.
I have one.
The original singer, you know, that weighs 5 tons.
I got one too. I have an old piano, and 2 of the strings are broken. And the guy that used to work on my piano for me all the time, he passed away. So I've got to find somebody that knows how to work on an antique piano to be able to fix it. But I don't know where I'm going to put it because it's up against a wall that we're going to take out.
Oh.
So, and then my armoire, it takes up one other whole side. It's huge. And I'm not getting rid of my armoire, so I don't know where I'm going to put it. Because we took one whole room and turned it into a gym. And that kind of took away some space. We do have the upstairs that we could put a few pieces in, but it's full of antique furniture. I'm just a hoarder. I'm a hoarder. I'm going to have to admit it out loud. I'm a hoarder.
Mhm.
And I have so many antiques, so many vintage things. I have a Duncan Fife dining room set that was my grandmother's mother's. And it has the 2 corner cabinets, which is extremely rare. And all the everything is original. And the sideboard that was with that fell off the truck during one of our moves.
Oh no.
When I was young, and my mother was devastated. But my friend that works with antiques, he found me one that it's a federal style, but it fits the Duncan Fife and it's the same color. So I have a sideboard that's pretty giant. And then I have another sideboard in the parlor that is full of tablecloths and serving platters and just napkins and, because I like to use the cloth napkins and all the whole. And I need to just get over myself. Really. All my china, all the things that I have because when my kids come, they don't want to eat off china because then they're going to have to wash it. You can't put it in the dishwasher, and all my crystal pieces, and my kids aren't going to want that. Katie's going to want some of it. She's already earmarked some of the things, but she doesn't have any place to put it. So I don't know that they could have a huge estate sale and probably make a ton if I pass tomorrow, but then they wouldn't want to be the ones to have to go through it all.
No.
So my friend that's the estate sale manager, he would have to do it. And I've been to so many of those. And that's the saddest thing. You see those pieces of furniture, you see that crystal, you see the china, the silver, all the things that these people they had their whole lives that came from their mothers and fathers. And nobody wants it. Nobody in the family wants it. And
Yeah.
so
I
Those,
have my mother's silver in the top of my closet.
yeah, you know, and I used to drag it all out at every holiday. We had china and the silver and the crystal and we had a group of women that I worked with that we had tea parties at we would rotate our houses, you know, to have a tea party once a week. And so everybody had their special teapots and their serving dishes, and they did the special decorations, and we all wore our funky hats and went and had a little tea party once a week, you know. And people don't do that anymore. They just don't. I'm very eclectic, extremely eclectic. So my kids aren't like that. They're very simplistic. They want it clean and clear, no clutter. Everything's gray, black, white. And my house didn't look it doesn't. My house looks like an old lady's house, full of antiques. Just thank God I have enough room for everything. But it's not going to be that way always. And so I know I need. But everything has a meaning. You know, this piece of furniture that I came across came in such a circumstance that it was very meaningful to me, but it doesn't mean anything to anybody else, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and it's heartbreaking to me sometimes. And you can't put it in the attic. We do have a few things in the pool house, in the upstairs, and then we have some things in the attic, but it's too hot. You can't put certain things up there because it gets so hot.
Yeah.
Around here in the winters, I mean in the summers, it just gets too hot for the furniture and the special pieces of the glass and the crystal and that kind of stuff. So we're just having to try to rearrange a lot of things and not be so cluttery. So if we do die all of a sudden, our poor children aren't trying to auction off all our mess. You know, like Brim was saying, he's got these things, and we've got things too that if we had an auction, we could probably make a fortune.
Oh yeah.
But I don't want to let it go, you know.
Yeah. First of all, like my mother's silver, who knows how much I could get for that?
Right. All my Fiesta pieces.
Oh, now see,
I
love Fiesta ware, and I've always wanted it, and I've never had it.
Well, I found an enormous Fiesta platter that was just buried in the dirt underneath my dad's shed, just completely intact, not even.
Wow.
And he had so many different pieces that were brought over from Germany.
Wow.
When my people came, they brought all these things. And my breakfast room table is like 250 something years old. You know, it came from Germany. And
Wow.
it's just hard. It's hard to say, oh, well, let's get rid of that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
So, I don't know. I gotta figure it out. But I gotta be more simple. I gotta let go. Be a little more spiritual about my things.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm struggling. I can't
Well,
be.
it's like I look in my closet and it's like, when was the last time I used that? When will I ever carry that purse again? It's like I need to just give these away or something, or maybe try to sell them. But you know, I'm just really not up to it at the moment. So.
Well, I embarrass myself because they turned this house we live in. Their master bedroom. They took the bedroom next door and turned it into a spa bath with a walk through it around the closet. And then the original closet in the bedroom, she put shelves in there. and it's filled with nothing but my shoes. What do I need, 1,000 pairs of shoes for?
I don't know.
I'm hopeless. I'm a shoe whore.
I wear the
Oh
same
my.
clothes.
I'm a clothes whore. I mean, I have so many clothes that every one of the racks in my walk through or around closet are filled. And poor Greg, he's got one little spot.
I mostly have physical therapy clothes, and now it's fixing to be cold, and I don't know what I'm gonna wear. Oh well.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll pack you up a box because I have got to. I cleaned out my closet a month ago, and it's so nice that I can actually reach in and find things. But I still have so many winter things that I didn't touch, and I don't need them. There's coats and sweatshirts and sweaters, and I have a whole row of nothing but winter boots. And how often what am I going to wear them for now? I don't work. I wore them all the time when I was working, but I don't need to wear fancy clothes anymore. I'm in my sweats or my nightgown most of the time. And in the summer, I live in my swimming suits, which I have 40 of. You know what I mean?
A lot of people post those clothes on Facebook Market, and they sell them, and they make good money.
I've seen that, and it's a pain in the butt to do it. Let me tell you, I've sold several pieces on Facebook Market, and we have multiple markets here. We have, not just Facebook Market. We have Abilene Market. We have, South something Market, and then Baird and Clyde, and all the different markets. And you can post them on all 10 or 12 of them. But it's such a pain to keep up with the messages. And if you don't respond within 2 minutes, they're mad. And if you don't want to go down on the price, they're mad. If they think you're supposed to give it to them and take it to them, it's just annoying. But I sold quite a bit of things at the beginning of the summer on Facebook. And I finally talked him into selling some of his mother's things that we had in the back storeroom that were just taking up too much space, and it was hard for him to let them go, but we didn't have any place to put them, especially since we turned that room that she was using. It used to be a bedroom. It was Lindsay's, and then it was Katie's. And we turned it into a gym for him. He's got all his equipment in there, and his music and television and all that stuff. So the downstairs guest bedroom is my antique room that has my mother's old 4-poster cannonball bed, and the vanity, and the chest, and the 2 side tables, an old wooden ironing board, and I did have all my dolls in there, but the grandkids were all creeped out, so I took the dolls away, and TV and stuff. And then we have the whole upstairs, which is like a suite, and that's where Lindsay and Michael come. That's where they stay, is upstairs. And so we don't want to get rid of that. We don't want to change that. We want them, because they come nearly every weekend. So, we redid the office finally. We look like 2 college kids. That's what our office looked like. It was just a mess. And so we just took everything out and threw it all away, and I sold all my books. And that, I cried like for 2 days, because I had to sell all my books, and I had a bookshelf that was an entire wall, top to bottom, side to side, full of books, and I sold them all. But
That's hard to do.
it is hard. I mean, my books, and then I have another bookshelf that's a built-in shelf in we have an interior room that has the fireplace and the skylight and all that. That's his cave, his man cave. And so I put my Stephen King books, my Anne Rice books, and my Stephen R. Donaldson, the sci-fi books I was telling you about, where you remind me, Brim, because I have that whole series of The Seventh Son.
Yeah, I tried to find the movie, but I can't watch the movie.
Well, I had the whole series. I had the whole series of books. There was probably 12 from the beginning to the end of The Seventh Son, and all his gifts, and how he was reluctant, but he was a reluctant hero. But he had to learn all of his history and all the magic, and
It sounds like somebody else I know.
yeah, he had to obtain his gifts and use his gifts. It's a fascinating series, truly it is. And then all the whole series of books about the man that had the leprosy that lived in an alternate universe. I had all that whole series of books. It was probably 10 of those. I have every Stephen King book he ever wrote, ever, in hardback. So they're all in there.
I took some out of my house. But my pet cemetery, I had to just take it out of the house.
I just have too much crap. I just need to get rid of it. It's hard. My family room has a lot of antiques in it that I should really just. And then there's the whole children's corner where they have their big wooden toy box and all their toys all around it. It's kind of a junk corner for them. And I got a big camper, and we went and we had a store here where you could it was just like a Ross, similar to a Ross. And you had to dig for everything, but you could find anything. And so you'd pay, 50 cents for a pair of shoes, or quarter for a skirt, so I bought them all these dress up clothes. And so even the boys would dig around in there and find stuff to wear and play around in. We still have all that. Need to do something with that. Kind of clean up. Just, I don't know, that we should be thinking about downsizing, but we don't, either one of us want to.
Well, then, you don't want to.
We don't. He built me an art closet in the back storage room that has shelves, that has all my different decorations for every season. And it has art projects in there that I used to do clay modeling. I made dolls, molded the faces and hands, and sewed the bodies, and made Santas and elves and angels, and I don't do that anymore. So all my paints are all sitting back there, getting dried out. My paint brushes, and I did glass art forever. Made my own soap, made my own lotions. Still have all that stuff.
I made lampwork beads. I did stained glass for quite a while. Worked for 2 different studios here in town. Built a lot of church windows and doors and transoms and side lights.
I had a stage in my life where I did stained glass. And then I had a stage in my life where we went around town and gathered up all the different windows we could find. And I didn't like the paned ones. I liked the ones that were just open and plain. And I would paint in glass paint different things, and you could hang them up outside or in the house. And all my friends have them. They all have a window that I just paint whatever on there. And that was a lot of fun. You know, and you could add in the stained glass with that too to kind of give it accent. And I used to do a lot of things that I don't know where I got all that energy from, but it's gone now. Now I just want to meditate. I want to get lost in the meditation and in the imagination, thinking about what it's going to be like in the next 2-3 years, and how that's all going to settle, how we're all going to, you know, we're not going to live like we live now. We're not going to all have these big houses or little houses, or, you know, we're all going to have something that's much more similar and functional than what we have now. And you know, that kind of scares me a little bit, because I don't want to give up my big old house. I like it. And I don't want other people living in it with me either, which makes me selfish, I guess. I gotta face that.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about our homes and, you know, our memories.
Yeah, it kind of makes me, I don't know, I get a little ick feeling when I'm thinking about us all living in similar housing.
We're not.
I don't know. It's like, what am I gonna have my cell phone? What about my laptop?
Yeah.
What about my
We don't need
iPad?
those. Don't need those.
I know that we want them, but we've gotten so.
It's all gonna be. It's gonna be holographic or your mind.
And that's got to be different and better. But it's just.
Oh, well, I've seen some of it. It's really cool, actually. Like they got thing where this is cool. You know, like a holodeck.
Yeah.
This is some freaking cool shit. It's got like holodecks up there because when I was up in there, they had like everything was like a blue light. It's like this big giant room, right?
Yeah.
It's like this huge giant room with like the size of a football field, and you want to have like if you want to explore like different worlds, they click this button or they put their hand on it, and you think about whatever you want. The room turns into that place. It sounds, smells, and looks like that place. And all you do is you put your hand on the wall like this, on a certain area.
So I could just create a greenhouse and go up in there and do what I need to do. And
Yeah,
then
it's
if
got
I'm
to,
done with it, it'll just go away.
if you want, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a holodeck. Like it's cool. It's cool as hell. And you got you can talk to the animals up in there, like the thing, and like you talk to different beings. It's kind of like a Star Trek holodeck, but it's bigger.
What's a holodeck?
It's a room that, you know, in Star Trek where you walk into a room and you put, like, you say, computer, I want a desert, and I want to walk, like, and then you put all the ingredients in there, and it makes the world inside this little room. So basically, you know how like when people role play or something, use their imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make a world within that holodeck. You kind of write the program, and you can actually travel in it. And yeah, you can, if you put different settings on it, it could be really realistic, or if you want to end yourself that way, you can do it like that. But there is protocols to it and stuff like that. Kind of cool.
Yeah, I listened to one of those classic radio stories about that, where these two kids turned their bedrooms into like a jungle. And they were in the walls, and when they went in, everything became animated. Their parents could hear the lions and the tigers roaring out, and they were all concerned. The parents did end up being lion food, because they were they weren't tolerant enough. But the kids were having a great time, and they made that room whatever they wanted it to be. And then you could just walk off into it and just be gone into that world.
Yeah. And she did say when I tried it out, she goes, "This is not real. Remember, it's not real." Because you went in there, you would almost think it was real. You couldn't tell a difference.
I would think you would completely think it was real.
You would have. Just keep remember, it's not real.
What was that movie Robin Williams was in where they played the game and they went into the
Jumanji?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched that movie a lot with the kids.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
I think the coolest planet I've ever seen was Spira. The Spira looked like Pangea from Avatar.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, it was so beautiful. Vast oceans.
I wouldn't mind living in a world like that. I would probably not miss my thing so much if I had a world like that to go to.
It had like a floating islands, and it had like endless oceans. It was a huge planet, and in the middle it did have islands and land masses, but oh my God, there was a lot of floating islands. It's cool, Sal.
And everybody could have their own island and just lay around.
Oh yeah, there was billions of them, and like half of them were not even. And different animals were on different little ones. It was kind of cool. And then they had like flying whales.
Wow.
And how do they have food and stuff? How do they support themselves?
Which the
people.
There's fruits and vegetables and animals on the little islands.
You just lived off the land.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean you could, but there was a technology down there, so they had like I would almost say like food replicators.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. And the food was like real.
Where you could just think, what do I want to eat? And it just appeared.
Yeah. And it tasted real.
Well, and I think AI is going to have a big play. People are so scared of AI. But if we have automated things that do the mundane tasks for us, that leaves us free to be imaginative and do the things we want to do recreationally. And then we'll be able to go visit other systems, like on vacation, and come back. And
that's why you have the crystalline ships.
Yeah. Well, and you were talking about that, in my sci-fi books, the person who ran the ship was essentially part of the ship, and the ship was them.
Yeah.
Where all you had to do was think where you wanted to go and how you wanted to get there.
Certain one of the ships, they can do different things, which is cool because one of the things when you touch the ship, and it can transform into whatever ship you want. Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted it to look like a Lamborghini, that's what it would look like.
I guess, yeah.
Wow.
Any ship you wanted, it changes that form. Cause she's like, this one's yours, and so I touched it, and I'm like, she goes, what are you doing? Because you can feel the ship go boom, 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 boom.
Well, it makes me think of that show that was on, so, Farscape. I never watched any of those episodes. I loved that show. And the big fat man that was the ship, he was the ship. That's what I was thinking about was, he actually was the ship. And then you walked off into somewhere and it became whatever it was. Whatever room you went into became whatever you wanted it to be.
And so when I was up there, the ship went whoa, 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 whoa. And then it changed form, and she goes, and then the ship's done forming. She looks at me, she goes, why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
Ariel looked at me, and Epi laughed. Ariel she goes, why am I not surprised? You know what I did? I picked the Enterprise F.
Oh, wow.
Star Trek.
Well, and I probably would too, because that would be on my mind. That would be
It was.
something to be thinking of.
She's like, well, what ship do you want? My mind goes, Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Enterprise F. Wham.
Well, April talks about that too. She said at one point when she was on the ship, she didn't realize that she merged it with its personality and she could just think and it would go where she was thinking. I think that's going to be where a lot of how it's going to be too.
Yeah, like those ships, those crystalline ships are very. They're nothing like the other ships, because these ships here, like, they appear wherever you want to go, like, because the thing with humans, when humans evolve, they're going to be almost one with the universe, not like the other species of beings around. That's why we're the special race, for some reason. I didn't think we were that special, but apparently we are very. We were the most ancient race, the most ancient race. We really are. And what happened was we were so advanced that we got too big for our britches and they shut us down, and then they had to restart us again.
5 or 6 times, right?
Oh yeah, like
at least
5 or 6 times they shut us down.
Yeah.
Hold on, my headphones finally.
Yeah, I was reading about that too, how this time they were very close to just letting us go again.
There were several, like a couple of times the human race when they were all over the universe. The human race got too cocky the first time, and they decided to be a bunch of dillholes. So they were almost eliminated. The second time, when they restarted the race, they came back and they gave them more attributes and advanced them more, kept progressing them.
Yeah.
And then what happened was the other races remembered what the other humans did, so they took it out on the second group that was made. So they came at them and ravaged. They blew up zillions and zillions of planets, and the only group that were left were the ones that were sitting on one of Nibiru's moons before it smashed into damn Tiamat.
Yeah.
But yeah, humans they're the most ancient race because we learn fast. We're the only race that learns faster than any other race. We evolve faster, we change faster, our minds work faster, and They were the only race in the universe because a lot of the other beings were like, humans advance so fast, and they have to hold them back a little because they don't get them out of humans don't get out of control.
That's what Cryon said. He said if you look back in history at all the major things that have happened, such as airspace and airplanes have only been around over a little over 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
These people were there that could have invented these things, but they were prevented from doing it until it was the right time.
And that brings up one point before because I brought it up, but nobody could figure that out. And I know they took it away from us. Remember, back in Egyptian times, they had, and the Tartarians were there. They had technology up to wazoo. I mean, they had technology where the whole Earth had power just by a pyramid hitting an obelisk.
Yes.
And they had pipes, they had batteries, they had light bulbs, they had ships. And then you got the dark times. Nobody knew what piping was. No one knew what electric was. No one knew a damn thing. They got knocked back down to the prehistoric era.
Right.
And within the last 100 so years, we've advanced further than we did before.
Yeah. Well, and that was one of the videos I was listening to him say was that there were many, many, many advancements that were deliberately withheld from us until they felt like we were ready to take that on and move on with it. Like cars and airplanes and electricity. He said electricity could have been invented long before it was invented.
Yeah, electricity, I know how they did that. What it was they got the pyramids. At the top of the pyramid, there was a crystal. It had gold trimming. And water ran down the side of the pyramid. And inside the pyramid, the water would rotate. You know how you got the spinning wheel that goes around, around, around?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the water did. The water came down one of the passageways. It would go into this mechanism, this wooden or stone mechanism, and it would turn the mechanism and start electricity to come up. And then it had like a conductor, which was the gold was. They took the connector out anyway. And the conductor would bring it up into straight up through the pyramid into the crystal. It would shoot up, and some of the obelisks had points sticking out of it, metal rods. So that invisible electric energy it pulled it right to the obelisk, and then it would go to the other obelisk and go until it follows the beam. You know what I'm saying? And it would travel around the planet. That's exactly how they did it. They had electricity, and then when they went down into the they had different kinds of flashlights, like the one with the battery. A battery back then they used mud, sulfur, salt, and copper.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a battery.
Yeah.
And Cleopatra's ship was heated. They found when they did they did digs in there, they found that a lot of Egyptians had pipes like we have them now. They had computers. They had all kinds of things.
But they used crystals.
Yeah.
Most of everything they did.
It was crystals and gold.
Yeah. But they also, when Atlantis and Lemuria were coming to their ends, there were those who took all those giant crystals and buried them all over. And so that's kind of what they were talking, what I've been thinking about is with the aftermath of the storm, that is a big area that is where a huge, huge deposit of those crystals were put.
Do you know why that area gets hit with the storms?
Mm-hmm. And especially up in the Ozarks and some of those areas over in there. And I'm wondering if there's not something nefarious going on with some of that, in that they're hoping to be able to do some land grabs, and then they'll do some mining and try to figure out where those crystals are.
I can tell you, Atlantis is in the Bermuda Triangle because there's a lot of evidence that points to it. They've been under the water for thousands of years. Their DNA structure, and they haven't got no new DNA. So that's why you've seen ships and ships in that have gone through the Bermuda Triangle. The ship's fine, but all the people are gone. There's been a lot of reporting of that. Where did the people go?
Yeah.
It looked like, and that's what happened is when it goes through, they take them off the ship, they bring them down to Atlantis, and they show them their good life, and they choose to stay. If not, they bring them back. But a lot of them choose to stay down there, and that's why it helps their DNA. Now, a lot of the energy that's used down there, because of so many crystals and so much activity in that area, and with the magnetism, because it's near the equator, it's near the trench and all that, you've got a lot of magnetism going on, and that's where all your storms are brewed. And that's why the hurricanes have gotten so severe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what they told me, and I went down and seen it too, so.
I agree. I believe that's a lot of what's going on, you know.
And there is a lot of people. When I went to Atlantis, I don't know if April told you or not, but I'm going to tell you, when I went to Atlantis, there's modern people down there.
Yeah.
There's people
There
down there. There, some of the beings that are down there, they evolved into mermen and mermaids and stuff like that. But there is a lot of walking, talking humans down there. And some from modern times, because what they do is, this is the coolest thing that Atlantis does that no one really knows. I knew it. That they're getting DNA from certain animals that are above the earth. They're taking it down there. They're making a new animal to help the environment, and they just drop a bunch of them in one area to balance out the ecosystem. That's why some people go, "Oh, this is a new animal that evolved." Well, duh. Where'd it come from? I never noticed it here. It's been gone 1,000 years. Why is it showing up? Well, that's why. It's they're down there. They're doing that. They're trying to help the surface come back to normal so it won't ruin the surface, because they're not allowed to come up yet.
Yeah.
And
There was that one plane that just sort of disappeared.
Yeah.
Full of scientists and really upper crust, elite, very intelligent people who had specialties in multiple areas, and they all just happened to be on the same plane at the same time, and they all disappeared.
And the funny thing with that is, where that plane disappeared, if you notice, there was an island that was, I remember an island being next to Australia. A giant island. It's not there no more. It's gone.
Yeah.
No one knows where the island is. People don't see it. It's gone. It was there. I remember it didn't sink. It was still there. It's not there anymore. But that's what they were saying, that in order to help humanity, they got the people off that plane.
Right. And do you think they had a free will, Brim, to stay or not?
Yeah, they do.
But they all decided to stay.
Yeah. Well, if you're down there, if you've seen what I seen, you would not want to come back up here either. That's all I'm saying. If you've seen what I seen down there, you don't want to come back up here.
Yeah. That's true.
Because you can do a lot more advancement to help humanity down there than you can up here.
Yeah. Well,
I've got
and
cures
these were
down there.
extremely intelligent. I mean, like way above the scale people that disappeared, scientists and inventors, and just extremely knowledgeable people about And they were in every subject, you know, mathematics, physics, healthcare, all sorts of people. And they
Yeah.
just all disappeared.
Malaysia?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also another triangle too, which people don't realize is called the Devil's Triangle. And if you look on the other side of the planet where the Bermuda Triangle is, there's another one right exactly on the other side of the planet. It's right there. It's a
And they've discovered the coordinates for that as well.
yeah.
They're just not releasing it to many.
And another thing that people don't realize is, do you know there's giant holes in the planet that go to different places? Like, there was one in Vietnam that goes like down for miles and miles and miles. And they've actually started to try to explore that one, but didn't go too far because some weird stuff was happening down there.
Well, they're all portals. That's what Cryon said. He said our entire planet is like Swiss cheese. You know, there's just portals that go in and out of everywhere.
It's because, and I've seen how it was made. I've seen how it happened. There's pockets of civilizations in the earth, and there's tunnels that lead to them.
Yeah.
And remember when I told you when two planets smashed together?
Yeah.
Look, Tiamat, this was Earth. No, this is Tiamat and this is Earth. Earth, Terra, smashed into Tiamat, crashed it, and when it hit, all of the soil from Tiamat covered Terra, right? Basically shoving them underground. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because like if you have a pit in a valley, you could do this. You remember how you get a cake, right?
Right.
All right. You picture yourself making a cake. You know how some cakes have big indents, but when you put the frosting over it, it looks flat, right?
Right.
But you still have that air pocket down there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened to the planet. There's giant pockets of civilization because when the soil came rushing over, it just made a layer.
Yeah.
And it froze because it was lava and it was hot, and it automatically froze, and like it went over, and what did it do? It froze automatically, so it left like pockets all underground, and then as time began, the comets came and this and that, and soil was formed, and you know that's kind of what happened. And then they wanted to come to the surface, so they started making pathways up. I even have a picture of it somewhere. Because they showed me how it was done. That's why there is layers down there. And they actually, when Russia did that little pit that they tried to do, that little hole, remember when they drilled and they said it got real hot?
Yeah.
Because they drilled in the wrong area, for one. And two, they put stuff like that before you. They put that stuff like that. They put a lava stream there so they won't go down any further.
Yeah.
But there is pockets of civilization in the earth.
Yes.
And that's where the second sun is too.
There's like there's whole other worlds within worlds.
Uh-huh.
Within the planet.
Yeah.
Which is why it's silly to be constantly focusing on space when we have so much here.
And that's what the aliens and God in space, aliens or space beings, all gave you the answer. You do not need to look to the heavens for the answer.
Yeah.
Look at your earth. Anything you need, any answers you need to answer are on or in earth.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
We've never explored the entire earth. Why?
Yeah.
There's still civilizations that have not been even found yet.
And they don't want to be. They don't want to be found.
Exactly.
They don't want us messing them up.
Like, why do you think when someone goes, "Oh, this is an unknown part of the forest. We've never explored this. We know it's here, but we just never explored it. We just claimed it all." Blah blah blah. Well, if you didn't explore it, you don't know what's there.
Right.
I-
There's a lot of stuff they don't want us to know.
There's a lot of animals. I'm gonna say this: a lot of animals that people think are extinct are not really extinct at all.
Right. I agree. I agree. It's all pretty fascinating. It's a lot to think about. And it's kind of scary, a little.
There is dinosaurs too.
And I'll be honest. I always think, do I really want to just stay here and do all that, or am I ready to just move on and do it from the other side?
Once you see all that stuff, you're gonna go, "What a beautiful planet Earth is." Because there's a lot of things that we're at a vibration where you can't really see too much. The more you open your eyes, the more things are come to pass. You'll realize, and you'll see it. There's things walking around the planet we can't even see.
They're with us all the time. They've been with us for a very long time.
Yeah.
If you read anything that Dolores Cannon writes, she tells you right off the bat.
I've never paid attention to her. I know what they told me. Like,
Yeah.
there are beings around you. They just don't want you to do your intimate things or your personal things, but they do know everything,
Yeah.
and they do
Well,
see.
it could be somebody you're just walking by in the dollar store. You know?
Yeah, sometimes you won't even see them, and they're behind you. Like, that's another thing that people don't realize. You know, when you have these guides, and they're leaning, they're actually behind you. They're standing behind you and on the planet. You can't see them, but they're like,
Yeah.
they like talking in my right ear. The only one of them talks in my left ear.
They all talk in my left ear. Hardly anybody talks to me in my right ear.
I got Solar. She's the only being that talks in my left ear. The rest of them are in the right ear.
That's weird. I wonder why only my left side works. What if I shut out over on the right side?
I don't know.
I gotta find it.
And I think, when I was
get
sitting
tired, Grim. I get so tired. I'm like, I'm working and looking and wishing and hoping and.
when I was standing on the ship and I looked at Earth, I thought, it's not flat.
No, it's not flat.
It's not a ball either.
Right. It kind of shimmers and changes and fluctuates, doesn't it?
Earth is, it's more like a freaking egg.
Yes. That's my
It reminds me
understanding.
of a wobbly egg.
Yeah.
And what you see around Earth, like if you look up to a telescope, you're just seeing all the space trash, and that's all you see. No, there are other planets very close to Earth and very big. You just can't see them, and that's why a lot of people say they see floating cities.
Yeah. Well, I don't get the flat earth thing. I had a very young patient, and he went through multiple different times in his life where he thought this and thought that. He was always thinking lots of deep thoughts. And he had talked himself out of the flat earth. And before he made his transition, he ended up talking himself back into the flat earth. So he's trying to explain to me why. I'm like, dude, you're on too much medicine. You know, I'm not sure.
I just can't. I can't I can't with the flat earthers. I can't. I just can't.
Yeah.
I seen it. It's not round. It's not flat. It's an egg shape.
Well, and it kind of pulses. It kind of pulses in and out of a circle.
And
Where it's, I don't know. That's just that's the what's in my brain
right.
is that it just sort of it's just pulsating all the time.
Now, when Pangea was together, right?
Hmm.
All around it was water. But when that weapon that the Atlanteans fired off caused the continents to break apart and they all went separate, Eden, the Garden of Eden, went up to the North Pole. And a lot of the southern part of that continent broke down and went into Antarctica. And the other one separated because if you take all that landmass and you put it together, you'll see Pangea.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Because, I mean, it's very easy to see. Again, I see patterns and shapes. If you take the shape of the United our maps right now, and you put America, all the South America and North America, and all of that together and push them together, you'll see that they'll fit in nice and snug.
That is true. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's getting on 2:30. It's 3:30.
It's on 3:30 here.
Yeah, I'm very sleepy.
Yeah, I took my meds. I took them late, but I went ahead and took them.
Me too.
All right.
Good night, you guys.
I enjoyed it,
good
though.
night.
It was a nice conversation. I enjoyed it. I was a little disappointed when I flipped by you a couple of times because of who you had. And, but I'm glad I went ahead and came in anyway.
Right.
Well, I was kind of a baby and left just because I didn't want to engage.
I
And
know.
so
Well, he was already starting his poor me, poor this, poor that. And
I don't, that's bullshit.
I know.
You know, and because the way he wrote, like, I mean, he was kind of off his rocker. You know, maybe because I told him I thought he did wrong, you know, except I was kind about it. I said, you know, maybe rather than, you know, putting her on blast publicly, maybe you should talk to her. And, you know, because she has haters that just jumped on the bandwagon. It's like, you have to be her friend. And I think he was in love with her and he was begging her to let him move in with her.
He wasn't just begging, he was trying to force his way. He was trying to force it.
When he's in alive, he acts like, oh, poor me, I'm just an old, tired man. My life is over anyway. You know, it's like, oh, you're so full of shit. You know, if that's how you, if that's your reality, so be it. I mean, but what he wrote to me privately, it was like books and books of just ranting, and then he said, you know, he got himself all worked up, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you know, look, I'm not arguing with you. I have no want to argue with you about anything. And then he was like, I'm so irritated with you. It was kind of like a warning that he was going to block me. I was like,
Do it.
I wasn't even responding, and then the next thing I knew, I was blocked. I was like, okay.
I just get tired of, I don't, people think differently. People have different opinions. They have different philosophies. They
Right.
have we are all very passionate about what we believe and how we believe. But I grow very weary of the people who are so negative. It's poor me. Everything was done to me. I've had a horrible life because of other people, other things, other circumstances. And they don't ever look at themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They understand that they created that reality.
Right.
Wearing to hear, oh my God, I have this horrible life, and I have to live like this, and this is that, and that's not any of it true. He's telling a story. That's not how he lives, really. I mean, he doesn't have it near as bad as he's telling everybody. And 68 is not that old, damn it.
I know. That's what's so funny. He was like, I'm just a little old man. I was like, only because that's what you want to be, you know.
I told him a million times to stop talking like that because we were the same age.
I'm actually 27.
Well, I don't mind being 68. I'm kind of happy I made it. Most of the women in my family all went at 67.
Oh, really?
I'm kind of happy I made that benchmark. And my sister made it only a couple of years. We celebrated, that she managed to make it through her 67th. But then she was 69 when she did pass. And I think she had an exit point that was available to her, and she made her decision to take it.
Yeah,
And she knows that too. We talk about it.
I understand that.
And she told me she was tired. She had been struggling for a while. And even though she was in better health than she'd been in a long time, she still had to struggle through that whole. She ended up with COVID. And it was terrible, horrible, just a nightmare. Because, it just was.
Yeah,
And I spent a whole day with her because they wouldn't let you visit.
right.
And then they got to where they'd let you visit, but only one person could come for that day. And if that person left, someone else could not come back in. So if you went to visit, that was your day. You stayed all day. And so that happened a couple of times, and I would just lay in the bed with her, and we would meditate, and I would do energy work on her and massage, and we'd talk, and she, as best she could, because she did have a BiPAP on that made it hard for her to talk. And thank goodness we'd always been able to kind of read each other's minds anyway. And so it wasn't too difficult for me to figure it out. But she got better, and she was on her way to being discharged and sent to rehab. She was getting the paperwork all done, and they were getting ready to ship her over to rehab. And I think she just decided, nah, I changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and take this one. And I mean, she was sitting up talking, ready to go to rehab, and then she was laying down and gone. That was how quick it was. So I know she just found an exit. She knew she had an exit point. She discussed it with herself and decided that she was going to take it.
Yeah.
And she's happy. She's happy doing what she's doing, and she said she had a lot of growth, and that she was learning and going to schools and going to classes and getting a lot of individualized teachings. And sometimes when I want to talk to her, she'll tell me, I'm busy. I'm like, okay, call me when you're not busy. But yeah, she's loving it. And I think she made the right decision for her. I miss her horribly. And I really wish.
Oh, who is she?
My sister.
Oh, but you're still in touch with her.
But she came to me pretty quickly. And we had a deal. And she kept her end of the deal. But she was kind of loud and obnoxious at first. And I was like, tone it down, sis. But the first thing she told me was, you were right.
She's still online.
Who is?
Friends.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
She must be having a dance party.
Oh no, she's steering. It was, from what I gathered, she was, oh yeah, she's in a room, and she got her little holographic, oh, here you go.
Oh. Is she doing her dance party then? I've been having trouble staying in her lives because when you first get in there, you can't understand anything. It just keeps looping and repeating, and
Yeah, I
then
gave
it
up.
stop, and you can't hear anything. And then she comes back in, and then she's looping and repeating again. And I'm too frustrated. I get too frustrated. The last time I told her, I said, I'm going to have to go. When you get a better connection, let me know. Because I don't know where she was. I think that was one of the times she ran out of gas and she was.
And she was by the hospital.
Mm.
I think I should probably go by there, but I'm ready for bed either way. So.
Alright, everybody have a good night.
We love you, Brim. Thank you for putting that in place.
Thank
Oh,
you,
no
Bram.
problem.
Thank you, Bram.
We get a lot of information from you, and we truly do appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you. I do my best.
like she said. And thank you for sharing the Bram story.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool story. I never get tired of hearing it. It's a really cool story.
And you know, my stories never change.
No, it's the same every time.
I'm just saying.
I know. I know.
I'm not just talking about one person here.
I don't like that you had to go through all what you went through as a child. I don't like that. But I know that's what had to happen for you.
Yeah.
And you knew it when you came.
Yeah. I know I signed on for hell.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you're helping Brim.
Yeah.
Because he's looking too.
Right? And he's so freaking wise, and it's like, sometimes I'm like, ugh. Why am I honored with you?
That is an honor, though, honestly. I wish I had an internal best friend.
You do. You just have to find it.
Well, it's me. I know I'm my best friend internally, but I'd like to have a Bram or something else. Maybe not a dragon. I probably shouldn't have a dragon. I'm already scary enough.
Well, as for the dragon part, you're affiliated with a dragon.
I know I am. I just haven't been able to feel it or explore it. I'm too into the angels. And now
The funny thing is, this dragon is with the angels.
I know that.
He's
I
a
know
seraphim.
that. I know that now. It took me about 10 years to figure it out, but I know it now.
She's a seraphim angel dragon.
Hmm.
She's white and blue. She has blue eyes and a white skin. She kind of looks like that one right here, but she's white.
Is that why I always end up with white cats with blue eyes?
I don't know. Maybe there's your thing right there. I mean, she looks like that, but she's white and blue. You see the chest plate where it's gold?
Uh-huh.
Picture blue being that. You see the eyes right there? That's white. I mean, those are blue. The rest of her body is white.
Well, amongst all my other meditations, I'll have to start asking for her.
And her name begins with an N. That's all I got. And she's very, I don't know what she is to you, but she's lingering around you. She's a divine dragon. She's not a celestial. She's not an earth. She's a divine dragon.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Are they protectors?
Huh?
Yeah.
Are they protectors?
Yeah.
So does everybody have a dragon?
Some don't.
And so the answer to that is no.
Well, my friend that does my yearly soul purpose tracking for me,
Yeah.
she has always told me that I have bears and giants, that I come from a long line of that, and the bears and the giants have been with me all my life, and they are always around me.
I say Bigfoots. Every time I think of Bigfoots, with you, it's Bigfoots. I see the dragon and I see the Bigfoots.
Mm.
And
Well,
angels.
Cindy tells me that the bears are behind me and the giants go before me. And the giants told her that they have been my protector all my life. The bears and the giants have been with me all of my entire life. And she's been telling me that for years now. So maybe she's seeing the Bigfoot, but she's just thinking they're bears.
I don't know. Like I say, when different people that do readings on different levels of vibration, we're gonna sense certain things. Like say a crook, he could look at you and say, "Well, okay, I sense a blue neon pink dragon." I do the reading. I sense a white dragon with blue eyes with a gold belly. That's because we're at different vibrations.
Yeah.
So we see certain things. But, some people fabricate it. But I don't think everybody does not have a dragon. No, they don't. Like everybody doesn't have a guardian angel either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There are other types of guardians.
Yes. Some people have familiars, some don't.
Yeah.
Some get all four eventually. It all depends on what your contract was.
Did you watch that video I sent you of Suzanne Geisman when she was speaking with that woman who channels angels?
I'm gonna start looking at videos. When did you send it?
I sent it to Suzanne. I don't send you videos because I know you're not going to watch them.
Last night, I started something of hers, but then I got on the Cryon, and then I fell asleep after
The
Cryon.
Cryon thing was pretty damn amazing.
That was really good.
Now, if you send me
And I thought it
Cryon-
was very pertinent to you at that particular time that
Yeah.
video popped up for me to send to you.
That was
Because
really,
it's talking about talking to your cells.
yeah.
You know that one that you sent me with that lady?
Ooh.
She posted a video with that lady. She was talking about, she kind of looks like she looks like a Muslim lady, and she's talking.
Oh, the Dananan lady?
Yeah, I watch her lately.
Yeah.
That
I
is
like her too.
You know the information that I got on my profile?
Yeah.
That's where some of it came from.
I really like her. It's only been in the last 6 months that she's come into my awareness. But
Yeah.
she's kind of spot on, I think.
Yeah, she is, and it's funny, and I'm relating to her because a lot of the stuff that I'm saying, she's saying too. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah. And she's been saying it for a lot of years, evidently.
Yeah.
But the one I sent Suzanne was this woman. She had white hair, this woman, and she's probably a little older than me. She has written a book about, working with angels. And she talks about how you can invite the angels to come in and stay with you for 5 days. And you have kind of like this little thing you go through, and you invite them in. You go to the front door at the certain time and you say, come on in. They stay with you the entire time, and then you send them on their way to someone else. And she was like, I don't want you to go. We've been liking it here too much. And she said her husband was kind of a skeptic, but so many things happened that he was drawn into that he couldn't deny it any longer. But you'll have to look at that video, and I'm gonna get her book, and I'm gonna figure out what the process that she went through to do that, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna invite them in for 5 days. Even though I know Machiel is with me all the time, I wouldn't mind having 4 other angels come
right.
hang out. And then she said since then, she's been introduced to like 3 different angels. And she didn't even know who they were. She kind of had to look them up and figure out who they were and what their job description was. And she brings up Azrael, and who has presented to her as well. But you'll have to. I know it's hard for you because her videos sometimes are about an hour and 20 minutes sometimes. But just watch and listen to some of those ones I sent you. They're Suzanne Geisman is amazing.
Yeah, some of those are really wrong.
And the ones that she's been doing with Sanya, the collective, she's talking to Jesus. I know she is. And they're pretty amazing. The way he talks is how I think of him. He's not trying to be in charge of anybody. He's not trying to be a commander of anybody. He's saying he's on the same level as everybody else. He's here to, do his job, his description. And his main theme is, it's love. The energy is love. That's source. So, anyway, I'm going to get that lady's book. I wrote her name down so I would remember. But it's something like Talking to Angels, or We All Have Angels, or We All Have it. I don't remember now. But anyway, I'm going to get her book, and I'm going to figure out how to invite them here for 5 days. maybe Greg will get some, like her husband did. Maybe he'll see some signs that he can't deny. We'll see.
Right. Well, okay, let's end the live.
Well, we love you.
Night, night,
Love
you
y'all.
guys. Love you guys.
Have a good night.
We'll see you later.
Blessed be.